File number 113, Emile Gaboriau. Chapter 16. During the 20 years of her married life, Valentine had experienced but one real sorrow, and this was one which, in the course of nature, must happen sooner or later. In 1859 her mother caught a violent cold during one of her frequent journeys to Paris, and, in spite of every attention which money could procure, she became worse, and died. The Countess preserved her faculties to the last, and with her dying breath said to her daughter, "Well, was I not wise in prevailing upon you to bury the past? Your silence has made my old age peaceful and happy, and I now thank you for having done your duty to yourself and to me. You will be rewarded on earth and in heaven, my dear daughter." Forval constantly said that, since the loss of her mother, she had never had cause to shed a tear, and what more could she wish for? As years rolled on, André's love remained steadfast. He was as devoted a husband as the most exacting woman could wish. To his great love was added that sweet intimacy which results from long conformity of ideas and unbounded confidence. Everything prospered with this happy couple. André was twice as wealthy as he had ever hoped to be even in his wildest visions. Every wish of Valentine was anticipated by André. Their two sons, Lucien and Abel, were handsome, intelligent young men, whose honorable characters and graceful bearing reflected credit upon their parents, who had so carefully watched over their education. Nothing seemed wanting to ensure Valentine's felicity. When her husband and sons were at their business, her solitude was cheered by the intelligent, affectionate companionship of a young girl whom she loved as her own daughter, and who in return filled the place of a devoted child. Madeleine was Forval's niece, and when an infant had lost both parents, who were poor but very worthy people, Valentine begged to adopt the babe, thinking she could thus, in a measure, atone for the desertion of the poor little creature whom she had abandoned to strangers. She hoped that this good work would bring down the blessings of God upon her. The day of the little orphan's arrival, Forval invested for her 10,000 francs, which he presented to Madeleine as her dowry. The banker amused himself by increasing this 10,000 francs in the most marvelous ways. He, who never ventured upon a rash speculation with his own money, always invested it in the most hazardous schemes, and was always so successful, that at the end of 15 years the 10,000 francs has become 500,000. People were right when they said that the Forval family were to be envied. Time had dulled the remorse and anxiety of Valentine. In the genial atmosphere of a happy home, she had found rest, and almost forgetfulness. She had suffered so much at being compelled to deceive André that she hoped she was now at quits with fate. She began to look forward to the future, and her youth seemed buried in an impenetrable mist, and was, as it were, the memory of a painful dream. Yes, she believed herself saved, and her very feeling of security made the impending danger more fearful in its shock. One rainy November day, her husband had gone to Provence on business. She was sitting, gazing into the bright fire, and thankfully meditating upon her present happiness, when the servant brought her a letter, which had been left by a stranger, who refused to give his name. Without the faintest presentiment of evil, she carelessly broke the seal, and in an instant was almost petrified by the words which met her terrified eye. "Madam, would it be relying too much upon the memories of the past to hope for half an hour of your time? Tomorrow, between 2 and 3, I will do myself the honor of calling upon you." The Marquis of Glamorgan. Fortunately, Forval was alone. Trembling like a leaf, she read the letter over and over again, as if to convince herself that she was not the victim of a horrible hallucination. Half a dozen times, with a sort of terror, she whispered that name once so dear, Glamorgan, spelling it aloud as if it were a strange name which she could not pronounce. And the 8 letters forming the name seemed to shine like the lightning which precedes a clap of thunder. She had hoped and believed that the fatal past was atoned for, and buried in oblivion, and now it stood before her, pitiless and threatening. Poor woman! As if all human will could prevent what was fated to be. It was in this hour of security, when she imagined herself pardoned, that the storm was to burst upon the fragile edifice of her happiness, and destroy her every hope. A long time passed before she could collect her scattered thoughts sufficiently to decide upon a course of conduct. Then she began to think she was foolish to be so frightened. This letter was written by Gaston, of course, therefore she need feel no apprehension. Gaston had returned to France, and wished to see her. She could understand this desire, and she knew too well this man, upon whom she had lavished her young affection, to attribute any bad motives to his visit. He would come, and finding her the wife of another, the mother of grown sons, they would exchange thoughts of the past, perhaps a few regrets. She would restore the jewels which she had faithfully kept for him. He would assure her of his lifelong friendship, and that would be all. But one distressing doubt beset her agitated mind. Should she conceal from Gaston the birth of his son? To confess was to expose herself to many dangers. It was placing herself at the mercy of a man, a loyal, honorable man, to be sure, confiding to him not only her own peace, honor, and happiness, but the honor and happiness of her family, of her noble husband and loving sons. Still silence would be a crime. She had abandoned her child, denied him the cares and affection of a mother, and now should she add to her sin by depriving him of the name and fortune of his father? She was still undecided when the servant announced dinner, but she had not the courage to meet the glance of her sons. She sent word that she was not well, and would not be down to dinner. For the first time in her life she rejoiced at her husband's absence. Madeleine came hurrying into her aunt's room to see what was the matter, but Valentine dismissed her, saying she would try to sleep off her indisposition. She wished to be alone in her trouble, and see if she could decide upon some plan for warding off this impending ruin. The dreaded morrow came. She counted the hours until 2 o'clock. After that, she counted the minutes. At 2:30 the servant announced, "M. the Marquis of Glamorgan." Forval had promised herself to be calm, even cold. During a long, sleepless night, she had mentally arranged beforehand every detail of this painful meeting. She had even decided upon what she should say. She would reply this, and ask that. Her words were all selected, and her speech ready. But, at the dreaded moment, her strength gave way. She turned as cold as marble, and could not rise from her seat. She was speechless, and, with a frightened look, silently gazed upon the man who respectfully bowed, and stood in the middle of the room. Her visitor was about 50 years of age, with iron-grey hair and moustache, and a cold, severe cast of countenance. His expression was one of haughty severity as he stood there in his full suit of black. The agitated woman tried to discover in his face some traces of the man whom she had so madly loved, who had pressed her to his heart, and besought her to remain faithful until he should return from a foreign land, and lay his fortune at her feet, the father of her son. She was surprised to discover no resemblance to the youth whose memory had haunted her life. No, never would she have recognized this stranger as Gaston. As he continued to stand motionless before her, she faintly murmured, "Gaston." He sadly shook his head, and replied, "I am not Gaston, madame. My brother succumbed to the misery and suffering of exile. I am Louis de Glamorgan." What? It was not Gaston, then, who had written to her. It was not Gaston who stood before her. She trembled with terror, her head whirled, and her eyes grew dim. It was not he. And she had committed herself, betrayed her secret by calling him Gaston. What could this man want? This brother in whom Gaston had never confided. What did he know of the past? 1,000 probabilities, each one more terrible than the other, flashed across her brain, yet she succeeded in overcoming her weakness so that Louis scarcely perceived it. The fearful strangeness of her situation, the very imminence of peril, inspired her with coolness and self-possession. Haughtily pointing to a chair, she said to Louis with affected indifference, "Will you be kind enough, monsieur, to explain the object of this unexpected visit?" The Marquis, seeming not to notice this sudden change of manner, took a seat without removing his eyes from Forval's face. "First of all, madame," he began, "I must ask if we can be overheard by anyone. Why this question? You can have nothing to say to me that my husband and children should not hear." Louis shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Be good enough to answer me, madame, not for my sake, but for your own." "Speak, then, monsieur, you will not be heard." In spite of this assurance, the Marquis drew his chair close to the sofa where Forval sat, so as to speak in a very low tone, as if almost afraid to hear his own voice. "As I told you, madame, Gaston is dead, and it was I who closed his eyes, and received his last wishes. Do you understand?" The poor woman understood only too well. but was racking her brain to discover what could be the purpose of this fatal visit. Perhaps it was only to claim Gaston's jewels. It is unnecessary to recall, continued Louis, the painful circumstances which blasted my brother's life. However happy your own lot has been, you must sometimes have thought of this friend of your youth, who unhesitatingly sacrificed himself in defense of your honor. Not a muscle of Forval's face moved. She appeared to be trying to recall the circumstances to which Louis alluded. Have you forgotten, madam? He asked with bitterness. Then I must explain more clearly. A long time ago you loved my unfortunate brother, monsieur. Ah, it is useless to deny it. Madame, I told you that Gaston confided everything to me, everything. He added significantly, but Forval was not frightened by this information. This everything could not be of any importance, for Gaston had gone abroad in total ignorance of her secret. She rose, and said with an apparent assurance she was far from feeling. You forget, monsieur, that you are speaking to a woman who is now advanced in life, who is married, and who has grown sons. If your brother loved me, it was his affair, and not yours. If, young and ignorant, I was led into imprudence, it is not your place to remind me of it. This past which you evoke I buried in oblivion 20 years ago. Thus you have forgotten all that happened? Absolutely all, everything, even your child, madam? This question, uttered in a sneer of triumph, fell upon Forval like a thunderclap. She dropped tremblingly into her seat, murmuring, My God! How did he discover it? Had her own happiness alone been at stake, she would have instantly thrown herself upon a claimant's mercy. But she had her family to defend, and the consciousness of this gave her strength to resist him. Do you wish to insult me, monsieur? She asked. Do you pretend to say you have forgotten Valentin Raoul? She saw that this man did indeed know all. How? It little mattered. He certainly knew, but she determined to deny everything, even the most positive proofs, if he should produce them. For an instant she had an idea of ordering the Marquis of Clermont to leave the house, but prudence stayed her. She thought it best to discover how much he really knew. Well, she said with a forced laugh, will you be kind enough to state what you wish with me? Certainly, madame. 2 years ago the vicissitudes of exile took my brother to London. There, at the house of a friend, he met a young man by the name of Raoul. Gaston was so struck by the youth's appearance and intelligence, that he inquired who he was, and discovered that beyond a doubt this boy was his son, and your son. Madame, this is quite a romance you are relating. Yes, madame, a romance the denouement of which is in your hands. Your mother certainly used every precaution to conceal your secret, but the best laid plans always have some weak point. After your marriage, one of your mother's London friends came to Tarascon, and spread the report of what had taken place at the English village. This lady also revealed your true name to the nurse who was bringing up the child. Thus everything was discovered by my brother, who had no difficulty in obtaining the most positive proofs of the boy's parentage. Louis closely watched Forval's face to see the effect of his words. To his astonishment she betrayed not the slightest agitation or alarm. She was smiling as if entertained by the recital of his romance. Well, what next? She asked carelessly. Then, madame, Gaston acknowledged the child. But the Clermonts are poor. My brother died on a pallet in a lodging house, and I have only an income of 1,200 francs to live upon. What is to become of Raoul, alone with no relations or friends to assist him? My brother's last moments were embittered by anxiety for the welfare of his child. Really, monsieur. Allow me to finish, interrupted Louis. In that supreme hour Gaston opened his heart to me. He told me to apply to you. Valentine, said he, Valentine will remember the past, and will not let our son want for anything. She is wealthy, she is just and generous. I die with my mind at rest. Forval rose from her seat, and stood, evidently waiting for her visitor to retire. You must confess, monsieur, she said, that I have shown great patience. This imperturbable assurance amazed Louis. I do not deny, she continued, that I at one time possessed the confidence of Gaston de Clermont. I will prove it by restoring to you your mother's jewels, with which he entrusted me on his departure. While speaking she took from beneath the sofa cushion the purse of jewels, and handed it to Louis. These jewels would have been given to the owner the instant they were called for, monsieur, and I am surprised that your brother never reclaimed them." Louis betrayed his astonishment at the sight of the jewels. He tried to cover his embarrassment by boldly saying, "I was told not to mention this sacred trust." Forval, without making any reply, laid her hand on the bell rope and quietly said, "You will allow me to end this interview, monsieur, which was only granted for the purpose of placing in your hands these precious jewels." Thus dismissed, M. de Claymoran was obliged to take his leave without attaining his object. "As you will, madame," he said, "I leave you. But before doing so I must tell you the rest of my brother's dying injunctions. If Valentine disregards the past, and refuses to provide for our son, I enjoin it upon you to compel her to do her duty. Meditate upon these words, madame, for what I have sworn to do, upon my honor, shall be done." At last Forval was alone. She could give vent to her despair. Exhausted at her efforts at self-restraint during the presence of Claymoran, she felt weary and crushed in body and spirit. She had scarcely strength to drag herself up to her chamber, and lock the door. Now there was no room for doubt, her fears had become realities. She could fathom the abyss into which she was about to be hurled, and knew that in her fall she would drag her family with her. God alone, in this hour of danger, could help her, could save her from destruction. She prayed, "Oh, my God," she cried, "punish me for my great sin, and I will evermore adore thy chastising hand. I have been a bad daughter, an unworthy mother, and a perfidious wife. Smite me, O God, and only me. In thy just anger spare the innocent, have pity upon my husband and my children." What were her 20 years of happiness compared to this hour of misery? A bitter remorse, nothing more. Ah, why did she listen to her mother? Why had she committed moral suicide? Hope had fled. Despair had come. This man who had left her presence with a threat upon his lips would return to torture her now. How could she escape him? Today she had succeeded in subduing her heart and conscience. Would she again have the strength to master her feelings? She well knew that her calmness and courage were entirely due to the inaptness of Claymoran. Why did he not use entreaties instead of threats? When Louis spoke of Raoul, she could scarcely conceal her emotion. Her maternal heart yearned toward the innocent child who was expiating his mother's faults. A chill of horror passed over her at the idea of his enduring the pangs of hunger, her child wanting bread, when she, his mother, was rolling in wealth. Ah, why could she not lay all her possessions at his feet? With what delight would she undergo the greatest privations for his sake? If she could but send him enough money to support him comfortably, but no, she could not take this step without compromising herself and her family. Prudence forbade her acceptance of the intervention of Louis de Claymoran. To confide in him, was placing herself, and all she held dear, at his mercy, at the mercy of a man who inspired her with instinctive terror. Then she began to ask herself if he had spoken the truth, or had trumped up this story to frighten her. In thinking over Louis' story, it seemed improbable and disconnected. If Gaston had been living in Paris, in the poverty described by his brother, why had he not demanded of the married woman the deposit entrusted to the maiden? Why, when anxious about the future of their child, had he not come to her, if he had such confidence in her generosity? If he entrusted her on his deathbed, why had he not shown this trust while living? 1,000 vague apprehensions beset her mind. She felt suspicion and distrust of everyone and everything. She was aware that the time had come for her to take a decisive step, and upon this step depended her whole future peace and happiness. If she once yielded, what would not be exacted of her in the future? She would certainly be made to suffer if she refused to yield. If she had only some wise friend to advise her. For a moment she thought of throwing herself at her husband's feet and confessing all. Unfortunately, she thrust aside this means of salvation. She pictured to herself the mortification and sorrow that her noble-hearted husband would suffer upon discovering, after a lapse of 20 years, how shamefully he had been deceived, how his confidence and love had been betrayed. Having been once deceived, would he ever trust her again? Would he believe in her fidelity as a wife, when he discovered that she had uttered her marriage vows to love and honor him, when her heart was already given to another? She knew André was too magnanimous to ever allude to her horrible fault, and would use every means to conceal it. but his domestic happiness would be gone forever. His chair at the fireside would be left empty, his sons would shun her presence, and every family bond would be severed. Then again, would peace be preserved by her silence? Would not Clameron end by betraying her to Andre? She thought of ending her doubts by suicide, but her death would not silence her implacable enemy, who, not being able to disgrace her while alive, would dishonor her memory. Fortunately, the banker was still absent, and, during the 2 days succeeding Louis's visit, Forval could keep her room under pretense of sickness, but Madeline, with her feminine instinct, saw that her aunt was troubled by something worse than nervous headache, for which the physician was prescribing all sorts of remedies, with no beneficial effect. She remembered that this sudden illness dated from the visit of a melancholy-looking stranger, who had been closeted for a long time with her aunt. Madeline supposed something was weighing upon the miserable woman's mind, and the second day of her sickness ventured to say, "What makes you so sad, dear aunt? If you will not tell me, do let me bring our good girl to see you," with a sharpness foreign to her nature, which was gentleness itself. Forval refused to assent to her niece's proposition. What Louis calculated upon happened, after long reflection, not seeing any issue to her deplorable situation. Forval determined to yield. By consenting to everything demanded of her, she had a chance of saving her husband from suffering and disgrace. She well knew that to act thus was to prepare a life of torture for herself, but she alone would be the victim, and, at any rate, she would be gaining time. Heaven might at last interpose, and save her from ruin. In the meantime, Forval had returned home, and Valentine resumed her accustomed duties, but she was no longer the happy mother and devoted wife, whose smiling presence was wont to fill the house with sunshine and comfort. She was melancholy, anxious, and at times irritable. Hearing nothing of Clameron, she expected to see him appear at any moment, trembling at every knock, and turning pale when a strange step was heard to enter. She dared not leave the house, for fear he should come during her absence. Her agony was like that of a condemned man, who, each day as he wakes from his uneasy slumber, asks himself, "Am I to die today?" Clameron did not come, he wrote, or rather, as he was too prudent to furnish arms which could be used against him, he had a note written, which Forval alone might understand, in which he said that he was quite ill, and unable to call upon her, and hoped she would be so good as to come to his room the next day. She had only to ask for 317, Hotel du Louvre. The letter was almost a relief for Forval. Anything was preferable to suspense. She was ready to consent to everything. She burned the letter, and said, "I shall go." The next day at the appointed hour, she dressed herself in a plain black silk, a large bonnet which concealed her face, and, putting a thick veil in her pocket to be used if she found it necessary, started forth. After hurriedly walking several squares, she thought she might, without fear of being recognized, call a coach. In a few minutes she was set down at the Hotel du Louvre. Here her uneasiness increased. Her circle of acquaintances being large, she was in terror of being recognized. What would her friends think if they saw her at the Hotel du Louvre disguised in this old dress? Anyone would naturally suspect an intrigue, a rendezvous, and her character would be ruined forever. This was the first time since her marriage that she had had occasion for mystery, and her efforts to escape notice were in every way calculated to attract attention. The porter said that the Marquis of Clameron's rooms were on the 3rd floor. She hurried up the stairs, glad to escape the scrutinizing glances of several men standing near, but, in spite of the minute directions given by the porter, she lost her way in one of the long corridors of the hotel. Finally, after wandering about for some time, she found a door bearing the number sought 317. She stood leaning against the wall with her hand pressed to her throbbing heart, which seemed bursting. Now, at the moment of risking this decisive step, she felt paralyzed with fright. She would have given all she possessed to find herself safe in her own home. The sight of a stranger entering the corridor ended her hesitation. With a trembling hand she knocked at the door. "Come in," said a voice from within. She entered the room. It was not the Marquis of Clameron who stood in the middle of the room, but a young man, almost a youth, who bowed to Forval with a singular expression on his handsome face. Forval thought that she had mistaken the room. "Excuse me, monsieur," she said, blushing deeply. I thought that this was the Marquis of Claymeron's room. It is his room, madame, replied the young man. Then, seeing she was silent and about to leave, he added, I presume I have the honor of addressing Forval? She bowed affirmatively, shuddering at the sound of her own name, frightened at this proof of Claymeron's betrayal of her secret to a stranger. With visible anxiety she awaited an explanation. Reassure yourself, madame, said the young man, you are as safe here as if you were in your own house. M. de Claymeron desired me to make his excuses. He will not have the honor of seeing you today, but, monsieur, from an urgent letter sent by him yesterday, I was led to suppose to infer that when he wrote to you, madame, he had projects in view which he has since renounced. Forval was too agitated and troubled to think clearly. Beyond the present she could see nothing. Do you mean, she asked with distrust, that he has changed his intentions? The young man's face was expressive of sad compassion, as if he shared the sufferings of the unhappy woman before him. The Marquis has renounced, he said, in a melancholy tone, what he wrongly considered a sacred duty. Believe me, he hesitated a long time before he could decide to apply to you on a subject painful to you both. When he began to explain his apparent intrusion upon your private affairs, you refused to hear him, and dismissed him with indignant contempt. He knew not what imperious reasons dictated your conduct. Blinded by unjust anger, he swore to obtain by threats what you refused to give voluntarily. Resolved to attack your domestic happiness, he had collected overwhelming proofs against you. Pardon him, an oath given to his dying brother bound him. These convincing proofs, he continued, as he tapped his finger on a bundle of papers which he had taken from the mantel, this evidence that cannot be denied, I now hold in my hand. This is the certificate of the Reverend Dr. Sedley, this is the declaration of Mrs. Dobbin, the farmer's wife, and these others are the statements of the physician and of several persons of high social position who were acquainted with de Laverbury during her stay in London. Not a single link is missing. I had great difficulty in getting these papers away from M. de Claymeron. Had he anticipated my intention of thus disposing of them, they would never have been surrendered to my keeping. As he finished speaking, the young man threw the bundle of papers into the fire where they blazed up, and in a moment nothing remained of them but a little heap of ashes. All is now destroyed, madame, he said, with a satisfied air. The past, if you desire it, is as completely annihilated as those papers. If anyone, thereafter, dares accuse you of having had a son before your marriage, treat him as a vile calumniator. No proof against you can be produced, none exists. You are free. Forval began to understand the sense of this scene. The truth dawned upon her bewildered mind. This noble youth, who protected her from the anger of de Claymeron, who restored her peace of mind and the exercise of her own free will, by destroying all proofs of her past, must be, the child whom she had abandoned, Valentin Raoul. In an instant, all was forgotten save the present. Maternal tenderness, so long restrained, now welled up and overflowed as with intense emotion she murmured, Raoul. At this name, uttered in so thrilling a tone, the youth started and tottered, as if overcome by an unhoped-for happiness. Yes, Raoul, he cried, Raoul, who would 1,000 times rather die than cause his mother a moment's pain, Raoul, who would shed his life's blood to spare her one tear. She made no attempt to struggle against nature's yearnings. Her longing to clasp to her heart this long pine for firstborn must be gratified at all costs. She opened her arms, and Raoul sprang forward with a cry of joy. Mother! My blessed mother! Thanks be to God for this first kiss. Alas! This was the sad truth. The deserted child had never been blessed by a mother's kiss. This dear son whom she had never seen before, has been taken from her, despite her prayers and tears, without a mother's blessing, a mother's embrace. After 20 years waiting, should it be denied him now? But joy so great, following upon so many contending emotions, was more than the excited mother could bear. She sank back in her chair almost fainting, and with distended eyes gazed in a bewildered, eager way upon her long-lost son, who was now kneeling at her feet. With tenderness she stroked his soft chestnut curls, and drank in the tenderness of his soft dark eyes, and expressive mouth, as he murmured words of filial affection in her craving ear. Oh, mother! He said, Words cannot describe my feelings of pain and anguish upon hearing that my uncle had dared to threaten you. He threatened you. He repents already of his cruelty. He did not know you as I do. Yes, my mother, I have known you for a long, long time. Often have my father and I hovered around your happy home to catch a glimpse of you through the window. When you passed by in your carriage, he would say to me, "There is your mother, Raoul." To look upon you was our greatest joy. When we knew you were going to a ball, we would wait near the door to see you enter, in your satin and diamonds. How often have I followed your fast horses to see you descend from the carriage and enter wealthy doors, which I could never hope to penetrate. And how my noble father loved you always. When he told his brother to apply to you in my behalf, he was unconscious of what he said, his mind was wandering. Tears, the sweetest tears she had ever shed, coursed down Fauvel's cheeks, as she listened to the musical tones of Raoul's voice. This voice was so like Gaston's, that she seemed once more to be listening to the lover of her almost forgotten youth. She was living over again those stolen meetings, those long hours of bliss, when Gaston was at her side, as they sat and watched the river rippling beneath the trees. It seemed only yesterday that Gaston had pressed her to his faithful heart. She saw him still saying gently, "In 3 years, Valentine. Wait for me, André." Her 2 sons, Madeleine, all were forgotten in this newfound affection. Raoul continued in tender tones. "Only yesterday I discovered that my uncle had been to demand from me a few crumbs of your wealth. Why did he take such a step? I am poor, it is true, very poor, but I am too familiar with poverty to bemoan it. I have a clear brain and willing hands, that is fortune enough for a young man. You are very rich. What is that to me? Keep all your fortune, my beloved mother, but do not repel my affection, let me love you. Promise me that this first kiss shall not be the last. No one will ever know of my newfound happiness, not by word or deed will I do to let the world suspect that I possess this great joy." And Fauvel had dreaded this son. Ah, how bitterly did she now reproach herself for not having flown to meet him the instant she heard that he was living. She questioned him regarding the past. She wished to know how he had lived, what he had been doing. He replied that he had nothing to conceal. His existence had been that of every poor boy, who had nothing to look forward to but a life of labor and privation. The farmer's wife who had brought him up was a kind-hearted woman, and had always treated him with affection. She had even given him an education superior to his condition in life, because, as she always said, he would make himself a great name, and attain to wealth, if he were taught. When about 16 years of age, she procured him a situation in a banking house, and he was getting a salary, which, though small, was enough to support him and supply a few luxuries for his adopted mother. One day a stranger came to him and said, "I am your father, come with me." Since then nothing was wanting to his happiness, save a mother's tenderness. He had suffered but one great sorrow, and that was the day when Gaston de Claymeron, his father, had died in his arms. "But now," he said, "all is forgotten, that one sorrow is forgotten in my present happiness. Now that I see you and possess your love, I forget the past, and ask for nothing more." Fauvel was oblivious of the lapse of time, and was startled when Raoul exclaimed, "Why, it is 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. What would her family think of this long absence? Her husband must be even now awaiting dinner. Shall I see you again, mother?" asked Raoul in a beseeching tone, as they were about to separate. "Oh, yes," she replied, fondly, "yes, often, every day, tomorrow, but now, for the first time since her marriage." Fauvel perceived that she was not mistress of her actions. Never before had she had occasion to wish for uncontrolled liberty. She left her heart and soul behind her in the Hotel du Louvre, where she had just found her son. She was compelled to leave him, to undergo the intolerable agony of composing her face to conceal this great happiness, which had changed her whole life and being. She was angry with fate because she could not remain with her firstborn son. Having some difficulty in procuring a carriage, it was 7:30 before she reached the Rue de Provence, when she found the family waiting for her. She thought her husband silly, and even vulgar, when he joked her upon letting her poor children starve to death, while she was promenading the boulevards. So strange are the sudden effects of a new passion. that she regarded almost with contempt this unbounded confidence reposed in her. She replied to his jest with a forced calmness, as if her mind were really as free and undisturbed as it had been before Claymoran's visit. So intoxicated had been her sensations while with Raoul, that in her joy she was incapable of desiring anything else, of dreaming of aught save the renewal of these delightful emotions. No longer was she a devoted wife, an affectionate mother to this household which looked up to her as though she were a superior being. She took no interest in the two sons who were a short while since her chief pride and joy. They had always been petted and indulged in every way. They had a father. They were rich. Wished the other. Oh, how much reparation was due to him. She almost regarded her family as responsible for Raoul's sufferings, so blinded was she in her devotion to her martyr, as she called him. Her folly was complete. No remorse for the past, no apprehensions for the future, disturbed the satisfied present. To her the future was tomorrow, eternity was the 16 hours which must elapse before another interview. She seemed to think that Gaston's death absolved the past, and changed the present. Her sole regret was her marriage. Free, with no family ties, she could have consecrated herself exclusively to Raoul. How gladly would she have sacrificed her affluence to enjoy poverty with him. She felt no fear that her husband and sons would suspect the thoughts which absorbed her mind, but she dreaded her niece. She imagined that Madeleine looked at her strangely on her return from the Hotel du Louvre. She must suspect something, but did she suspect the truth? For several days she asked embarrassing questions, as to where her aunt went, and with whom she had been during these long absences from home. This disquietude and seeming curiosity changed the affection which Forval had hitherto felt for her adopted daughter into positive dislike. She regretted having placed over herself a vigilant spy from whom she could not escape. She pondered what means she could take to avoid the penetrating watchfulness of a girl who was accustomed to read in her face every thought that crossed her mind. With unspeakable satisfaction she solved the difficulty in a way which she thought would please all parties. During the last 2 years the banker's cashier and protégé, Prosper Berthomé, has been devoted in his attentions to Madeleine. Forval decided to do all in her power to hasten matters, so that, Madeleine once married and out of the house, there would be no one to criticize her own movements. She could then spend most of her time with Raoul without fear of detection. That evening, with a duplicity of which she would have been incapable a few weeks before, she began to question Madeleine about her sentiments toward Prosper. "Ah, ha, mademoiselle," she said, gaily, "I have discovered your secret. You are going on at a pretty rate. The idea of your choosing a husband without my permission, why, aunt, I thought you, yes, I know, you thought I had suspected the true state of affairs. That is precisely what I have done." Then, in a serious tone, she said, "Therefore nothing remains to be done except to obtain the consent of Master Prosper. Do you think he will grant it? Oh, Aunt Valentine. He would be too happy." "Ah, indeed. You seem to know all about it. Perhaps you do not care for any assistance in carrying out your wishes?" Madeleine, blushing and confused, hung her head, and said nothing. Forval drew her toward her, and continued affectionately, "My dear child, do not be distressed. You have done nothing wrong, and need fear no opposition to your wishes. Is it possible that a person of your penetration supposed us to be in ignorance of your secret? Did you think that Prosper would have been so warmly welcomed by your uncle and myself, had we not approved of him in every respect?" Madeleine threw her arms around her aunt's neck, and said, "Oh, my dear aunt, you make me so happy. I am very grateful for your love and kindness. I am very glad that you are pleased with my choice." Forval said to herself, "I will make André speak to Prosper, and before 2 months are over the marriage must take place. Madeleine once married, I shall have nothing to fear, unfortunately." Forval was so engrossed by her new passion that she put off from day to day her project of hastening the marriage, until it was too late. Spending a portion of each day at the Hotel du Louvre with Raoul, and, when separated from him, devoting her thoughts to ensuring him an independent fortune and a good position, she could think of nothing else. She had not yet spoken to him of money or business. She imagined that she had discovered in him his father's noble qualities, that the sensitiveness which is so easily wounded was expressed in his every word and action. She anxiously wondered if he would ever accept the least assistance from her. The Marquis of Clameron quieted her doubts on this point. She had frequently met him since the day on which he had so frightened her, and to her first aversion had succeeded a secret sympathy. She felt kindly toward him for the affection he lavished on her son. If Raoul, with the heedlessness of youth, mocked at the future, Louis, the man of the world, looked upon it with different eyes. He was anxious for the welfare of his nephew, and constantly complained of the idle life he was now leading. One day, after praising the attractive qualities of Raoul, he said, "This pleasant life is very well, as long as it lasts, but people cannot live upon air, and, as my handsome nephew has no fortune, it would be only prudent for us to procure him some employment. Ah, my dear uncle, do let me enjoy my present happiness. What is the use of any change? What do I want? You want for nothing at present, Raoul, but when your resources are exhausted, and mine, too, which will be in a short time, what will become of you? Bast. I will enter the army. All the Clamerons are born soldiers, and if a war comes—" Forval laid her hand upon his lips, and said in a tone of reproachful tenderness, "Cruel boy, become a soldier? Would you, then, deprive me of the joy of seeing you? No, my mother, no. You must agree to whatever plans we make for your good," said Louis, "and not be talking of any wild schemes of your own. I am ready to obey, but not yet. One of these days I will go to work, and make a fortune." "How, poor, foolish boy? What can you do, dame?" "I don't know now, but set your mind at rest, I will find a way." Finding it impossible to make this self-sufficient youth listen to reason, Louis and Forval, after discussing the matter fully, decided that assistance must be forced upon him, and his path in life marked out for him. It was difficult, however, to choose a profession, and Clameron thought it prudent to wait a while, and study the bent of the young man's mind. In the meanwhile it was decided that Forval should place funds at Clameron's disposal for Raoul's support, regarding Gaston's brother in the light of a father to her child. Forval soon found him indispensable. She continually longed to see him, either to consult him concerning some step to be taken for Raoul's benefit, or to impress upon him some good advice to be given. Thus she was well pleased, when one day he requested the honor of being allowed to call upon her at her own house. Nothing was easier than to introduce the Marquis of Clameron to her husband as an old friend of her family, and, after once being admitted, he might come as often as he chose. Forval congratulated herself upon this arrangement, afraid to go to Raoul every day, and in constant terror lest her letters to him should be discovered, and his replies fall into her husband's hands. She was delighted at the prospect of having news of him from Clameron. For a month, things went on very smoothly, when one day the Marquis confessed that Raoul was giving him a great deal of trouble. His hesitating, embarrassed manner frightened Forval. She thought something dreadful had happened, and that he was trying to break the bad news gently. "What is the matter?" she said, turning pale. "I am sorry to say," replied Clameron, "that this young man has inherited all the pride and passions of his ancestors. He is one of those natures who stop at nothing, who only find incitement in opposition, and I can think of no way of checking him in his mad career. Merciful heaven! What has he been doing? Nothing especially censurable, that is, nothing irreparable, thus far, but I am afraid of the future. He is unaware of the liberal allowance which you have placed in my hands for his benefit, and, although he thinks that I support him, there is not a single indulgence which he denies himself. He throws away money as if he were the son of a millionaire, like all mothers." Forval attempted to excuse her son. "Perhaps you are a little severe," she said. "Poor child, he has suffered so much. He has undergone so many privations during his childhood, that this sudden happiness and wealth has turned his head. He seizes it as a starving man seizes a piece of bread. Is it surprising that he should refuse to listen to reason until hungry nature shall have been gratified? Only have patience, and he will soon return to the path of sober duty. He has too noble a heart to do anything really wrong. He has suffered so much," was Forval's constant excuse for Raoul. This was her invariable reply to M. to Clameron's complaints of his nephew's conduct, and, having once commenced, he was now constant in his accusations against Raoul. "Nothing restrains his extravagance and dissipation," Louis would say in a mournful voice. "The instant a piece of folly enters his head, it is carried out, no matter at what cost." Fauvel saw no reason why her son should be thus harshly judged. "You must remember," she said in an aggrieved tone, "that from infancy he has been left to his own unguided impulses. The unfortunate boy never had a mother to tend and counsel him. You must remember, too, that he has never known a father's guidance. There is some excuse for him, to be sure, but nevertheless he must change his present course. Could you not speak seriously to him, madam? You have more influence over him than I." She promised, but forgot her good resolution when with Raoul. She had so little time to devote to him, that it seemed cruel to spend it in reprimands. Sometimes she would hurry from home for the purpose of following the Marquis's advice, but, the instant she saw Raoul, her courage failed. A pleading look from his soft, dark eyes silenced the rebuke upon her lips. The sound of his voice banished every anxious thought, and lulled her mind to the present happiness. But Clameron was not a man to lose sight of the main object, in what he considered a sentimental wasting of time. He would have no compromise of duty. His brother had bequeathed to him, as a precious trust, his son Raoul. He regarded himself, he said, as his guardian, and would be held responsible in another world for his welfare. He entreated Fauvel to use her influence, when he found himself powerless in trying to check the heedless youth in his headlong career. She ought, for the sake of her child, to see more of him, study his disposition, and daily admonish him in his duty to himself and to her. Alas, the poor woman replied, "That would be my heart's desire. But how can I do it? Have I the right to ruin myself? I have other children, for whom I must be careful of my reputation." This answer appeared to astonish Clameron. A fortnight before, Fauvel would not have alluded to her other sons. "I will think the matter over," said Louis, "and perhaps when I see you next I shall be able to submit to you a plan which will reconcile everything." The reflections of a man of so much experience could not be fruitless. He had a relieved, satisfied look, when he called to see Fauvel on the following week. "I think I have solved the problem," he said. "What problem?" "The means of saving Raoul." He explained himself by saying, that as Fauvel could not, without arousing her husband's suspicions, continue her daily visits to Raoul, she must receive him at her own house. This proposition shocked Fauvel, for though she had been imprudent, even culpable, she was the soul of honor, and naturally shrank from the idea of introducing Raoul into the midst of her family, and seeing him welcomed by her husband, and perhaps become the friend of his sons. Her instinctive sense of justice made her declare that she would never consent to such an infamous step. "Yes," said the Marquis, thoughtfully, "there is some risk, but then, it is the only chance of saving your child." She resisted with so much firmness and indignation that Louis was astonished, and for a time nonplussed, though he by no means let the subject drop, but seized every opportunity of impressing upon her tortured mind that Raoul's salvation depended entirely upon her. "No," she would always reply, "no. Never will I be so base and perfidious to my husband." Unfortunate woman! Little did she know of the pitfalls which stand ever ready to swallow up wanderers from the path of virtue. Before a week had passed, she listened to this project, which at first had filled her with horror, with a willing ear, and even began to devise means for its speedy execution. Yes, after a cruel struggle, she finally yielded to the pressure of Clameron's politely uttered threats and Raoul's wheedling entreaties. "But how?" she asked, "upon what pretext can I receive Raoul?" "It would be the easiest thing in the world," replied Clameron, "to admit him as an ordinary acquaintance, and, indeed, to place him on the same footing which I myself occupy, that of an intimate friend and habitué of your drawing-rooms. But Raoul must have more than this. He needs your constant care." After torturing Fauvel for a long time, he finally revealed his scheme. "We have in our hands," he said, "the solution of this problem, which may be so easily reached that I regard it as an inspiration." Fauvel eagerly scanned his face as she listened with the pitiable resignation of a martyr. "Have you not a cousin, a widow lady, who had 2 daughters, living at Street Remy?" asked Louis. "Yes." Delegars, precisely so. What fortune has she? She is poor, monsieur, very poor, and, but for the assistance you render her secretly, she would be thrown upon the charity of the world. Forval was bewildered at finding the Marquis so well informed of her private affairs. How could you have discovered this? She asked. Oh, I know all about this affair, and many others besides. I know, for example, that your husband has never met any of your relatives, and that he is not even aware of the existence of your cousin Delegars. Do you begin to comprehend my plan? She not only understood it, but also knew that she would end by being a party to it. All will succeed if you follow my instructions, said Louis. Tomorrow or next day, you will receive a letter from your cousin at Street Remy, telling you that she has sent her son to Paris on a visit, and begs you to receive and watch over him. Naturally you show this letter to your husband, and a few days afterward he warmly welcomes your nephew, Raoul Delegars, a handsome, rich, attractive young man, who does everything he can to please you both, monsieur, replied Forval. My cousin is a pious, honorable woman, and nothing would induce her to countenance so shameful a transaction. The Marquis smiled scornfully, and said, Who told you that I intended to confide in her, but you would be obliged to do so? How else? You are very simple, madame. The letter which you will receive, and show to your husband, will be dictated by me, and posted at Street Remy by a friend of mine. If I spoke of the obligations under which you have placed your cousin, it was merely to show you that, in case of accident, her own interest would make her serve you. Do you see any obstacle to this plan, madam? Forval's eyes flashed with indignation. Is my will of no account? She exclaimed. You seem to have made your arrangements without consulting me at all. Excuse me, said the Marquis, with ironical politeness, but I knew that you would take the same view of the matter as myself. Your good sense would convince you of the necessity of using every possible means of rescuing your child from destruction. But it is a crime, monsieur, that you propose, an abominable crime. My mind revolts at the very idea of it. This speech seemed to arouse all the bad passions slumbering in Claymoran's bosom, and his pale face had a fiendish expression as he fiercely replied. We had better end this humbuggery, and come to a clear understanding at once. Before you begin to talk about crime, think over your past life. You were not so timid and scrupulous when you gave yourself up to your lover, neither did you hesitate to faithlessly refuse to share his exile, although for your sake he had just jeopardized his life by killing 2 men. You felt no scruples at abandoning your child in London, although rolling in wealth. You never even inquired if this poor waif had bread to eat. You felt no scruples about marrying M. Forval. Did you tell your confiding husband of the lines of shame concealed beneath that orange wreath? Did you hesitate to confirm and strengthen his happy delusion, that his lips had pressed the first kiss upon your brow? No. All these crimes you indulged in, and, when in Gaston's name I demand reparation, you indignantly refuse. But, mark my words, madame, it is too late. You ruined the father, but you shall save the son, or, by all the saints in heaven, I swear you shall no longer cheat the world of its esteem. I will obey you, monsieur, murmured the trembling, frightened woman. The following week Raoul, now Raoul Delegars, was seated at the banker's dinner table, between Forval and Madeleine. Chapter 17. It was not without the most painful suffering and self-condemnation that Forval submitted to the will of the pitiless Marquis of Claymoran. She had used every argument and entreaty to soften him, but he merely looked upon her with a triumphant, sneering smile, when she knelt at his feet, implored him to be merciful and spare her the shame and remorse of committing another crime. Spare her this torture, and she would grant anything else he wished, give Raoul all she possessed while alive, and ensure him a handsome competency after her death. Alas! Neither tears nor prayers moved him. Disappointed, and almost desperate, she sought the intercession of her son. Raoul was in a state of furious indignation at the sight of his mother's distress, and hastened to demand an apology from Claymoran, but he had reckoned without his host. He soon returned with downcast eyes, and moodily angry at his own powerlessness, declaring that safety demanded a complete surrender to the tyrant. Now only did the wretched woman fully fathom the abyss into which she was being dragged, and clearly see the labyrinth of crime of which she was becoming the victim. and all this suffering was the consequence of a fault, an interview granted to Gaston. Ever since that fatal day she had been vainly struggling against the implacable logic of events. Her life had been spent in trying to overcome the past, and now it had risen to crush her. The hardest thing of all to do, the act that most wrung her heart, was showing to her husband the forged letter from Street Remy, and saying that she expected to see her rich young nephew in a day or two. 'Tis hard to deceive those who trust and love us. But words cannot paint the torture she endured on the evening that she introduced Raoul to her family, and saw the honest banker cordially shake hands with this nephew of whom he had never heard before, and affectionately say to him, "I am not surprised that a rich young fellow like yourself should prefer Paris to Street Remy, and nothing will give me more pleasure than your visit, for I seldom have an opportunity of welcoming a relative of my dear wife, for whose sake I take an interest in everyone coming from Street Remy." Raoul exerted his utmost to deserve this warm reception. If his early education had been neglected, and he lacked those delicate refinements of manner and conversation which home influence imparts, his superior tact concealed these defects. He possessed the happy faculty of reading characters, and adapting his conversation to the minds of his listeners. Before a week had gone by, he was a favorite with M. Forville, intimate with Abel and Lucien, and inseparable from Prosper Berthomé, the cashier, who spent all his evenings with the banker's family. Charmed at the favorable impression made by Raoul, Forville recovered comparative ease of mind, and at times almost congratulated herself upon having obeyed the Marquis, as she saw all around her contented and happy. Once more she began to hope that peace had not deserted her, that God had forgiven her. Alas! She rejoiced too soon. Raoul's intimacy with his cousins threw him among a set of rich young men, whose extravagance he not only imitated, but surpassed. He daily grew more dissipated and reckless. Gambling, racing, expensive suppers, made money slip through his fingers like grains of sand. This proud young man, whose sensitive delicacy not long since made him refuse to accept aught save affection from his mother, now never approached her without demanding large sums of money. At first she gave with pleasure, not stopping to count the rolls of notes she would eagerly run to bring him. But as he each time increased his demands, until they finally reached a sum far larger than she could bestow, her eyes were opened to the ruinous effects of her lavish generosity. This rich woman, whose magnificent diamonds, elegant toilets, and superb equipages were the admiration and envy of Paris, now suffered the keenest torture. She had no more money to give her son, and what so pains the female heart as being unable to gratify the wishes of a beloved being. Her husband never thought of giving her a fixed sum for the year's expenses, or of asking how she disposed of her money. The day after the wedding he gave her a key to his secretary, and told her that what was his was hers, to use as she thought best. And, ever since, she had been in the habit of freely taking all the money necessary for keeping up the hospitable, elegant house over which she so gracefully presided, for her own dress, and many charitable purposes that the world never knew of. But the fact of her having always been so modest in her personal expenses that her husband used to jestingly say that he was afraid she would end by being a miser, and her judicious, well-regulated management of household expenditures, causing her to spend much the same amount each year, prevented her now being able to dispose of large sums, without giving rise to embarrassing questions. M. Forville, the most generous of millionaires, delighted to see his wife indulge in any extravagance, no matter how foolish, but he would naturally expect to see traces of the money spent, something to show for it. The banker might suddenly discover that double the usual amount of money was used in the house, and, if he should ask the cause of this astonishing outlay, what answer could she give? In 3 months, Raoul had squandered a little fortune. In the first place, he was obliged to have bachelor's apartments, prettily furnished, and a handsome outfit from a fashionable tailor, besides the 1,000 little things indispensable to a society man. He must have a blooded horse and a coupe. His doting mother felt it her duty to give him these luxuries, when her other sons were enjoying everything of the sort, besides many other advantages of which her poor Raoul was deprived. But each day the extravagance of his fancies increased, and Forville began to be alarmed when his demands far exceeded her ability to gratify them. When she would gently remonstrate, Raoul's beautiful eyes would fill with tears, and in a sad, humble tone he would say, "Alas! You are right to refuse me this gratification. What claim have I? I must not forget that I am only the poor son of Valentine, not the rich banker's child." This touching repentance wrung her heart, so that she always ended by granting him more than he had asked for. The poor boy had suffered so much that it was her duty to console him, and atone for her past neglect. She soon discovered that he was jealous and envious of his two brothers for, after all, they were his brothers Abel and Lucien. "You never refuse them anything," he would resentfully say. "They were fortunate enough to enter life by the Golden Gate. Their every wish is gratified, they enjoy wealth, position, home affection, and have a splendid future awaiting them. But what is lacking to your happiness, my son? Have you not everything that money can give? And are you not first in my affections?" asked his distressed mother. "What do I want? Apparently nothing, in reality everything. Do I possess anything legitimately? What right have I to your affection, to the comforts and luxuries you heap upon me, to the name I bear? Is not my life an extortion, my very birth a fraud?" When Raoul talked in this strain, she would weep, and overwhelm him with caresses and gifts, until she imagined that every jealous thought was vanished from his mind. As spring approached, she told Raoul she designed him to spend the summer in the country, near her villa at Street Germain. She wanted to have him with her all the time, and this was the only way of gratifying her wish. She was surprised to find her proposal readily acquiesced in. In a few days he told her he had rented a little house at Vézinette, and intended having his furniture moved into it. "Then, just think, dear mother, what a happy summer we will spend together," he said, with beaming eyes. She was delighted for many reasons, one of which was that the expenses of the prodigal son would necessarily be lessened. Anxiety as to the exhausted state of her finances made her bold enough to chide him at the dinner table one day for having lost 2,000 francs at the races that morning. "You are severe, my dear," said M. Forval with the carelessness of a rich man, who considered this sum a mere trifle. "Monologuers won't object to footing his bills, mammas are created for the special purpose of paying bills," and, not observing that his wife had turned pale at these jocular words, he turned to Raoul, and added, "Don't disturb yourself about a small sum like this, my boy. When you want money, come to me." What could Forval say? Had she not followed Claymoran's orders, and told her husband that Raoul was wealthy? She could not go now and tell him that he would never recover any money which he lent to a penniless spendthrift. Why had she been made to tell this unnecessary lie? She suspected the snare laid for her, but now it was too late to escape it. Struggles would only more deeply entangle her in its meshes. The banker's offer was soon accepted. That same week Raoul went to his uncle's bank, and boldly borrowed 10,000 francs. When Forval heard of this piece of audacity, she wrung her hands in despair. "What can he want with so much money?" she moaned to herself. "What wicked extravagance is it for?" For some time Claymoran had kept away from Forval's house. She decided to write and ask him to come and advise her as to what steps should be taken to check Raoul. She hoped that this energetic, determined man, who was so fully awake to his duties as a guardian and an uncle, would make Raoul listen to reason, and instantly refund the borrowed money. When Claymoran heard what his graceless nephew had done, his surprise and anger were unbounded. He expressed so much indignation against Raoul, that Forval was frightened at the storm she had raised, and began to make excuses for her son. While they were discussing the matter, Raoul came in, and a violent altercation ensued between him and Claymoran. But the suspicions of Forval were aroused. She watched them, and it seemed to her could it be possible that their anger was feigned, that, although they abused and even threatened each other in the bitterest language, their eyes twinkled with amusement. She dared not breathe her doubts, but, like a subtle poison which disorganizes everything with which it comes in contact, this new suspicion filled her thoughts, and added to her already intolerable sufferings. Yet she never once thought of blaming Raoul, nor for a moment did she feel displeased with her idolized son. She accused the Marquis of taking advantage of the youthful weakness and inexperience of his nephew. She knew that she would have to suffer insolence and extortion from this man who had her completely in his power, but she could not imagine what object he now had in view, for she plainly saw that he was aiming at something more than his nephew's success in life. He constantly concealed some plan to benefit himself at her expense, but assuredly her darling Raoul could not be an accomplice in any plot to harass her. Clameron himself soon cleared her mind of all doubts. One day, after complaining more bitterly than usual of Raoul, and proving to Forval that it was impossible for this state of affairs to continue much longer, and a catastrophe was inevitable, he would up by saying there was one means of salvation left. This was that he, Clameron, must marry Madeleine. Forval was prepared for almost any base proposal save this one. She knew that his cupidity and insolence stopped at nothing, but never did she imagine he would have the wild presumption to aspire to Madeleine's hand. If she had renounced all hope of happiness for herself, if she consented to the sacrifice of her own peace of mind, it was because she thus hoped to ensure the undisturbed felicity of her household, of her husband, whom she had sinned against. This unexpected declaration shocked her, and for a moment she was speechless. "Do you suppose for an instant, monsieur," she indignantly exclaimed, "that I will consent to any such disgraceful project? Sacrifice Madeleine, and to you, I certainly do suppose so." "Madame, in fact, I am certain of it," he answered with cool insolence. "What sort of a woman do you think I am, monsieur? Alas, I am to eternally suffer for a fault committed 20 years ago. Have I not already been more than adequately punished? And does it become you to be constantly reproaching me with my long past imprudence? You have no right to be thus harassing me, till I dare not say my life is my own. Your power is at an end, and God only knows how deeply I regret having been insane enough to yield to its base sway. So long as I alone was to be the tool, you found me weak and timid, but, now that you seek the ruin of those I love, I rebel against your usurped authority. I have still a little conscience left, and nothing under heaven will force me to sacrifice my gentle, pure-hearted Madeleine. May I inquire, madame, why you regard Madeleine's becoming the Marchioness of Clameron as a disgrace and a sacrifice? My niece chose, of her own free will, a husband whom she will shortly marry. She loves Prosper Bertami." The Marquis disdainfully shrugged his shoulders. "A schoolgirl love affair," said he. "She will forget all about it, if you wish her to do so. I do not wish it. I wish her to marry him." "Listen to me," he replied, in the low, suppressed tone of a man trying to control himself. "Let us not waste time in these idle discussions. Hitherto you have always commenced by protesting against my proposed plans, and in the end acknowledge the good sense and justness of my arguments. Now, for once why not yield without going through with the customary preliminaries? I ask it as a favor." "Never," said Forval, "never will I yield." Clameron paid no attention to this interruption, but went on. "I insist upon this marriage, mainly on your account, although it will enable me to re-establish my own affairs, as well as yours and Raoul's. Of course you see that the allowance you give your son is insufficient for his extravagant style of living. The time approaches when, having nothing more to give him, you will have to encroach upon your husband's money drawer to such an extent that longer concealment will be impossible. When that day comes, what is to be done? Perhaps you have some feasible plan of escape?" Forval shuddered. The dreadful day of discovery could not be far off, and no earthly way was there to escape it. The Marquis went on. "Assist me now, and, instead of having to make a shameful confession, you will thank me for having saved you. Madeleine is rich, her dowry will enable me to supply the deficiency, and spare you all further anxiety about Raoul. I would rather be ruined than be saved by such means, but I will not permit you to ruin us all. Remember, madame, that we are associated in a common cause, the future welfare of Raoul, and, although you have a right to rush upon destruction yourself, you certainly shall not drag us with you. Cease your importunities," she said, looking him steadily in the eye. "I have made up my mind irrevocably. To what? To do everything and anything to escape your shameful persecution. Oh, you need not smile. I shall throw myself at Forval's feet, and confess everything. He is noble-hearted and generous, and, knowing how I have suffered, will forgive me." "Do you think so?" said Clameron derisively. "You mean to say that he will be pitiless, and banish me from his roof? So be it, it will only be what I deserve. There is no torture that I cannot bear, after what I have suffered through you. This inconceivable resistance so upset all the Marquis's plans that he lost all constraint, and, dropping the mask of politeness, appeared in his true character. "Indeed," he said in a fierce, brutal tone, "so you have decided to confess to your loving, magnanimous husband. A famous idea. What a pity you did not think of it before. It is rather late to try it now. Confessing everything the first day I called on you, you might have been forgiven. Your husband might have pardoned a youthful fault atoned for by 20 years of irreproachable conduct, for none can deny that you have been a faithful wife and a good mother. But picture the indignation of your trusting husband when you tell him that this pretended nephew, whom you imposed upon his family circle, who sat at his table, who borrowed his money, is your illegitimate son. M. Forval is, no doubt, an excellent, kind-hearted man, but I scarcely think he will pardon a deception of this nature, which betrays such depravity, duplicity, and audacity." All that the angry Marquis said was horribly true, yet Forval listened unflinchingly, as if the coarse cruelty of his words strengthened her resolution to have nothing more to do with him, but to throw herself on her husband's mercy. "Upon my soul," he went on, "you must be very much infatuated with this M. Bertamy. Between the honor of your husband's name, and pleasing this lovesick cashier, you refuse to hesitate. Well, I suppose he will console you. When M. Forval divorces you, and Abel and Lucien avert their faces at your approach, and blush at being your sons, you will be able to say, 'I have made Prosper happy, happen what may, I shall do what is right,'" said M. Forval. "You shall do what I say," cried Claymoran, threateningly. "Do you suppose that I will allow your sentimentality to blast all my hopes? I shall tolerate no such folly, madame, I can assure you. Your niece's fortune is indispensable to us, and, more than that, I love the fair Madeleine, and am determined to marry her." The blow once struck, the Marquis judged it prudent to await the result. With cool politeness, he continued, "I will leave you now, madame, to think the matter over, and you cannot fail to view it in the same light as I do. You had better take my advice, and consent to this sacrifice of prejudice, as it will be the last required of you. Think of the honor of your family, and not of your niece's love affair. I will return in 3 days for your answer." "Your return is unnecessary, monsieur. I shall tell my husband everything tonight." If Forval had not been so agitated herself, she would have detected an expression of alarm upon Claymoran's face. But this uneasiness was only momentary. With a shrug, which meant, "Just as you please," he said, "I think you have sense enough to keep your secret." He bowed ceremoniously, and left the room, but slammed the front door after him so violently as to prove that his restrained anger burst forth before leaving the house. Claymoran had cause for fear. Forval's determination was not feigned. She was firm in her resolve to confess. "Yes," she cried, with the enthusiasm of a noble resolution. "Yes, I will tell André everything." She believed herself to be alone, but turned around suddenly at the sound of footsteps, and found herself face to face with Madeleine, who was pale and swollen-eyed with weeping. "You must obey this man, aunt," she quietly said. Adjoining the parlor was a little card-room separated only by a heavy silk curtain. Instead of a door, Madeleine was sitting in this little room when the Marquis arrived, and, as there was no egress save through the parlor, had remained, and thus overheard the conversation. "Good heaven!" cried Forval with terror. "Do you know, I know everything, aunt, and you wish me to sacrifice you to this fiend? I implore you to let me save you from misery. You certainly despise and hate M. de Claymoran. How can you think I would let you marry him? I do despise him, aunt, and shall always regard him as the basest of men. Nevertheless I will marry him." Forval was overcome by the magnitude of this devotion. "And what is to become of Prosper, my poor child Prosper, whom you love?" Madeleine stifled a sob, and said in a firm voice, "Tomorrow I will break off my engagement with M. Bertamy. I will never permit such a wrong," cried Forval. "I will not add to my sins by suffering an innocent girl to bear their penalty." The noble girl sadly shook her head, and replied, "Neither will I suffer dishonor to fall upon this house, which is my home, while I have power to prevent it. Am I not indebted to you for more than life? What would I now be had you not taken pity on me? a factory girl in my native village. You warmly welcomed the poor orphan, and became a mother to her. Is it not to your husband that I owe the fortune which excites the cupidity of this wicked clamorer? Are not Abel and Lucien brothers to me? And now, when the happiness of all who have been loving and generous to me is at stake, do you suppose I would hesitate? No. I will become the wife of Clamoran. Then began a struggle of self-sacrifice between Forval and her niece, as to which should be the victim, only the more sublime, because each offered her life to the other, not from any sudden impulse, but deliberately and willingly. But Magdalene carried the day, fired as she was by that holy enthusiasm of sacrifice which is the sustaining element of martyrs. I am responsible to none but myself, said she, well knowing this to be the most vulnerable point she could attack, whilst you, dear aunt, are accountable to your husband and children. Think of the pain and sorrow of M. Forval. If he should learn the truth, it would kill him. The generous girl was right. She knew her uncle's heart, after having sacrificed her husband to her mother. Forval was about to immolate her husband and children for Raoul. As a general thing, a first fault draws many others in its train. As an impalpable flake is the beginning of an avalanche, so an imprudence is often the prelude to a great crime. To false situations there is but one safe issue, truth. Forval's resistance grew weaker and more faint, as her niece pointed out the line for her to pursue, the path of wifely duty. But, she faintly argued, I cannot accept your sacrifice. What sort of a life will you lead with this man? We can hope for the best, replied Magdalene with a cheerfulness she was far from feeling. He loves me, he says, perhaps he will be kind to me. Ah, if I only knew where to obtain money. It is money that the grasping man wants, money alone will satisfy him. Does he not want it for Raoul? Has not Raoul, by his extravagant follies, dug an abyss which must be bridged over by money? If I could only believe M. de Clamoran. Forval looked at her niece with bewildered curiosity. What? This inexperienced girl had weighed the matter in its different lights before deciding upon a surrender, whereas, she, a wife and a mother, had blindly yielded to the inspirations of her heart. What do you mean? Magdalene, what do you suspect? I mean this, aunt, that I do not believe that Clamoran has any thought of his nephew's welfare. Once in possession of my fortune, he may leave you and Raoul to your fates. And there is another dreadful suspicion that tortures my mind. A suspicion? Yes, and I would reveal it to you, if I dared, if I did not fear that you, speak, insisted Forval. Alas! Misfortune has given me strength to bear all things. There is nothing worse than has already happened. I am ready to hear anything. Magdalene hesitated. She wished to enlighten her credulous aunt, and yet hesitated to distress her. I would like to be certain, she said, that some secret understanding between M. de Clamoran and Raoul does not exist. Do you not think they are acting a part agreed upon for the purpose of extorting money? Love is blind and deaf. Forval would not remember the laughing eyes of the two men, upon the occasion of the pretended quarrel in her presence. Infatuation had drowned suspicion. She could not, she would not, believe in such hypocrisy. Raoul plot against the mother? Never. It is impossible, she said. The Marquis is really indignant and distressed at his nephew's mode of life, and he certainly would not countenance any disgraceful conduct. As to Raoul, he is vain, trifling, and extravagant, but he has a good heart. Prosperity has turned his head, but he loves me still. Ah, if you could see and hear him, when I reproach him for his faults, your suspicions would fly to the winds. When he tearfully promises to be more prudent, and never again give me trouble, he means to keep his word, but perfidious friends entice him away, and he commits some piece of folly without thinking of the consequences. Mothers always blame themselves and everyone else for the sins of their sons. The innocent friends come in for the principal share of censure, each mother's son leading the other astray. Magdalene had not the heart to undeceive her aunt. God grant that what you say may be true, she said. If so, this marriage will not be useless. We will write to M. de Clamoran tonight. Why tonight, Magdalene? We need not hurry so. Let us wait a little, something else might happen to save us. These words, this confidence in chance, in a mere nothing, revealed Forval's true character, and accounted for her troubles. Timid, Hesitating, easily swayed, she never could come to a firm decision, form a resolution, and abide by it, in spite of all arguments brought to bear against it. In the hour of peril she would always shut her eyes and trust to chance for a relief which never came. Never once did she think to ward off trouble by her own exertions. Quite different was Madeleine's character. Beneath her gentle timidity lay a strong, self-reliant will. Once decided upon what was right and just, nothing could change her. If it was her duty to make a sacrifice, it was to be carried out to the letter. No hesitation and sighs for what might have been. She shut out all deceitful illusions, and walked straight forward without one look back. "We had better end the matter at once, dear aunt," she said, in a gentle, but firm tone. "Believe me, the reality of misfortune is not as painful as its apprehension. You cannot bear the shocks of sorrow, and delusive hopes of happiness, much longer. Do you know what anxiety of mind has done to you? Have you looked in the mirror during the last 4 months?" She led her aunt up to the glass, and said, "Look at yourself." Forval was indeed a mere shadow of her former self. She had reached the perfidious age when a woman's beauty, like a full-blown rose, fades in a day. 4 months of trouble had made her an old woman. Sorrow had stamped its fatal seal upon her brow. Her fair, soft skin was wrinkled, her golden hair was streaked with silver, and her large, soft eyes had a painfully frightened look. "Do you not agree with me?" continued Madeleine, pityingly, "that peace of mind is necessary to you? Do you not see that you are a wreck of your former self? It is a miracle that M. Forval has not noticed this sad change in you." Forval, who flattered herself that she had displayed wonderful dissimulation, shook her head. "Alas, my poor aunt! You think you concealed your secret from all. You may have blinded my uncle, but I suspected all along that something dreadful was breaking your heart." "You suspected what, Madeleine?" "Not the truth? No, I was afraid. Oh, pardon an unjust suspicion, my dear aunt, but I was wicked enough to suppose." She stopped, too distressed to finish her sentence. Then, making a painful effort, she added, as her aunt signed to her to go on, "I was afraid that perhaps you loved another man than my uncle. It was the only construction that I could put upon your strange conduct." Forval buried her face, and groaned. Madeleine's suspicion was, no doubt, entertained by others. "My reputation is gone," she moaned. "No, dear aunt, no, do not be alarmed about that. No one has had occasion to observe you as I have. It was only a dreadful thought which penetrated my mind in spite of my endeavors to dispel it. Have courage, we two can fight the world and silence our enemies. You shall be saved, aunt, only trust in me." The Marquis of Claimeron was agreeably surprised that evening by receiving a letter from Forval, saying that she consented to everything, but must have a little time to carry out the plan. Madeleine, she said, could not break off her engagement with M. Bertamy in a day. M. Forval would make objections, for he had an affection for Prosper, and had tacitly approved of the match. It would be wiser to leave to time the smoothing away of certain obstacles which a sudden attack might render insurmountable. A line from Madeleine, at the bottom of the letter, assured him that she fully concurred with her aunt. Poor girl! She did not spare herself. The next day she took Prosper aside, and forced from him the fatal promise to shun her in the future, and to take upon himself the responsibility of breaking their engagement. He implored Madeleine to at least explain the reason of this banishment, which destroyed all of his hopes for happiness. She quietly replied that her peace of mind and honor depended upon his blind obedience to her will. He left her with death in his soul. As he went out of the house, the Marquis entered. Yes, he had the audacity to come in person, to tell M. Forval that, now he had the promise of herself and Madeleine, he would consent to wait a while. He himself saw the necessity of patience, knowing that he was not liked by the banker. Having the aunt and niece on his side, or rather in his power, he was certain of success. He said to himself that the moment would come when a deficit impossible to be paid would force them to hasten the wedding. Raoul did all he could to bring matters to a crisis. Forval went sooner than usual to her country seat, and Raoul at once moved into his house at Vézinette. But living in the country did not lessen his expenses. Gradually he laid aside all hypocrisy, and now only came to see his mother when he wanted money. and his demands were frequent and more exorbitant each time. As for the Marquis, he prudently absented himself, awaiting the propitious moment. At the end of 3 weeks he met the banker at a friend's, and was invited to dinner the next day. 20 people were seated at the table, and, as the dessert was being served, the banker suddenly turned to Clayman and said, "I have a piece of news for you, monsieur. Have you any relatives of your name?" "None that I know of, monsieur." "I am surprised. About a week ago, I became acquainted with another Marquis of Clayman. Although so hardened by crime, impudent enough to deny anything, Clayman was so taken aback that he sat with pale face and a blank look, silently staring at M. Forval, but he soon recovered enough self-control to say hurriedly, "Oh, indeed. That is strange. A Clayman may exist, but I cannot understand the title of Marquis." M. Forval was not sorry to have the opportunity of annoying a guest whose aristocratic pretensions had often piqued him. "Marquis or not," he replied, "the Clayman in question seems to be able to do honor to the title. Is he rich?" "I have reason to suppose that he is very wealthy. I have been notified to collect for him 400,000 francs. Clayman had a wonderful faculty of self-control. He had so schooled himself that his face never betrayed what was passing in his mind. But this news was so startling, so strange, so pregnant of danger, that his usual assurance deserted him. He detected a peculiar look of irony in the banker's eye. The only persons who noticed this sudden change in the Marquis's manner were Madeleine and her aunt. They saw him turn pale, and exchange a meaning look with Raoul. "Then I suppose this new Marquis is a merchant," said Clayman after a moment's pause. "That I don't know. All that I know is, that 400,000 francs are to be deposited to his account by some ship owners at Havre, after the sale of the cargo of a Brazilian ship. Then he comes from Brazil. I do not know, but I can give you his Christian name. I would be obliged." M. Forval arose from the table, and brought from the next room a memorandum book, and began to read over the names written in it. "Wait a moment," he said, "let me see the 22nd. No, it was later than that. Ah, here it is, Clayman, Gaston. His name is Gaston, monsieur." But this time Louis betrayed no emotion or alarm. He had had sufficient time to recover his self-possession, and nothing could not throw him off his guard. "Gaston?" he queried, carelessly. "I know who he is now. He must be the son of my father's sister, whose husband lived at Havana. I suppose, upon his return to France, he must have taken his mother's name, which is more sonorous than his father's, that being, if I recollect aright, Moiret or Boiret." The banker laid down his memorandum book, and, resuming his seat, went on. "Boiret or Clayman," said he, "I hope to have the pleasure of inviting you to dine with him before long. Of the 400,000 francs which I was ordered to collect for him, he only wishes to draw 100, and tells me to keep the rest on running account. I judge from this that he intends coming to Paris. I shall be delighted to make his acquaintance." Clayman broached another topic, and seemed to have entirely forgotten the news told him by the banker. Although apparently engrossed in the conversation of his neighbor at the table, he closely watched Forval and her niece. He saw that they were unable to conceal their agitation, and stealthily exchanged significant looks. Evidently the same terrible idea had crossed their minds. Madeleine seemed more nervous and startled than her aunt. When M. Forval uttered Gaston's name, she saw Raoul begin to draw back in his chair and glance in a frightened manner toward the window, like a detected thief looking for means of escape. Raoul, less experienced than his uncle, was thoroughly discountenanced. He, the original talker, the lion of a dinner party, never at a loss for some witty speech, was now perfectly dumb. He sat anxiously watching Louis. At last the dinner ended, and as the guests passed into the drawing-room, Clayman and Raoul managed to remain last in the dining-room. When they were alone, they no longer attempted to conceal their anxiety. "It is he," said Raoul. "I have no doubt of it. Then all is lost. We had better make our escape." But a bold adventurer like Clayman had no idea of giving up the ship till forced to do so. "Who knows what may happen?" he asked, thoughtfully. "There is hope yet. Why did not that muddle-headed banker tell us where this Clayman is to be found?" Here he uttered a joyful exclamation. He saw M. Forval's memorandum book lying on the table. "Watch," he said to Raoul, seizing the notebook. He hurriedly turned over the leaves, and, in an undertone, read. Gaston, Marquis of Claymoran, Oloron, Lower Pyrenees. Well, does finding out his address assist us? Inquired Raoul, eagerly. It may save us, that is all. Let us return to the drawing room, our absence might be observed. Exert yourself to appear unconcerned and gay. You almost betrayed us once by your agitation. The two women suspect something. Well, suppose they do? The best thing that we can do is escape. The sooner we leave Paris, the better. Do you think we should do any better in London? Don't be so easily frightened. I am going to plant my batteries, and I warrant they will prove successful. They joined the other guests. But, if their conversation had not been overheard, their movements had been watched. Madeleine looked through the half-open door, and saw Claymoran consulting her uncle's notebook, and whispering to Raoul. But what benefit would she derive from this proof of the Marquis's villainy? She knew now that he was plotting to obtain her fortune, and she would be forced to yield it to him, that he had squandered his brother's fortune, and was now frightened at the prospect of having to account for it. Still, this did not explain Raoul's conduct. Why did he show such fear? 2 hours later, Claymoran was on the road to Vézinet with Raoul, explaining to him his plans. It is my precious brother, and no mistake, he said. But that need not alarm you so easily, my lovely nephew. Merciful powers! Doesn't the banker expect to see him any day? Is he not liable to pounce down on me tomorrow? Don't be an idiot, interrupted Claymoran. Does he know that Forval is Valentine's husband? That is what we must find out. If he knows that little fact, we must take to our heels. If he is ignorant of it, our case is not desperate. How will you find out? By simply asking him, Raoul exclaimed at his ally's cunning. That is a dangerous thing to do, he said. 'Tis not as dangerous as sitting down with our hands folded. And, as to running away at the first suspicion of alarm, it would be imbecility. Who is going to look for him? I am. Oh, oh, oh! Exclaimed Raoul in 3 different tones. Claymoran's audacity confounded him. But what am I going to do? He inquired after a moment's silence. You will oblige me by remaining here and keeping quiet. I will send you a dispatch if there is danger, and then you can decamp. As they parted at Raoul's door, Claymoran said, Now, remember. Stay here, and during my absence be very intimate at your devoted mother's. Be the most dutiful of sons. Abuse me as much as you please to her, and, above all, don't indulge in any folly, make no demands for money, keep your eyes open. Goodbye. Tomorrow evening I will be at Oloron talking with this new Claymoran. Chapter 18. After leaving Valentine de Lavaburie, Gaston underwent great peril and difficulty in effecting his escape. But for the experienced and faithful Emile, he never would have succeeded in embarking. Having left his mother's jewels with Valentine, his sole fortune consisted of not quite 1,000 francs, and with this paltry sum in his pocket, the murderer of 2 men, a fugitive from justice, and with no prospect of earning a livelihood, he took passage for Valparaiso. But Emile was a bold and experienced sailor. While Gaston remained concealed in a farmhouse at Camargue, Emile went to Marseille, and that very evening discovered, from some of his sailor friends, that a 3-masted American vessel was in the roadstead, whose commander, Captain Wart, a not over-scrupulous Yankee, would be glad to welcome on board an able-bodied man who would be of assistance to him at sea. After visiting the vessel, and finding, during a conversation over a glass of rum with the captain, that he was quite willing to take a sailor without disturbing himself about his antecedents, Emile returned to Gaston. Left to my own choice, monsieur, he said, I should have settled this matter on the spot, but you might object to it. What suits you, suits me, interrupted Gaston. You see, the fact is, you will be obliged to work very hard. A sailor's life is not boy's play. You will not find much pleasure in it. And I must confess that the ship's company is not the most moral one I ever saw. You never would imagine yourself in a Christian company. And the captain is a regular swaggering bully. I have no choice, said Gaston. Let us go on board at once. Old Emile's suspicions were correct. Before Gaston had been on board the Tom Jones 48 hours, he saw that chance had cast him among a collection of the most depraved bandits and cutthroats. The vessel, which seemed to have recruited at all points of the compass, possessed a crew composed of every variety of thievish knaves. Each country had contributed a specimen, but Gaston's mind was undisturbed as to the character of the people with whom his lot was cast for several months. It was only his miserable wounded body that the vessel was carrying to a new country. His heart and soul rested in the shady park of Lavery, beside his lovely Valentine. He took no note of the men around him, but lived over again those precious hours of bliss beneath the old tree on the banks of the Rhone, where his beloved had confided her heart to his keeping, and sworn to love him forever. And what would become of her now, poor child, when he was no longer there to love, console, and defend her? Happily, he had no time for sad reflections. His every moment was occupied in learning the rough apprenticeship of a sailor's life. All his energies were spent in bearing up under the heavy burden of labor allotted to him. Being totally unaccustomed to manual work, he found it difficult to keep pace with the other sailors, and for the first week or two he was often near fainting at his post, from sheer fatigue, but indomitable energy kept him up. This was his salvation. Physical suffering calmed and deadened his mental agony. The few hours relaxation granted him were spent in heavy sleep. The instant his weary body touched his bunk, his eyes closed, and no moment did he have to mourn over the past. At rare intervals, when the weather was calm, and he was relieved from his constant occupation of trimming the sails, he would anxiously question the future, and wonder what he should do when this irksome voyage was ended. He had sworn that he would return before the end of 3 years, rich enough to satisfy the exactions of de Lavery. How should he be able to keep this boastful promise? Stern reality had convinced him that his projects could never be realized, except by hard work and long waiting. What he hoped to accomplish in 3 years was likely to require a lifetime. Judging from the conversation of his companions, he was not now on the road to fortune. The Tom Jones set sail for Valparaiso, but certainly went in a roundabout way to reach her destination. The real fact was that Captain Ward proposed visiting the Gulf of Guinea. A friend of his, the Black Prince, he said, with a loud laugh, was waiting for him at Badagry, to exchange a cargo of ebony for some pipes of rum, and 100 flintlock muskets which were on board the Tom Jones. Gaston soon saw that he was serving his apprenticeship on a slaver, one of the many ships sent yearly by the free and philanthropic Americans, who made immense fortunes by carrying on the slave trade. Although this discovery filled Gaston with indignation and shame, he was prudent enough to conceal his impressions. His remonstrances, no matter how eloquent, would have made no change in the opinions of Captain Ward regarding a traffic which brought him in more than 100%, in spite of the French and English cruisers, the damages, sometimes entire loss of cargoes, and many other risks. The crew admired Gaston when they learned that he had cut 2 men into mincemeat when they were insolent to him. This was the account of Gaston's affair, as reported to the captain by old Emile. Gaston wisely determined to keep on friendly terms with the villains, as long as he was in their power. To express disapproval of their conduct could have incurred the enmity of the whole crew, without bettering his own situation. He therefore kept quiet, but swore mentally that he would desert on the first opportunity. This opportunity, like everything impatiently longed for, came not. By the end of 3 months, Gaston had become so useful and popular that Captain Ward found him indispensable. Seeing him so intelligent and agreeable, he liked to have him at his own table, and would spend hours at cards with him or consulting about his business matters. The mate of the ship dying, Gaston was chosen to replace him. In this capacity he made 2 successful voyages to Guinea, bringing back 1,000 blacks, whom he superintended during a trip of 1,500 leagues, and finally landed them on the coast of Brazil. When Gaston had been with Captain Ward about 3 years, the Tom Jones stopped at Rio de Janeiro for a month, to lay in supplies. He now decided to leave the ship, although he had become somewhat attached to the friendly captain, who was after all a worthy man, and never would have engaged in the diabolical traffic of human beings, but for his little angel daughter's sake. He said that his child was so good and beautiful, that she deserved a large fortune. Each time that he sold a black, he would quiet any faint qualms of conscience by saying, "It is for little Mary's good." Gaston possessed 12,000 francs, as his share of the profits, when he landed at Brazil. As a proof that the slave trade was repugnant to his nature, he left the slaver the moment he possessed a little capital with which to enter some honest business. But he was no longer the high-minded, pure-hearted Gaston, who had so devotedly loved and periled his life for the little fairy of Lavagourie. It is useless to deny that evil examples are pernicious to morals. The most upright characters are unconsciously influenced by bad surroundings. As the exposure to rain, sun, and sea first darkened and then hardened his skin, so did wicked associates first shock and then destroy the refinement and purity of Gaston's mind. His heart had become as hard and coarse as his sailor hands. He still remembered Valentine, and sighed for her presence, but she was no longer the sole object of affection, the one woman in the world to him. Contact with sin had lowered his standard of women. The 3 years, after which he had pledged himself to return, had passed. Perhaps Valentine was expecting him. Before deciding on any definite project, he wrote to an intimate friend and cared to learn what had happened during his long absence. He expressed great anxiety about his family and neighbors. He also wrote to his father, asking why he had never answered the many letters which he had sent to him by returning sailors, who would have safely forwarded the replies. At the end of a year, he received an answer from his friend. The letter almost drove him mad. It told him that his father was dead, that his brother had left France, Valentine was lately married, and that he, Gaston, had been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for murder. Henceforth he was alone in the world, with no country, no family, no home, and disgraced by a public sentence. Valentine was married, and he had no object in life. He would hereafter have faith in no one, since she, Valentine, had cast him off, forgotten him. What could he expect of others, when she had broken her troth, had lacked the courage to keep her promise and wait for him? She, whom he had so trusted. In his despair, he almost regretted the Tom Jones. Yes, he sighed for the wicked Slavic crew, his life of excitement and peril. The dangers and triumphs of those bold pirates whose only care was to heap up money would have been preferable to his present wretchedness. But Gaston was not a man to be long cast down. Money is the cause of it all, he said with rage. If the lack of money can bring such misery, its possession must bestow intense happiness. Henceforth I will devote all my energies to getting money. He set to work with a greedy activity, which increased each day. He tried all the many speculations open to adventurers. Alternately he traded in furs, worked in a mine, and cultivated lands. 5 times he went to bed rich, and waked up ruined. 5 times, with the patience of the caster, whose hut is swept away by each returning tide, he recommenced the foundation of his fortune. Finally, after long weary years of toil and struggle, he was worth $1 million in gold, besides immense tracts of land. He had often said that he would never leave Brazil, that he wanted to end his days in Rio. He had forgotten that love for his native land never dies in the heart of a Frenchman. Now that he was rich, he wished to die in France. He made inquiries, and found that the law of limitations would permit him to return without being disturbed by the authorities. He left his property in charge of an agent, and embarked for France, taking a large portion of his fortune with him. 23 years and 4 months had elapsed since he fled from home. On a bright, crisp day in January, 1866, he once again stepped on French soil. With a sad heart, he stood upon the quays at Bordeaux, and compared the past with the present. He had departed a young man, ambitious, hopeful, and beloved. He returned gray-haired, disappointed, trusting no one. Gold could not supply the place of affection. He had said that riches would bring happiness. His wealth was immense, and he was miserable. His health, too, began to suffer from this sudden change of climate. Rheumatism confined him to his bed for several months. As soon as he could sit up, the physicians sent him to the warm baths, where he recovered his health, but not his spirits. He felt his lonely condition more terribly in his own country than when in a foreign land. He determined to divert his mind by engaging in some occupation which would keep him too busy to think of himself and his disappointment. Charmed with the beauty of the Pyrenees, and the lovely valley of Asp, he resolved to take up his abode there. An iron mill was for sale near Oloron, on the borders of the Gara. He bought it with the intention of utilizing the immense quantity of wood, which, for want of means of transportation, was being wasted in the mountains. He was soon settled comfortably in his new home, and enjoying a busy, active life. One evening, as he was ruminating over the past, his servant brought him a card, and said the gentleman was waiting to see him. He read the name on the card, Louis de Clermont. Many years had passed since Gaston had experienced such violent agitation. His blood rushed to his face, and he trembled like a leaf. The old home affections which he thought dead now sprung up anew in his heart. 1,000 confused memories rushed through his mind. Like one in a dream, he tottered toward the door, gasping, in a smothered, broken voice, "My brother! Oh, my brother!" Hurriedly passing by the frightened servant, he ran downstairs. In the passage stood a man. It was Louis de Clermont. Gaston threw his arms around his neck and held him in a close embrace for some minutes, and then drew him into the room. Seated close beside him, with his two hands tightly clasped in those of Louis, Gaston gazed at his brother as a fond mother would gaze at her son just returned from the battlefield. There was scarcely any danger and excitement which the mate of the redoubtable Captain Watt had not experienced. Nothing had ever before caused him to lose his calm presence of mind, to force him to betray that he had a heart. The sight of this long unseen brother seemed to have changed his nature. He was like a woman, weeping and laughing at once. "And is this really Louis?" he cried. "My dear brother. Why, I should have recognized you among 1,000. The expression of your face is just the same. Your smile takes me back 23 years. Louis did indeed smile, just as he smiled on that fatal night when his horse stumbled, and prevented Gaston's escape. He smiled now as if he was perfectly happy at meeting his brother. And he was much more at ease than he had been a few moments before. He had exerted all the courage he possessed to venture upon this meeting. Nothing but pressing necessity would have induced him to face this brother, who seemed to have risen from the dead to reproach him for his crimes. His teeth chattered and he trembled in every limb when he rang Gaston's bell, and handed the servant his card, saying, "Take this to your master." The few moments before Gaston's appearance seemed to be centuries. He said to himself, "Perhaps it is not he. If it is he, does he know? Does he suspect anything? How will he receive me?" He was so anxious, that when he saw Gaston running downstairs, he felt like fleeing from the house without speaking to him. Not knowing the nature of Gaston's feelings, whether he was hastening toward him in anger or brotherly love, he stood perfectly motionless. But one glance at his brother's face convinced him that he was the same affectionate, credulous, trusting Gaston of old, and, now that he was certain that his brother harbored no suspicions, he smilingly received the demonstrations lavished upon him. "After all," continued Gaston, "I am not alone in the world. I shall have someone to love, someone to care for me." Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, he said, "Are you married, Louis?" "No. That is a pity, a great pity. It would so add to my happiness to see you the husband of a good, affectionate woman, the father of bright, lovely children. It would be a comfort to have a happy family about me. I should look upon them all as my own. To live alone, without a loving wife to share one's joys and sorrows, is not living at all, it is a sort of living death. There is no joy equal to having the affection of a true woman whose happiness is in your keeping. Oh, the sadness of having only oneself to care for. But what am I saying? Louis, forgive me. I have you now, and ought not that to be enough? I have a brother, a kind friend who will be interested in me, and afford me company, instead of the weariness of solitude. Yes, Gaston, yes, I am your best friend. Of course you are. Being my brother, you are naturally my true friend. You are not married, you say? Then we will have to do the best we can, and keep house for ourselves. We will live together like two old bachelors, as we are, and be as happy as kings. We will lead a gay life, and enjoy everything that can be enjoyed. I feel 20 years younger already. The sight of your face renews my youth, and I feel as active and strong as I did the night I swam across the swollen Rhone. And that was long, long ago. The struggles, privations, and anxieties endured since, have been enough to age any man. I feel old, older than my years. What an idea!" interrupted Louis. "Why, you look younger than I do." "You are jesting. I swear I think you look younger. Would you have recognized me?" "Instantly." "You are very little changed." And Louis was right. He himself had an old, worn-out, used-up appearance, while Gaston, in spite of his grey hair and weather-beaten face, was a robust man, in the full maturity of his prime. It was a relief to turn from Louis's restless eyes and crafty smile to Gaston's frank, honest face. "But," said Gaston, "how did you know that I was living? What kind chance guided you to my house?" Louis was prepared for this question. During his 18 hours ride by the railway, he had arranged all his answers, and had his story ready. "We must thank Providence for this happy meeting," he replied. 3 days ago, a friend of mine returned from the baths, and mentioned that he had heard that a Marquis of Claymeron was near there, in the Pyrenees. You can imagine my surprise. I instantly supposed that some impostor had assumed our name. I took the next train, and finally found my way here. Then you did not expect to see me, my dear brother? How could I hope for that? I thought that you were drowned 23 years ago." "Drowned? No. De Laverbury certainly told you of my escape. She promised that she would go herself the next day, and tell my father of my safety." Louis assumed a distressed look, as if he hesitated to tell a sad truth, and said, in a regretful tone, "Alas! She never told us." Gaston's eyes flashed with indignation. He thought that perhaps Valentine had been glad to get rid of him. "She did not tell you?" he exclaimed. "Did she have the cruelty to let you mourn my death? To let my old father die of a broken heart? Ah, she must have been very fearful of what the world says. She sacrificed me, then, for the sake of her reputation. But why did you not write to us?" asked Louis. "I did write as soon as I had an opportunity, and Leforcade wrote back, saying that my father was dead, and that you had left the country. I left Claymeron because I believed you to be dead." After a long silence, Gaston arose, and walked up and down the room as if to shake off a feeling of sadness. Then he said, cheerfully, "Well, it is of no use to mourn over the past. All the memories in the world, good or bad, are not worth one slender hope for the future, and thank God, we have a bright future before us. Let us bury the past, and enjoy life together." Louis was silent. His footing was not sure enough to risk any questions. "But here I have been talking incessantly for an hour," said Gaston, "and I dare say that you have not dined." "No, I have not, I confess. Why did you not say so before?" "I forgot that I had not dined myself. I will not let you starve, the first day of your arrival. I will make amends by giving you some splendid old Cape wine." He pulled the bell, and ordered the servant to hasten dinner, adding that it must be an excellent one, and within an hour the two brothers were seated at a sumptuous repast. Gaston kept up an uninterrupted stream of questions. He wished to know all that had happened during his absence. "What about Claymeron?" he abruptly asked. Louis hesitated a moment. Should he tell the truth, or not? "I have sold Claymeron," he finally said. "The chateau too?" "Yes, you acted as you thought best," said Gaston sadly, "but it seems to me that, if I had been in your place, I should have kept the old homestead. Our ancestors lived there for many generations, and our father lies buried there." Then seeing Louis appear sad and distressed, he quickly added, "However, it is just as well. It is in the heart that memory dwells, and not in a pile of old stones. I myself had not the courage to return to Provence. I could not trust myself to go to Claymeron, where I would have to look into the park of Laverbury. Alas, the only happy moments of my life were spent there." Louis's countenance immediately cleared. The certainty that Gaston had not been to Provence relieved his mind of an immense weight. The next day Louis telegraphed to Raoul, "Wisdom and prudence. Follow my directions. All goes well. Be sanguine." All was going well, and yet Louis, in spite of his skillfully applied questions, had obtained none of the information which he had come to obtain. Gaston was communicative on every subject except the one in which Louis was interested. Was this silence premeditated, or simply unconscious? Louis, like all villains, was ever ready to attribute to others the bad motives by which he himself would be influenced. Anything was better than this uncertainty. He determined to ask his brother plainly what his intentions were in regard to money matters. He thought the dinner table a favorable opportunity, and began by saying, "Do you know, my dear Gaston, that thus far we have discussed every topic except the most important one? Why do you look so solemn, Louis? What is the grave subject of which you speak? Our father's estate. Supposing you to be dead, I inherited, and have disposed of it. Is that what you call a serious matter? Said Gaston with an amused smile. It certainly is very serious to me. As you have a right to half of the estate, I must account to you for it. You have, I have, interrupted Gaston, a right to ask you never to allude to the subject again. It is yours by limitation. I cannot accept it upon those terms, but you must. My father only wished to have one of us inherit his property. We will be carrying out his wishes by not dividing it. Seeing that Louis's face still remained clouded, he went on. Ah, I see what annoys you, my dear Louis. You are rich, and think that I am poor, and too proud to accept anything from you. Is it not so? Louis started at this question. How could he reply so as not to commit himself? I am not rich, he finally said. I am delighted to hear it, cried Gaston. I wish you were as poor as Job, so that I might share what I have with you. Dinner over, Gaston rose and said, Come, I want to visit with you, that is, our property. You must see everything about the place. Louis uneasily followed his brother. It seemed to him that Gaston obstinately shunned anything like an explanation. Could all this brotherly confidence be assumed to blind him as to his real plans? Why did Gaston inquire into his brother's past and future, without revealing his own? Louis's suspicions were aroused, and he regretted his over-hasty seeking of Gaston, but his calm, smiling face betrayed none of the anxious thoughts which filled his mind. He was called upon to praise everything. First he was taken over the house and servants' quarters, then to the stable, kennels, and the vast, beautifully laid-out garden. Across a pretty meadow was the iron foundry in full operation. Gaston, with all the enthusiasm of a new proprietor, explained everything, down to the smallest file and hammer. He detailed all his projects, how he intended substituting wood for coal, and how, besides having plenty to work the forge, he could make immense profits by felling the forest trees, which had hitherto been considered impracticable. He would cut 100 cords of wood that year. Louis approved of everything, but only answered in monosyllables, Ah, indeed. Excellent idea, quite a success. His mind was tortured by a new pain. He was paying no attention to Gaston's remarks, but enviously comparing all this wealth and prosperity with his own poverty. He found Gaston rich, respected, and happy, enjoying the price of his own labor and industry, whilst he never had he so cruelly felt the misery of his own condition, and he had brought it on himself, which only made it more aggravating. After a lapse of 23 years, all the envy and hate he had felt toward Gaston, when they were boys together, revived. What do you think of my purchase? Asked Gaston, when an inspection was over. I think you possess, my dear brother, a most splendid piece of property, and on the loveliest spot in the world. It is enough to excite the envy of any poor Parisian. Do you really think so? Certainly. Then, my dear Louis, said Gaston joyfully, this property is yours, as well as mine. You like this lovely Berne more than the dusty streets of Paris? I am very glad that you prefer the comforts of living on your own estate, to the glitter and show of a city life. Everything you can possibly want is here, at your command. And, to employ our time, there is the foundry. Does my plan suit you? Louis was silent. A year ago this proposal would have been eagerly welcomed. How gladly he would have seized this offer of a comfortable, luxurious home, after having been buffeted about the world so long. How delightful it would have been to turn over a new leaf, and become an honest man, but he saw with disappointment and rage that he would now be compelled to decline it. He was no longer free. He could not leave Paris. He had become entangled in one of those hazardous plots which are fatal if neglected, and whose failure generally leads the projector to the galleys. Alone, he could easily remain where he was, but he was trammelled with an accomplice. You do not answer me, said Gaston with surprise. Are there any obstacles to my plans? None. What is the matter, then? The matter is, my dear brother, that the salary of an office which I hold in Paris is all that I have to support me. Is that your only objection? Yet you just now wanted to pay me back half of the family inheritance. Louis, that is unkind. You are not acting as a brother should. Louis hung his head. Gaston was unconsciously telling the truth. I should be a burden to you, Gaston, a burden. Why, Louis, you must be mad. Did I not tell you I am very rich? Do you suppose that you have seen all I possess? This house and the ironworks do not constitute a fourth of my fortune. Do you think that I would have risked my 20 years' savings in an experiment of this sort? The forge may be a failure, and then what would become of me, if I had nothing else? I have invested money which yields me an income of 80,000 francs. Besides, my grants in Brazil have been sold, and my agent has already deposited 400,000 francs to my credit as part payment. Louis trembled with pleasure. He was, at last, to know the extent of the danger hanging over him. Gaston had finally broached the subject which had caused him so much anxiety, and he determined that it should now be explained before their conversation ended. Who is your agent? He asked with assumed indifference. My old partner at Rio. He deposited the money at my Paris bankers. Is this banker a friend of yours? No, I never heard of him until my banker at Paris recommended him to me as an honest, reliable man. He is immensely wealthy, and stands at the head of the financiers in Paris. His name is Forval, and he lives on the Rue de Provence. Although prepared for hearing almost anything, and determined to betray no agitation, Louis turned deadly pale. Do you know this banker? Asked Gaston. Only by reputation. Then we can make his acquaintance together, for I intend accompanying you to Paris, when you return there to settle up your affairs before establishing yourself here to superintend the forge. At this unexpected announcement of a step which would prove his utter ruin, Louis was stupefied. In answer to his brother's questioning look, he gasped out, You are going to Paris? Certainly I am. Why should I not go? There is no reason why. I hate Paris, although I have never been there. But I am called there by interest, by sacred duties, he hesitatingly said. The truth is, I understand that Emile de Lavabrie lives in Paris, and I wish to see her. Ah, Gaston was silent and thoughtful for some moments, and then said, nervously, I will tell you, Louis, why I wish to see her. I left our family jewels in her charge, and I wish to recover them. Do you intend, after a lapse of 23 years, to claim these jewels? Yes or rather no. I only make the jewels an excuse for seeing her. I must see her because she is the only woman I ever really loved. But how will you find her? Oh, that is easy enough. Anyone can tell me the name of her husband, and then I will go to see her. Perhaps the shortest way to find out would be to write to Pierre. I will do so tomorrow. Louis made no reply. Men of his character, when brought face to face with imminent danger, always weigh their words, and say as little as possible, for fear of committing themselves by some indiscreet remark. Above all things, Louis was careful to avoid raising any objections to his brother's proposed trip to Paris. To oppose the wishes of a determined man has the effect of making him adhere more closely to them. Each argument is like striking a nail with a hammer. Knowing this, Louis changed the conversation, and nothing more during the day was said of Valentine or Paris. At night, alone in his room, he brought his cunning mind to bear upon the difficulties of his situation, and wondered by what means he could extricate himself. At first the case seemed hopeless, desperate. During 20 years, Louis had been at war with society, trusted by none, living upon his wits, and the credulity of foolish men enabling him to gain an income without labor, and, though he generally attained his ends, it was not without great danger and constant dread of detection. He had been caught at the gaming table with his hands full of duplicate cards. He had been tracked all over Europe by the police, and obliged to fly from city to city under an assumed name. He had sold to cowards his skillful handling of the sword and pistol. He had been repeatedly thrown into prison, and always made his escape. He had braved everything, and feared nothing. He had often conceived and carried out the most criminal plans, without the slightest hesitation or remorse. And now here he sat, utterly bewildered, unable to think clearly. His usual impudence and ready cunning seemed to have deserted him. Thus driven to the wall, he saw no means of escape, and was almost tempted to confess all, and throw himself upon his brother's clemency. Then he thought that it would be wiser to borrow a large sum from Gaston, and fly the country. Vainly did he think over the wicked experiences of the past. None of the former successful stratagems could be resorted to in the present case. Fatally, inevitably, he was about to be caught in a trap laid by himself. The future was fraught with danger, worse than danger, ruin and disgrace. He had to fear the wrath of M. Forval, his wife and niece. Gaston would have speedy vengeance the moment he discovered the truth. And Raoul, his accomplice, would certainly turn against him, and become his most implacable enemy. Was there no possible way of preventing a meeting between Valentine and Gaston? None that he could think of. Their meeting would be his destruction. Lost in reflection, he paid no attention to the flight of time. Daybreak still found him sitting at the window with his face buried in his hands, trying to come to some definite conclusion what he should say and do to keep Gaston away from Paris. "It is vain for me to think," he muttered. "The more I rack my brain, the more confused it becomes. There is nothing to be done but gain time, and wait for an opportunity." The fall of the horse at Clermont was what Louis called an opportunity. He closed the window, and, throwing himself upon the bed, was soon in a sound sleep. Being accustomed to danger, it never kept him awake. At the breakfast table, his calm, smiling face bore no traces of a wakeful, anxious night. He was in a gayer, more talkative mood than usual, and said he would like to ride over the country, and visit the neighboring towns. Before leaving the table, he had planned several excursions which were to take place during the week. He hoped to keep Gaston so amused and occupied, that he would forget all about going to Paris in search of Valentine. He thought that with time, and skillfully put objections, he could dissuade his brother from seeking out his former love. He relied upon being able to convince him that this absolutely unnecessary interview would be painful to both, embarrassing to him, and dangerous to her. As to the jewels, if Gaston persisted in claiming them, Louis could safely offer to go and get them for him, as he had only to redeem them from the pawnbroker. But his hopes and plans were soon scattered to the winds. "You know," said Gaston, "I have written." Louis knew well enough to what he alluded, but pretended to be very much surprised, and said, "Written? To whom? Where? For what?" "Took care to ask Lafayette the name of Valentine's husband." "You are still thinking of her?" "She is never absent from my thoughts." "You have not given up your idea of going to see her?" "Of course not." "Alas, Gaston, you forget that she whom you once loved is now the wife of another, and possibly the mother of a large family. How do you know that she will consent to see you? Why run the risk of destroying her domestic happiness, and planting seeds of remorse in your own bosom? I know I am a fool, but my folly is dear to me, and I would not cure it if I could." The quiet determination of Gaston's tone convinced Louis that all remonstrances would be unavailing. Yet he remained the same in his manner and behavior, apparently engrossed in pleasure parties, but, in reality, his only thought was the mail. He always managed to be at the door when the postman came, so that he was the first to receive his brother's letters. When he and Gaston were out together at the time of the postman's visit, he would hurry into the house first, so as to look over the letters which were always laid in a card basket on the hall table. His watchfulness was at last rewarded. The following Sunday, among the letters handed to him by the postman, was one bearing the postmark of Beaucaire. He quickly slipped it into his pocket, and, although he was on the point of mounting his horse to ride with Gaston, he said that he must run up to his room to get something he had forgotten. This was to gratify his impatient desire to read the letter. He tore it open, and, seeing Lafayette signed at the bottom of 3 closely written pages, hastily devoured the contents. After reading a detailed account of events entirely uninteresting to him, Louis came to the following passage relating to Valentine. Emile de Lavabrie's husband is an eminent banker named André Forval. I have not the honor of his acquaintance, but I intend going to see him shortly. I am anxious to submit to him a project that I have conceived for the benefit of this part of the country. If he approves of it, I shall ask him to invest in it, as his name will be of great assistance to the scheme. I suppose you have no objections to my referring him to you, should he ask for my endorsers." Louis trembled like a man who had just made a narrow escape from death. He well knew that he would have to fly the country if Gaston received this letter, but though the danger was warded off for the while, it might return and destroy him at any moment. Gaston would wait a week for an answer, then he would write again, Leifakid would instantly reply to express surprise that his first letter had not been received. All of this correspondence would occupy about 12 days. In those 12 days Louis would have to think over some plan for preventing Leifakid's visit to Paris, since, the instant he mentioned the name of Claimran to the banker, everything would be discovered. Louis's meditations were interrupted by Gaston, who called from the lower passage. "What are you doing, Louis?" "I am waiting for you, I am coming now," he replied. Hastily thrusting Leifakid's letter into his trunk, Louis ran down to his brother. He had made up his mind to borrow a large sum from Gaston, and go off to America, and Raoul might get out of the scrape as best he could. The only thing which now disturbed him was the sudden failure of the most skillful combination he had ever conceived, but he was not a man to fight against destiny, and determined to make the best of the emergency, and hope for better fortune in his next scheme. The next day about dusk, while walking along the pretty road leading from the foundry to Oloron, he commenced a little story which was to conclude by asking Gaston to lend him 200,000 francs. As they slowly went along arm in arm, about half a mile from the foundry they met a young laborer who bowed as he passed them. Louis dropped his brother's arm, and started back as if he had seen a ghost. "What is the matter?" asked Gaston, with astonishment. "Nothing, except I struck my foot against a stone, and it is very painful." Gaston might have known by the tremulous tones of Louis's voice that this was a lie. Louis de Claimran had reason to tremble. In this workman he recognized Raoul de Laguerre. Instinctive fear paralyzed and overwhelmed him. The story he had planned for the purpose of obtaining the 200,000 francs was forgotten. His volubility was gone, and he silently walked along by his brother's side, like an automaton, totally incapable of thinking or acting for himself. He seemed to listen. He did listen, but the words fell upon his ear unmeaningly. He could not understand what Gaston was saying, and mechanically answered yes or no, like one in a dream, whilst necessity, absolute necessity, kept him here at Gaston's side. His thoughts were all with the young man who had just passed by. What had brought Raoul to Oloron? What plot was he hatching? Why was he disguised as a laborer? Why had he not answered the many letters which Louis had written him from Oloron? He had ascribed this silence to Raoul's carelessness, but now he saw it was premeditated. Something disastrous must have happened at Paris, and Raoul, afraid to commit himself by writing, had come himself to bring the bad news. Had he come to say that the game was up, and they must fly? But, after all, perhaps he was mistaken in supposing this to be his accomplice. It might be some honest workman bearing a strong resemblance to Raoul, if he could only run after this stranger, and speak to him. But no, he must walk on up to the house with Gaston, quietly, as if nothing had happened to arouse his anxiety. He felt as if he would go mad if his brother did not move faster. The uncertainty was becoming intolerable. His mind filled with these perplexing thoughts, Louis at last reached the house, and Gaston, to his great relief, said that he was so tired that he was going directly to bed. At last he was free. He lit a cigar, and, telling the servant not to sit up for him, went out. He knew that Raoul, if it was Raoul, would be prowling near the house, waiting for him. His suspicions were well founded. He had barely proceeded 30 yards, when a man suddenly sprang from behind a tree, and stood before him. The night was clear, and Louis recognized Raoul. "What is the matter?" he impatiently demanded. "What has happened?" "Nothing." "What? Do you mean to say that nothing has gone wrong in Paris, that no one is on our track?" "Not the slightest danger of any sort. And moreover, but for your inordinate greed of gain, everything would have succeeded admirably. All was going on well when I left Paris." "Then why have you come here?" cried Louis fiercely. "Who gave you permission to desert your post, when your absence might bring ruin upon us?" "What brought you here?" "That is my business," said Raoul with cool impertinence. Louis seized the young man's wrists, and almost crushed them in his vice-like grasp. "Explain this strange conduct of yours," he said, in a tone of suppressed rage. "What do you mean by it?" Without apparent effort Raoul released his hands from their imprisonment, and jeeringly said, "Hein. Gently, my friend. I don't like being roughly treated, and, if you don't know how to behave yourself, I have the means of teaching you." At the same time he drew a revolver from his pocket. "You must and shall explain yourself," insisted Louis. If you don't, well, if I don't? Now, you might just as well spare yourself the trouble of trying to frighten me. I intend to answer your questions when I choose, but it certainly won't be here, in the middle of the road, with the bright moonlight showing us off to advantage. How do you know people are not watching us this very minute? Come this way. They strode through the fields, regardless of Gaston's plants, which were trampled underfoot in order to take a shortcut. Now, began Raoul, when they were at a safe distance from the road. Now, my dear uncle, I will tell you what brings me here. I have received and carefully read your letters. I read them over again. You wished to be prudent, and the consequence was, that your letters were unintelligible. Only one thing did I understand clearly: we are in danger. Only the more reason for your watchfulness and obedience. Very well put. Only, before braving danger, my venerable and beloved uncle, I want to know its extent. I'm not a man to retreat in the hour of peril, but I want to know exactly how much risk I am running. I told you to keep quiet, and follow my directions, but to do this would imply that I have perfect confidence in you, my dear uncle, said Raoul, sneeringly. And why should you not? What reasons for distrust have you after all that I have done for you? Who went to London, and rescued you from a state of privation and ignominy? I did. Who gave you a name and position when you had neither? I did. And who is working now to maintain your present life of ease, and ensure you a splendid future? I am. And how do you repay me? Superb, magnificent, inimitable, said Raoul, with mocking derision. But, while on this subject, why don't you prove that you have sacrificed yourself for my sake? You did not need me as a tool for carrying out plans for your own benefit, did you? Oh no, not at all. Dear, kind, generous, disinterested uncle. You ought to have the Magneon Prize. I think I must recommend you as the most deserving person I have ever met. Clameron was so angry at these jeering words that he feared to trust himself to speak. Now, my good uncle, continued Raoul more seriously, we had better end this child's play, and come to a clear understanding. I follow you here, because I thoroughly understand your character, and have just as much confidence in you as you deserve, and not a particle more. If it were for your advantage to ruin me, you would not hesitate one instant. If danger threatened us, you would fly alone, and leave your dutiful nephew to make his escape the best way he could. Oh, don't look shocked, and pretend to deny it. Your conduct is perfectly natural, and in your place I would act the same way. Only remember this, that I am not a man to be trifled with. Now let us cease these unnecessary recriminations, and come to the point. What is your present plan? Louis saw that his accomplice was too shrewd to be deceived, and that the safest course was to trust all to him, and to pretend that he had intended doing so all along, without any show of anger. He briefly and clearly related all that had occurred at his brother's. He told the truth about everything except the amount of his brother's fortune, the importance of which he lessened as much as possible. Well, said Raoul, when the report was ended, we are in a nice fix. And do you expect to get out of it? Yes, if you don't betray me. I wish you to understand, Marquis, that I have never betrayed anyone yet. Don't judge me by yourself, I beg. What steps will you take to get free of this entanglement? I don't know, but something will turn up. Oh, don't be alarmed, I'll find some means of escape, so you can return home with your mind at rest. You run no risk in Paris, and 'tis the best place for you. I will stay here to watch Gaston. Raoul reflected for some moments, and then said, Are you sure I am not in danger at Paris? What are you afraid of? We have Forval so completely in our power that she would not dare speak a word against you, even if she knew the whole truth, what no one but you and I know. She would not open her lips, but be only too glad to hush up matters so as to escape punishment for her fault from her deceived husband and censuring world. I know we have a secure hold on her, said Raoul. I am not afraid of her giving any trouble. Who, then? An enemy of your own making, my respected uncle, a most implacable enemy. Madeleine, fiddlesticks, replied Clameron, disdainfully. It is very well for you to treat her with contempt, said Raoul, gravely. But I can tell you, you're much mistaken in your estimate of her character. I have studied her lately, and see that she is devoted to her aunt, and ready to make any sacrifice to ensure her happiness. But she has no idea of doing anything blindly, of throwing herself away if she can avoid it. She has promised to marry you. Prosper is broken-hearted at being discarded, it is true, but he has not given up hope. You imagine her to be weak and yielding, easily frightened? It's a great mistake. She is self-reliant and fearless. More than that, she is in love, my good uncle, and a woman will defend her lover as a tigress defends her young. She will fight to the bitter end before marrying anyone save Prosper. She is worth 500,000 francs, so she is, and at 5% we would each have an income of 12,500 francs. But, for all that, you had better take my advice, and give up Madeleine. Never, I swear by heaven! Exclaimed Clameron. Rich or poor, she shall be mine. I first wanted her money, but now I want her. I love her for herself. Raoul seemed to be amazed at this declaration of his uncle. He raised his hands, and started back with astonishment. Is it possible, he said, that you are in love with Madeleine? You. Yes, replied Louis, sullenly. Is there anything so very extraordinary in it? Oh, no, certainly not. Only this sentimental view of the matter explains your strange behavior. Alas, you love Madeleine. Then, my venerable uncle, we might as well surrender at once. Why so? Because you know the axiom, when the heart is interested the head is lost. Generals in love always lose their battles. The day is not far off when your infatuation of Madeleine will make you sell us both for a smile. And, mark my words, she is shrewd, and watching us as only an enemy can watch. With a forced laugh Clameron interrupted his nephew. Just see how you fire up for no cause, he said. You must dislike the charming Madeleine very much. If you abuse her in this way, she will prove to be our ruin, that is all. You might as well be frank, and say you are in love with her yourself. I am only in love with her money, replied Raoul, with an angry frown. Then what are you complaining of? I shall give you half her fortune. You will have the money without being troubled with the wife, the profit without the burden. I am not over 50 years old, said Raoul conceitedly. I can appreciate a pretty woman better than you. Enough of that, interrupted Louis angrily. The day I relieved your pressing wants, and brought you to Paris, you promised to follow my directions, to help me carry out my plan. Did you not? Yes, but not the plot you are hatching now. You forget that my liberty, perhaps my life, is at stake. You may hold the cards, but I must have the right of advising you. It was midnight before the accomplices separated. I won't stand idle, said Louis. I agree with you that something must be done at once. But I can't decide what it shall be on the spur of the moment. Meet me here at this hour tomorrow night, and I will have some plan ready for you. Very good. I will be here, and remember, don't be imprudent. My costume ought to convince you that I am not anxious to be recognized by anyone. I left such an ingenious alibi, that I defy anybody to prove that I have been absent from my house at Vézinet. I even took the precaution to travel in a third-class car. Well, good night. I am going to the inn. Raoul went off after these words, apparently unconscious of having aroused suspicion in the breast of his accomplice. During his adventurous life, Clameron had transacted business with too many scamps not to know the precise amount of confidence to place in a man like Raoul. The old adage, honor among thieves, seldom holds good after the stroke. There is always a quarrel over the division of the spoils. This distrustful Clameron foresaw 1,000 difficulties and counterplots to be guarded against in his dealings with Raoul. Why, he pondered, did the villain assume this disguise? Why this alibi at Paris? Can he be laying a trap for me? It is true that I have a hold upon him, but then I am completely at his mercy. Those accursed letters which I have written to him, while here, are so many proofs against me. Can he be thinking of cutting loose from me, and making off with all the profits of our enterprise? Louis never once during the night closed his eyes, but by daybreak he had fully made up his mind how to act, and with feverish impatience waited for evening to come, to communicate his views with Raoul. His anxiety made him so restless that the unobserving Gaston finally noticed it, and asked him what the matter was, if he was sick, or troubled about anything. At last evening came, and, at the appointed hour, Louis went to the field where they had met the night previous, and found Raoul lying on the grass smoking a fragrant cigar, as if he had no other object in life except to blow little clouds of smoke in the air, and count the stars in the clear sky above him. "Well?" he carelessly said, as Louis approached. "Have you decided upon anything?" "Yes. I have 2 projects, either of which would probably accomplish our object." "I am listening." Louis was silently thoughtful for a minute, as if arranging his thoughts so as to present them as clearly and briefly as possible. "My first plan," he began, "depends upon your approval. What would you say, if I proposed to you to renounce the affair altogether?" "What? Would you consent to disappear, leave France, and return to London, if I paid you a good round sum?" "What do you call a good round sum?" "I will give you 150,000 francs, my respected uncle," said Raoul with a contemptuous shrug. "I am distressed to see how little you know me. You try to deceive me, to outwit me, which is ungenerous and foolish on your part. Ungenerous, because it fails to carry out our agreement. Foolish, because as you know well enough, my power equals yours. I don't understand you. I am sorry for it. I understand myself, and that is sufficient." "Oh, I understand you, my dear uncle. I have watched you with careful eyes, which are not to be deceived. I see through you clearly. If you offer me 150,000 francs, it is because you intend to walk off with 500,000 for yourself." "You are talking like a fool," said Clayman with virtuous indignation. "Not at all. I only judge the future by the past. Of all the large sums extorted from Forval, often against my wishes, I never received a 10th part. But you know we have a reserve fund, all very good. But you have the keeping of it, my good uncle. It is very nice for you, but not so funny for me. If our little plot were to be discovered tomorrow, you would walk off with the money box, and leave your devoted nephew to be sent to prison." "Ingrate," muttered Louis, as if distressed at these undeserved reproaches of his protégé. "You have hit on the very word I was trying to remember," cried Raoul. "Ingrate is the name that just suits you. But we have not time for this nonsense. I will end the matter by proving how you have been trying to deceive me. I would like to hear you do so if you can." "Very good. In the first place, you told me that your brother only possessed a modest competency. Now, I learn that Gaston has an income of at least 60,000 francs. It is useless for you to deny it. And how much is this property worth?" 100,000 crowns. He had 400,000 francs deposited in M. Forval's bank. Total, 700,000 francs. And, besides all this, the broker in Oloron has orders to buy up a large amount of stocks and railroad shares, which will require large cash payments. I have not wasted my day, you see, and have obtained all the information I came for. Raoul's information was too concise and exact for Louis to deny it. "You might have sense enough," Raoul went on, "to know how to manage your forces if you undertake to be a commander. We had a splendid game in our hands, and you, who held the cards, have made a perfect muddle of it. I think that the game is lost. That is my opinion too, and all through you. You have no one to blame but yourself. I could not control events." "Yes, you could, if you had been shrewd. Fools sit down and wait for an opportunity, sensible men make one. What did we agree upon in London? We were to implore my good mother to assist us a little, and, if she complied with our wishes, we were to be flattering and affectionate in our devotion to her. And what was the result? At the risk of killing the golden goose, you have made me torment the poor woman until she is almost crazy. It was prudent to hasten matters. You think so, do you? Was it also to hasten matters that you took it into your head to marry Madeleine? That made it necessary to let her into the secret, and, ever since, she has advised and set her aunt against us. I would not be surprised if she makes her confess everything to M. Forval, or even inform against us at the police office. I love Madeleine, you told me that before. And suppose you do love her? You led me into this piece of business without having studied its various bearings, without knowing what you were about. No one but an idiot, my beloved uncle, would go and put his foot into a trap, and then say, if I had only known about it. You should have made it your business to know everything. You came to me, and said, your father is dead, which was a lie to start with. Perhaps you call it a mistake. He is living, and, after what we have done, I dare not appear before him. He would have left me $1,000,000, and now I shall not get a sou. He will find his Valentine, and then goodbye." "Enough," angrily interrupted Louis. "If I have made a mistake, I know how to redeem it. I can save everything yet." "You can? How so?" "That is my secret," said Louis gloomily. Louis and Raoul were silent for a minute. And this silence between them, in this lonely spot, at dead of night, was so horribly significant that both of them shuddered. An abominable thought had flashed across their evil minds, and without a word or look they understood each other. Louis broke the ominous silence, by abruptly saying, "Then you refuse to disappear if I pay you 150,000 francs? Think it over before deciding. It is not too late yet. I have fully thought it over. I know you will not attempt to deceive me any more. Between certain ease, and the probability of an immense fortune, I choose the latter at all risks. I will share your success or your failure. We will swim or sink together, and you will follow my instructions, blindly." Raoul must have been very certain of Louis's intentions of resorting to the most dangerous extremities, must have known exactly what he intended to do, for he did not ask him a single question. Perhaps he dared not. Perhaps he preferred doubt to shocking certainty, as if he could thus escape the remorse attendant upon criminal complicity. "In the first place," said Louis, "you must at once return to Paris. I will be there in 48 hours. You must be very intimate at Fourville's, and keep me informed of everything that takes place in the family." "I understand." Louis laid his hand upon Raoul's shoulder, as if to impress upon his mind what he was about to say. "You have a sure means of being restored to your mother's confidence and affection, by blaming me for everything that has happened to distress her. Abuse me constantly. The more odious you render me in her eyes and those of Madeleine, the better you will serve me. Nothing would please me more than to be denied admittance to the house when I return to Paris. You must say that you have quarreled with me, and that, if I still come to see you, it is because you cannot prevent it, and you will never voluntarily have any intercourse with me. That is the scheme. You can develop it." Raoul listened to these strange instructions with astonishment. "What?" he cried. "You adore Madeleine, and take this means of showing it? An odd way of carrying on a courtship, I must confess. I will be shot if I can comprehend." "There is no necessity for your comprehending." "All right," said Raoul submissively, "if you say so." Then Louis reflected that no one could properly execute a commission without having at least an idea of its nature. "Did you ever hear," he asked Raoul, "of the man who burned down his lady love's house so as to have the bliss of carrying her out in his arms?" "Yes." "What of it?" "At the proper time, I will charge you to set fire, morally, Fourville's house, and I will rush in, and save her and her niece. Now, in the eyes of those women my conduct will appear more magnanimous and noble in proportion to the contempt and abuse they have heaped upon me. I gain nothing by patient devotion. I have everything to hope from a sudden change of tactics. A well-managed stroke will transform a demon into an angel." "Very well, a good idea," said Raoul approvingly, when his uncle had finished. "Then you understand what is to be done?" "Yes. But will you write to me?" "Of course, and if anything should happen at Paris, I will telegraph to you, and never lose sight of my rival, the cashier. Prosper? Not much danger of our being troubled by him, poor boy. He is just now my most devoted friend. Trouble has driven him into a path of life which will soon prove his destruction. Every now and then I pity him from the bottom of my soul. Pity him as much as you like, but don't interfere with his dissipation." The two men shook hands, and separated apparently the best friends in the world, in reality the bitterest enemies. Raoul would not forgive Louis for having attempted to appropriate all the booty, and leave him in the lurch, when it was he who had risked the greatest dangers. Louis, on his part, was alarmed at the attitude taken by Raoul. Thus far he had found his nephew tractable, and even blindly obedient, and now he had suddenly become rebellious and threatening. Instead of ordering Raoul, he was forced to consult and bargain with him. What could be more wounding to his vanity and self-conceit than the reproaches, well-founded though they were, to which he had been obliged to listen, from a mere youth? As he walked back to his brother's house, thinking over what had just occurred, Louis swore that sooner or later he would be revenged, and that, as soon as he could get rid of Raoul he would do so, and would do him some great injury. But, For the present, he was so afraid lest the young villain should betray him, or thwart his plans in some way, that he wrote to him the next day, and every succeeding day, full particulars of everything that happened. Seeing how important it was to restore his shaken confidence, Louis entered into the most minute details of his plans, and asked Raoul's advice about every step he took. The situation remained the same. The dark cloud remained threateningly near, but grew no larger. Gaston seemed to have forgotten that he had written to Pierre, and never mentioned Valentine's name once. Like all men accustomed to a busy life, Gaston was miserable except when occupied, and spent his whole time in the foundry, which seemed to absorb him entirely. When he began the experiment of felling the woods, his losses had been heavy, but he determined to continue the work until it should be equally beneficial to himself and the neighboring landowners. He engaged the services of an intelligent engineer, and thanks to untiring energy, and the new improvements in machinery, his profits soon more than equaled his expenses. "Now that we are doing so well," said Gaston joyously, "we shall certainly make 25,000 francs next year." Alas, poor Gaston! 5 days after Raoul's departure, one Saturday afternoon, Gaston was suddenly taken ill. He had a sort of vertigo, and was so dizzy that he was forced to lie down. "I know what is the matter," he said. "I have often been ill in this way at Rio. A couple of hours' sleep will cure me. I will go to bed, and you can send someone to awaken me when dinner is ready, Louis. I shall be all right by that time." But, when the servant came to announce dinner, he found Gaston much worse. He had a violent headache, a choking sensation in his throat, and dimness of vision. But his worst symptom was dysphonia. He would try to articulate one word, and find himself using another. His jawbones became so stiff that it was with the greatest difficulty that he opened his mouth. Louis came up to his brother's room, and urged him to send for the physician. "No," said Gaston, "I won't have any doctor to make me ill with all sorts of medicines. I know what is the matter with me, and my indisposition will be cured by a simple remedy which I have always used." At the same time he ordered Manuel, his old Spanish servant, who had lived with him for 10 years, to prepare him some lemonade. The next day Gaston appeared to be much better. He ate his breakfast, and was about to take a walk, when the pains of the previous day suddenly returned, in a more violent form. Without consulting his brother, Louis sent to Oloron for Dr. C, whose wonderful cures at Aubonne had won him a wide reputation. The doctor declared that there was no danger, and merely prescribed a dose of valerian, and a blister with some grains of morphine sprinkled on it. But in the middle of the night, all the symptoms suddenly changed for the worse. The pain in the head was succeeded by a fearful oppression, and the sick man suffered torture in trying to get his breath. Daybreak found him still tossing restlessly from pillow to pillow. When Dr. C came early in the morning, he appeared very much surprised at this change for the worse. He inquired if they had not administered an overdose of morphine. Manuel said that he had put the blister on his master, and the doctor's directions had been accurately followed. The doctor, after having examined Gaston, and found his breathing heavy and irregular, prescribed a heavy dose of sulfate of quinine. He then retired, saying he would return the next day. As soon as the doctor had gone, Gaston sent for a friend of his, a lawyer, to come to him as soon as possible. "For heaven's sake, what do you want with a lawyer?" inquired Louis. "I want his advice, brother. It is useless to try and deceive ourselves. I know I am extremely ill. Only timid fools are superstitious about making their wills. If I defer it any longer, I may be suddenly taken without having arranged my affairs. I would rather have the lawyer at once, and then my mind will be at rest." Gaston did not think he was about to die, but, knowing the uncertainty of life, determined to be prepared for the worst. He had too often imperiled his life, and been face to face with death, to feel any fear now. He had made his will while at Bordeaux, but, now that he had found Louis, he wished to leave him all his property, and sent for his businessman to advise as to the best means of disposing of his wealth for his benefit. The lawyer was a shrewd, wiry little man, very popular because he had a faculty for always gaining suits which other attorneys had lost, or declined to try, because of their groundlessness. Being perfectly familiar with all the intricacies of the law, nothing delighted him more than to succeed in eluding some stringent article of the code. and often he sacrificed large fees for the sake of outwitting his opponent, and controverting the justness of a decision. Once aware of his client's wishes and intentions, he had but one idea, and that was, to carry them out as inexpensively as possible, by skillfully evading the heavy costs to be paid by the inheritor of an estate. He explained to Gaston that he could, by an act of partnership, associate Louis in his business enterprises, by signing an acknowledgement that half of the money invested in these various concerns, belonged to and had been advanced by his brother, so that, in the event of Gaston's death, Louis would only have to pay taxes on half the fortune. Gaston eagerly took advantage of this fiction, not that he thought of the money saved by the transaction if he died, but this would be a favorable opportunity for sharing his riches with Louis, without wounding his delicate sensibility. A deed of partnership between Gaston and Louis de Clermont, for the working of a cast iron mill, was drawn up. This deed acknowledged Louis to have invested 500,000 francs as his share of the capital, therefore half of the ironworks was his in his own right. When Louis was called in to sign the paper, he violently opposed his brother's project. "Why do you distress me by making these preparations for death, merely because you are suffering from a slight indisposition? Do you think that I would consent to accept your wealth during your lifetime? If you die, I am your heir. If you live, I enjoy your property as if it were my own. What more can you wish? Pray do not draw up any papers, let things remain as they are, and turn all your attention to getting well." Vain remonstrances. Gaston was not a man to be persuaded from accomplishing a purpose upon which he had fully set his heart. When, after mature deliberation, he made a resolution, he always carried it out in spite of all opposition. After a long and heroic resistance, which betrayed great nobleness of character and rare disinterestedness, Louis, urged by the physician, finally yielded, and signed his name to the papers drawn up by the lawyer. It was done. Now he was legally Gaston's partner, and possessor of half his fortune. No court of law could deprive him of what had been deeded with all the legal formalities, even if his brother should change his mind and try to get back his property. The strangest sensations now filled Louis's breast. He was in a state of delirious excitement often felt by persons suddenly raised from poverty to affluence. Whether Gaston lived or died, Louis was the lawful possessor of an income of 25,000 francs, without counting the eventual profits of the ironworks. At no time in his life had he hoped for or dreamed of such wealth. His wildest wishes were surpassed. What more could he want? Alas! He wanted the power of enjoying these riches. They had come too late. This fortune, fallen from the skies, should have filled his heart with joy, whereas it only made him melancholy and angry. This unlooked-for happiness seemed to have been sent by cruel fate as a punishment for his past sins. What could be more terrible than seeing this haven of rest open to him, and to be prevented from enjoying it because of his own vile plottings? Although his conscience told him that he deserved this misery, he blamed Gaston entirely for his present torture. Yes, he held Gaston responsible for the horrible situation in which he found himself. His letters to Raoul for several days expressed all the fluctuations of his mind, and revealed glimpses of coming evil. "I have 25,000 livres a year," he wrote to him, a few hours after signing the agreement of partnership, "and I possess in my own right 500,000 francs. 1/4 of this sum would have made me the happiest of men a year ago. Now it is of no use to me. All the gold on earth could not remove one of the difficulties of our situation. Yes, you are right. I have been imprudent, but I pay dear for my precipitation. We are now going downhill so rapidly that nothing can save us. We must fall to the very bottom. To attempt stopping halfway would be madness. Rich or poor, I have cause to tremble as long as there is any risk of a meeting between Gaston and Valentine. How can they be kept apart? Will my brother renounce his plan of discovering the whereabouts of this woman whom he so loved? No, Gaston would never be turned from his search for his first love, as he proved by calling for her in the most beseeching tones when he was suffering his worst paroxysms of pain. He grew no better. In spite of the most careful nursing, his symptoms changed, but showed no improvement. Each attack was more violent than the preceding. Toward the end of the week the pains left his head, and he felt well enough to get up and partake of a slight nourishment. But poor Gaston was a mere shadow of his former self. In 1 week he had aged 10 years. His strong constitution was broken. He, who 10 days ago was boasting of his vigorous health, was now weak and bent like an old man. He could hardly drag himself along, and shivered in the warm sun as if he were bloodless. Leaning on Louis's arm, he slowly walked down to look at the forge, and, seating himself before a furnace at full blast, he declared that he felt very much better, that this intense heat revived him. His pains were all gone, and he could breathe without difficulty. His spirits rose, and he turned to the workmen gathered around, and said cheerfully, "I was not blessed with a good constitution for nothing, my friends, and I shall soon be well again." When the neighbors called to see him, and insisted that this illness was entirely owing to change of climate, Gaston replied that he supposed they were right, and that he would return to Rio as soon as he was well enough to travel. What hope this answer roused in Louis's breast. "Yes," he eagerly said, "I will go with you. A trip to Brazil would be charming. Let us start at once." But the next day Gaston had changed his mind. He told Louis that he felt almost well, and was determined not to leave France. He proposed going to Paris to consult the best physicians, and then he would see Valentine. That night he grew worse. As his illness increased, he became more surprised and troubled at not hearing from Pierre. He wrote again in the most pressing terms, and sent the letter by a courier who was to wait for the answer. This letter was never received by Lafayette. At midnight, Gaston's sufferings returned with renewed violence, and for the first time Dr. C was uneasy. A fatal termination seemed inevitable. Gaston's pain left him in a measure, but he was growing weaker every moment. His mind wandered, and his feet were as cold as ice. On the 14th day of his illness, after lying in a stupor for several hours, he revived sufficiently to ask for a priest, saying that he would follow the example of his ancestors, and die like a Christian. The priest left him after half an hour's interview, and all the workmen were summoned to receive the farewell greeting of their master. Gaston spoke a few kind words to them all, saying that he had provided for them in his will. After they had gone, he made Louis promise to carry on the ironworks, embraced him for the last time, and sank back on his pillow in a dying state. As the bell tolled for noon he quietly breathed his last, murmuring, softly, "In 3 years, Valentine, wait for me." Now Louis was in reality Marquis of Clermont, and besides he was a millionaire. 2 weeks later, having made arrangements with the engineer in charge of the ironworks to attend to everything during his absence, he took his seat in the train for Paris. He had sent the following significant telegram to Raoul the night previous: "I will see you tomorrow." Chapter 19. Faithful to the program laid down by his accomplice, while Louis watched at Toloron, Raoul remained in Paris with the purpose of recovering the confidence and affection of Fourville, and of lulling any suspicions which might arise in her breast. The task was difficult, but not impossible. Fourville had been distressed by Raoul's wild extravagance, but had never ceased to love him. Whatever faults he had committed, whatever future follies he might indulge in, he would always remain her best-loved child, her firstborn, the living image of her noble, handsome Gaston, the lover of her youth. She adored her 2 sons, Lucien and Abel, but she could not overcome an indulgent weakness for the unfortunate child, torn from her arms the day of his birth, abandoned to the mercies of hired strangers, and for 20 years deprived of home influences and a mother's love. She blamed herself for Raoul's misconduct, and accepted the responsibility of his sins, saying to herself, "It is my fault. But for me, he would not have been exposed to the temptations of the world." Knowing these to be her sentiments, Raoul did not hesitate to take advantage of them. Never were more irresistible fascinations employed for the accomplishment of a wicked object. Beneath an air of innocent frankness, this precocious scoundrel concealed wonderful astuteness and penetration. He could at will adorn himself with the confiding artlessness of youth, so that angels might have yielded to the soft look of his large dark eyes. There were few women living who could have resisted the thrilling tones of his sympathetic voice. During the month of Louis's absence, Fourville was in a state of comparative happiness. Never had this mother and wife, this pure, innocent woman, in spite of her first and only fault, enjoyed such tranquility. She felt as one under the influence of enchantment, while reveling in the sunshine of filial love, which almost bore the character of a lover's passion. For Raoul's devotion was ardent and constant, his manner so tender and winning, that anyone would have taken him for Forval's suitor, as she was still at her country seat, and M. Forval went into the city every morning at 9 o'clock, and did not return till 6. She had the whole of her time to devote to Raoul. When she had spent the morning with him at his house in Vézinet, she would often bring him home to dine and spend the evening with her. All his past faults were forgiven, or rather the whole blame of them was laid upon Claimeron, for, now that he was absent, had not Raoul once more become her noble, generous, affectionate son, the pride and consolation of her life? Raoul enjoyed the life he was leading, and took such an interest in the part that he was playing, that his acting was perfect. He possessed the faculty which makes cheats successful, faith in his own impostures. Sometimes he would stop to think whether he was telling the truth, or acting a shameful comedy. His success was wonderful. Even Madeleine, the prudent, distrustful Madeleine, without being able to shake off her prejudice against the young adventurer, confessed that perhaps she had been influenced by appearances, and had judged unjustly. Raoul not only never asked for money, but even refused it when offered, saying that, now that his uncle was away, his expenses were but trifling. Affairs were in this happy state when Louis arrived from Oloron. Although now immensely rich, he resolved to make no change in his style of living, but returned to his apartments at the Hôtel du Louvre. His only outlay was the purchase of a handsome carriage, and this was driven by Manuel, who consented to enter his service, although Gaston had left him a handsome little fortune, more than sufficient to support him comfortably. Louis's dream, the height of his ambition, was to be ranked among the great manufacturers of France. He was prouder of being called iron founder than of his marquisate. During his adventurous life, he had met with so many titled gamblers and cutthroats, that he no longer believed in the prestige of nobility. It was impossible to distinguish the counterfeit from the genuine. He thought what was so easily imitated was not worth the having. Dearly bought experience had taught him that our unromantic century attaches no value to armorial bearings, unless their possessor is rich enough to display them upon a splendid coach. One can be a marquis without a marquisate, but it is impossible to be a forge master without owning iron works. Louis now thirsted for the homage of the world. All the badly digested humiliations of the past weighed upon him. He had suffered so much contempt and scorn from his fellow men, that he burned to avenge himself. After a disgraceful youth, he longed to live a respected and honored old age. His past career disturbed him little. He was sufficiently acquainted with the world to know that the noise of his coach wheels would silence the jeers of those who knew his former life. These thoughts fermented in Louis's brain as he journeyed from Pau to Paris. He troubled his mind not in the least about Raoul, determined to use him as a tool so long as he needed his services, and then pay him a large sum if he would go back to England. All these plans and thoughts were afterward found noted down in the diary which he had in his pocket at the time of the journey. The first interview between the accomplices took place at the Hôtel du Louvre. Raoul, having a practical turn of mind, said he thought that they both ought to be contented with the result already obtained, and that it would be folly to try and grasp anything more. What more do we want? He asked his uncle. We now possess over $1,000,000, let us divide it and keep quiet. We had better be satisfied with our good luck, and not tempt Providence. But this moderation did not suit Louis. I am rich, he replied, but I desire more than wealth. I am determined to marry Madeleine. I swear she shall be my wife. In the first place, I madly love her, and then, as the nephew of the most eminent banker in Paris, I at once gain high position and public consideration. I tell you, uncle, your courtship will involve you in great risks. I don't care if it does. I choose to run them. My intention is to share my fortune with you, but I will not do so till the day after my wedding. Madeleine's fortune will then be yours. Raoul was silent. Claimeron held the money, and was therefore master of the situation. You don't seem to anticipate any difficulty in carrying out your wishes, he said discontentedly. How are you to account for your suddenly acquired fortune? M. Forval knows that a Claimeron lived at Oloron, and had money in his bank. You tell him that you never heard of this person bearing your name, and then, at the end of the month, you come and say that you have inherited his fortune. People don't inherit fortunes from perfect strangers, so you had better trump up some relationship. You are an innocent youth, nephew, your ingenuousness is amusing, Explain yourself. Certainly. The banker, his wife, and Madeline must be informed that the Claimeron of Oleron was a natural son of my father, consequently my brother, born at Hamburg, and recognized during the emigration. Of course, he wished to leave his fortune to his own family. This is the story which you must tell Forval tomorrow. That is a bold step to take. How so? Inquiries might be made. Who would make them? The banker would not trouble himself to do so. What difference is it to him whether I had a brother or not? My title as heir is legally authenticated, and all he has to do is to pay the money he holds. And there his business ends. I'm not afraid of his giving trouble. Do you think that Forval and her niece will ask any questions? Why should they? They have no grounds for suspicion. Besides, they cannot take a step without compromising themselves. If they knew all our secrets I would not have the least fear of their making revelations. They have sense enough to know that they had best keep quiet. Not finding any other objections to make, Raoul said. Very well, then, I obey you, but I am not to call upon Forval for any more money, am I? And why not, pray? Because, my uncle, you're rich now. Suppose I am rich, replied Louis, triumphantly. What is that to you? Have we not quarreled about the means of making this money? And did you not heap abuse upon me until I consider myself justified in refusing you any assistance whatever? However, I will overlook the past. And, when I explain my present plan, you will feel ashamed of your former doubts and suspicion. You will say with me, success is certain. Louis de Claimeron's scheme was very simple, and therefore unfortunately presented the strongest chances of success. We will go back and look at our balance sheet. As heretofore, my brilliant nephew, you seem to have misunderstood my management of this affair. I will now explain it to you. I am listening. In the first place, I presented myself to Forval, and said not, your money or your life, but your money or your reputation. It was a rude blow to strike, but effective. As I expected, she was frightened, and regarded me with the greatest aversion. Aversion is a mild term, uncle, I know that. Then I brought you upon the scene, and, without flattering you in the least, I must say that your opening act was a perfect success. I was concealed behind the curtain, and saw your first interview. It was sublime. She saw you, and loved you. You spoke a few words and won her heart. And but for you, let me finish. This was the first act of our comedy. Let us pass to the second. Your extravagant follies, your grandfather would have said, your dissoluteness soon changed our respective situations. Forval, without ceasing to worship you, you resemble Gaston so closely, was uneasy about you. She was so frightened that she was forced to come to me for assistance. Poor woman. I acted my part very well, as you must confess. I was grave, cold, indignant, and represented the distressed uncle to perfection. I spoke of the old probity of the Claimerons, and bemoaned that the family honor should be dragged in the dust by a degenerate descendant. For a short time I triumphed at your expense. Forval forgot her former prejudice against me, and soon showed that she esteemed and liked me. That must have been a long time ago. Louis paid no attention to this ironical interruption. Now we come to the third scene, he went on to say, the time when Forval, having Madeline for an adviser, judged us at our true value. Oh, you need not flatter yourself that she did not fear and despise us both. If she did not hate you, Raoul, it was because a mother's heart always forgives a sinful child. A mother can despise and worship her son at the same time. She has proved it to me in so many touching ways, that yes, even I, hardened as I am, was moved, and felt remorse. Parbleu. I have felt some pangs myself. Where did I leave off? Oh, yes. Forval was frightened, and Madeline, bent on sacrificing herself, had discarded Prosper, and consented to marry me, when the existence of Gaston was suddenly revealed. And what has happened since? You have succeeded in convincing Forval that you are pure, and that I am blacker than hell. She is blinded by your noble qualities, and she and Madeline regard me as your evil genius, whose pernicious influence led you astray. You are right, my venerated uncle, that is precisely the position you occupy. Very good. Now we come to the fifth act, and our comedy needs entire change of scenery. We must veer around, change our tactics. You think it difficult, I suppose? Nothing easier. Listen attentively, for the future depends upon your skillfulness. Raoul leaned back in his chair, with folded arms, as if prepared for anything, and said, I am ready. The first thing for you to do, said Louis, is to go to Forville tomorrow, and tell her the story about my natural brother. She will not believe you, but that makes no difference. The important thing is, for you to appear convinced of the truth of what you tell her. Consider me convinced. 5 days hence, I will call on M. Forville, and confirm the notification sent him by my notary at Oloron, that the money deposited in the bank now belongs to me. I will repeat, for his benefit, the story of the natural brother, and ask him to keep the money until I call for it, as I have no occasion for it at present. You, who are so distrustful, my good nephew, may regard this deposit as a guarantee of my sincerity. We will talk of that another time. Go on, then I will go to Forville, and say, being very poor, my dear madam, necessity compelled me to claim your assistance in the support of my brother's son, who is also yours. This youth is worthless and extravagant, thanks, my good uncle. He has poisoned your life when he should have added to your happiness. He is a constant anxiety and sorrow to your maternal heart. I have come to offer my regrets for your past trouble, and to assure you that you will have no annoyance in the future. I am now rich, and henceforth take the whole responsibility of Raoul upon myself. I will provide handsomely for him. Is that what you call a scheme? Parbleu, you will soon see whether it is. After listening to this speech, Forville will feel inclined to throw herself in my arms, by way of expressing her gratitude and joy. She will refrain, however, on account of her niece. She will ask me to relinquish my claim on Madeleine's hand, now that I am rich. I will roundly tell her, no. I will make this an opportunity for an edifying display of magnanimity and disinterestedness. I will say, Madame, you have accused me of cupidity. I am now able to prove your injustice. I have been infatuated, as every man must be, by the beauty, grace, and intelligence of Madeleine, and I love her. If she were penniless, my devotion would only be the more ardent. She has been promised to me, and I must insist upon this one article of our agreement. This must be the price of my silence. And, to prove that I am not influenced by her fortune, I give you my sacred promise, that, the day after the wedding, I will send Raoul a stock receipt of 25,000 livres per annum. Louis expressed himself with such convincing candor, that Raoul, an artist in knavery, was charmed and astonished. Beautifully done, he cried, clapping his hands with glee. That last sentence will create a chasm between Forville and her niece. The promise of a fortune for me will certainly bring my mother over to our side. I hope so, said Louis with pretended modesty. And I have strong reasons for hoping so, as I shall be able to furnish the good lady with excellent arguments for excusing herself in her own eyes. You know, when someone proposes some little, what shall we call it, transaction to an honest person, it must be accompanied by justifications sufficient to quiet all qualms of conscience. I shall prove to Forville and her niece that Prosper has shamefully deceived them. I shall prove to them that he is cramped by debts, dissipated, and a reckless gambler, openly associating with a woman of no character, and very pretty. Besides, by Jove, you must not neglect to expatiate upon the beauty and fascinations of the adorable gypsy. That will be your strongest point. Don't be alarmed, I shall be more eloquent than a popular divine. Then I will explain to Forville that if she really loves her niece, she will persuade her to marry, not an insignificant cashier, but a man of position, a great manufacturer, a marquis, and, more than this, one rich enough to establish you in the world. Raoul was dazzled by this brilliant prospect. If you don't decide her, you will make her waver, he said. Oh, I don't expect a sudden change. I only intend planting the germ in her mind. Thanks to you, it will develop, flourish, and bear fruit. Thanks to me, allow me to finish. After making my speeches I shall disappear from the scene, and your role will commence. Of course your mother will repeat the conversation to you, and then we can judge of the effect produced. But remember, you must scorn to receive any assistance from me. You must swear that you will brave all privation, want, famine even, rather than accept assent from a base man whom you hate and despise, a man who but you know exactly what you are to say. I can rely upon you for good acting. No one can surpass me when I am interested in my part. In pathetic roles I am always a success, when I have had time to prepare myself. I know you are. But this disinterestedness need not prevent you from resuming your dissipations. You must gamble, bet, and lose more money than you ever did before. You must increase your demands, and say that you must have money at all costs. You need not account to me for any money you can extort from her. All you get is your own to spend as you please. You don't say so. If you mean that, you will hurry up matters, I'll be bound. I can promise you, no time shall be wasted. Now listen to what you are to do, Raoul. Before the end of 3 months, you must have exhausted the resources of these 2 women. You must force from them every franc they can raise, so that they will be wholly unable to procure money to supply your increasing demands. In 3 months I must find them penniless, absolutely ruined, without even a jewel left. Raoul was startled at the passionate, vindictive tone of Louis's voice as he uttered these last words. You must hate these women, if you are so determined to make them miserable, he said. I hate them? Cried Louis. Can't you see that I madly love Madeleine, love her as only a man of my age can love? Is not her image ever in my mind? Does not the very mention of her name fire my heart, and make me tremble like a schoolboy? Your great devotion does not prevent you planning the destruction of her present happiness. Necessity compels me to do so. Nothing but the most cruel deceptions and the bitterest suffering would ever induce her to become my wife, to take me as the lesser of 2 evils. The day on which you have led Fourville and her niece to the extreme edge of the precipice, pointed out its dark depths, and convinced them that they are irretrievably lost, I shall appear, and rescue them. I will play my part with such grandeur, such lofty magnanimity, that Madeleine will be touched, will forget her past enmity, and regard me with favorable eyes. When she finds that it is her sweet self, and not her money, that I want, she will soften, and in time yield to my entreaties. No true woman can be indifferent to a grand passion. I don't pretend to say that she will love me at first, but, if she will only consent to be mine, I ask for nothing more. Time will do much, even for a poor devil like myself. Raoul was shocked at this cold-blooded perversity of his uncle, but Clameron showed his immense superiority in wickedness, and the apprentice admired the master. You would certainly succeed, uncle, he said, were it not for the cashier. Between you and Madeleine, Prosper will always stand, if not in person, certainly in memory. Louis smiled scornfully, and, throwing away his cigar, which had died out, said, I don't mind Prosper, or attach any more importance to him than to that cigar, but she loves him. So much the worse for him. 6 months hence, she will despise him. He is already morally ruined, and at the proper time I will make an end of him socially. Do you know whither the road of dissipation leads, my good nephew? Prosper supports Gypsy, who is extravagant. He gambles, keeps fast horses, and gives suppers. Now, you gamble yourself, and know how much money can be squandered in one night. The losses of baccarat must be paid within 24 hours. He has lost heavily, must pay, and has charge of a money safe. Raoul protested against this insinuation. It is useless to tell me that he is honest, that nothing would induce him to touch money that does not belong to him. I know better. Parbleu. I was honest myself until I learned to gamble. Any man with a grain of sense would have married Madeleine long ago, and sent us flying bag and baggage. You say she loves him. No one but a coward would be defrauded of the woman he loved and who loved him. Ah, if I had once felt Madeleine's hand tremble in mine, if her rosy lips had once pressed a kiss upon my brow, the whole world could not take her from me. Woe to him who dared stand in my path. As it is, Prosper annoys me, and I intend to suppress him. With your aid I will so cover him with disgrace and infamy, that Madeleine will drive every thought of him from her mind, and her love will turn to hate. Louis's tone of rage and vengeance startled Raoul, and made him regard the affair in a worse light than ever. You have given me a shameful, dastardly role to play, he said after a long pause. My honorable nephew has scruples, I suppose, said Clameron sneeringly. Not exactly scruples, yet I confess that you want to retreat? Rather too late to sing that tune, my friend. You wish to enjoy every luxury, have your pockets filled with gold, cut a fine figure in high society, and remain virtuous. Are you fool enough to suppose a poor man can be honest? 'Tis a luxury pertaining to the wealthy. Did you ever see people such as we draw money from the pure fount of virtue? We must fish in muddy waters, and then wash ourselves clean, and enjoy the result of our labor. I have never been rich enough to be honest, said Raoul humbly, but I must say it goes hard with me to torture two defenseless, frightened women, and ruin the character of a poor devil who regards me as his best friend. It is a low business. This resistance exasperated Louis to the last degree. You are the most absurd, ridiculous fool I ever met, he cried. An opportunity occurs for us to make an immense fortune. All we have to do is to stretch out our hands and take it, when you must needs prove refractory, like a whimpering baby. Nobody but an ass would refuse to drink when he is thirsty, because he sees a little mud at the bottom of the bucket. I suppose you prefer theft on a small scale, stealing by driblets. And where will your system lead you? To the poorhouse or the police station? You prefer living from hand to mouth, supported by Forval, having small sums doled out to you to pay your little gambling debts. I am neither ambitious nor cruel, and suppose Forval dies tomorrow, what will become of you? Will you go cringing up to the widower, and implore him to continue your allowance? Enough said, cried Raoul, angrily interrupting his uncle. I never had any idea of retreating. I made these objections to show you what infamous work you expect of me, and at the same time prove to you that without my assistance you can do nothing. I never pretended to the contrary. Then, my noble uncle, we might as well settle what my share is to be. Oh, it is not worthwhile for you to indulge in idle protestations. What will you give me in case of success? And what if we fail? I told you before. I will give you 25,000 livres a year, and all you can secure between now and my wedding day. This arrangement suits me very well, but where are your securities? This question was discussed a long time before it was satisfactorily settled by the accomplices, who had every reason to distrust each other. What are you afraid of? Asked Clameron. Everything, replied Raoul. Where am I to obtain justice, if you deceive me? From this pretty little poniard? No, thank you. I would be made to pay as dear for your hide, as for that of an honest man. Finally, after long debate and much recrimination, the matter was arranged, and they shook hands before separating. Alas! Forval and her niece soon felt the evil effects of the understanding between the villains. Everything happened as Louis had arranged. Once more, when Forval had begun to breathe freely, and to hope that her troubles were over, Raoul's conduct suddenly changed. He became more extravagant and dissipated than ever. Formerly, Forval would have said, I wonder what he does with all the money I give him? Now she saw where it went. Raoul was reckless in his wickedness. He was intimate with actresses, openly lavishing money and jewelry upon them. He drove about with 4 horses, and bet heavily on every race. Never had he been so exacting and exorbitant in his demands for money. Forval had the greatest difficulty in supplying his wants. He no longer made excuses and apologies for spending so much. Instead of coaxingly entreating, he demanded money as a right, threatening to betray Forval to her husband if she refused him. At this rate, all the possessions of Forval and Madeleine soon disappeared. In 1 month, all their money had been squandered. Then they were compelled to resort to the most shameful expedients in the household expenses. They economized in every possible way, making purchases on credit, and making tradesmen wait. Then they changed figures in the bills, and even invented accounts of things never bought. These imaginary costly whims increased so rapidly, that Forval one day said, as he signed a large check, upon my word, ladies, you will buy out all the stores, if you keep on this way. But nothing pleases me better than to see you gratify every wish, poor women. For months they had bought nothing, but had lived upon the remains of their former splendor, having all their old dresses made over, to keep up appearances in society. More clear-sighted than her aunt, Madeleine saw plainly that the day would soon come when everything would have to be explained. although she knew that the sacrifices of the present would avail nothing in the future, that all this money was being thrown away without securing her aunt's peace of mind, yet she was silent. A high-minded delicacy made her conceal her apprehensions beneath an assumed calmness. The fact of her sacrificing herself made her refrain from muttering anything like a complaint or censure. She seemed to forget herself entirely in her efforts to comfort her aunt. As soon as Raoul sees we have nothing more to give, she would say, he will come to his senses, and stop all this extravagance. The day came when Fourville and Madeleine found it impossible to give another franc. The evening previous, Fourville had a dinner party, and with difficulty scraped together enough money to defray the expenses. Raoul appeared, and said that he was in the greatest need of money, being forced to pay a debt of 2,000 francs at once. In vain they implored him to wait a few days, until they could with propriety ask Fourville for money. He declared that he must have it now, and that he would not leave the house without it. "But I have no way of getting it for you," said Fourville desperately. "You have taken everything from me. I have nothing left but my diamonds. Do you want them? If they can be of use, take them." Hardened as the young villain was, he blushed at these words. He felt pity for this unfortunate woman, who had always been so kind and indulgent to him, who had so often lavished upon him her maternal caresses. He felt for the noble girl who was the innocent victim of a vile plot, but he was bound by an oath. He knew that a powerful hand would save these women at the brink of the precipice. More than this, he saw an immense fortune at the end of his road of crime, and quieted his conscience by saying that he would redeem his present cruelty by honest kindness in the future. Once out of the clutches of Claimeron, he would be a better man, and try to return some of the kind affection shown him by these poor women. Stifling his better impulses, he said harshly, "Damn, Fourville, give me the jewels, I will take them to the pawnbrokers." Fourville handed him a box containing a set of diamonds. It was a present from her husband the day he became worth $1 million, and so pressing was the want of these women who were surrounded by princely luxury, with their 10 servants, beautiful blooded horses, and jewels which were the admiration of Paris, that they implored him to bring them some of the money which he would procure on the diamonds, to meet their daily wants. He promised, and kept his word, but they had revealed new source, a mine to be worked. He took advantage of it. One by one, all Fourville's jewels followed the way of the diamonds, and, when hers were all gone, those of Madeleine were given up. A recent lawsuit, which showed how a young and beautiful woman had been kept in a state of terror and almost poverty, by a rascal who had possession of her letters, a sad case which no honest man could read without blushing for his sex, has revealed to what depths human infamy can descend. And such abominable crimes are not so rare as people suppose. How many men are supported entirely by stolen secrets, from the coachman who claims 10 louis every month of the foolish girl whom he drove to a rendezvous, to the elegant dandy in light kids, who discovered a financial swindle, and makes the parties interested by his silence, cannot be known. This is called the extortion of hush money, the most cowardly and infamous of crimes, which the law, unfortunately, can rarely overtake and punish. Extortion of hush money, said an old prefect of police, is a trade which supports at least 1,000 scamps in Paris alone. Sometimes we know the blackmailer and his victim, and yet we can do nothing. Moreover, if we were to catch the villain in the very act, and hand him over to justice, the victim, in her fright at the chance of her secret being discovered, would turn against us. It is true, extortion has become a business. Very often it is the business of loafers, who spend plenty of money, when everyone knows they have no visible means of support, and of whom people ask, what do they live upon? The poor victims do not know how easy it would be to rid themselves of their tyrants. The police are fully capable of faithfully keeping secrets confided to them. A visit to the Rue de Jerusalem, a confidential communication with the head of the bureau, who is as silent as a father confessor, and the affair is arranged, without noise, without publicity, without anyone ever being the wiser. There are traps for master extortioners, which work well in the hands of the police. Fourville had no defense against the scoundrels who were torturing her, save prayers and tears. These availed her little. Sometimes Fourville betrayed such heartbroken suffering when Raoul begged her for money which she had no means of obtaining, that he would hurry away disgusted at his own brutal conduct, and say to Clameron, "You must end this dirty business, I cannot stand it any longer. I will blow any man's brains out, or fight a crowd of cutthroats, if you choose, but as to killing by agony and fright these two poor miserable women, whom I am really fond of, I am not going to do it. You ask for more than I can do. I am not quite the cowardly hound you take me for." Clameron paid no attention to these remonstrances. Indeed, he was prepared for them. "It is not pleasant, I know," he replied, "but necessity knows no law. Have a little more perseverance and patience, we have almost got to the end." The end was nearer than Clameron supposed. Toward the latter part of November, Forval saw that it was impossible to postpone the catastrophe any longer, and as a last effort determined to apply to the Marquis for assistance. She had not seen him since his return from Oleron, except once, when he came to announce his accession to wealth. At that time, persuaded that he was the evil genius of Raoul, she had received him very coldly, and did not invite him to repeat his visit. She hesitated about speaking to her niece of the step she intended taking, because she feared violent opposition. To her great surprise, Madeleine warmly approved of it. Trouble had made her keen-sighted and suspicious. Reflecting on past events, comparing and weighing every act and speech of Raoul, she was now convinced that he was Clameron's tool. She thought that Raoul was too shrewd to be acting in this shameful way, ruinously to his own interests, if there were not some secret motive at the bottom of it all. She saw that this persecution was more feigned than real, so thoroughly was she convinced of this, that, had it only concerned herself alone, she would have firmly resisted the oppression, certain that the threatened exposure would never take place. Recalling, with a shudder, certain looks of Clameron, she guessed the truth, that the object of all this underhand work was to force her to become his wife. Determined on making the sacrifice, in spite of her repugnance toward the man, she wished to have the deed done at once. Anything was preferable to this terrible anxiety, to the life of torture which Raoul made her lead. She felt that her courage might fail if she waited and suffered much longer. "The sooner you see to Clameron the better for us, aunt," she said, after talking the project over. The next day, Forval called on the Marquis at the Hotel du Louvre. Having sent him a note announcing her intended visit, he received her with cold, studied politeness, like a man who had been misunderstood and had been unjustly wounded. After listening to her report of Raoul's scandalous behavior, he became very indignant, and swore that he would soon make him repent of his heartlessness. But when Forval told of the immense sums of money forced from her, Clameron seemed confounded, as if he could not believe it. "The worthless rascal!" he exclaimed. "The idea of his audacity! Why, during the last 4 months, I have given him more than 20,000 francs, which I would not have done except to prevent him from applying to you, as he constantly threatened to do." Seeing an expression of doubtful surprise upon Forval's face, Louis arose, and took from his desk some receipts signed by Raoul. The total amount was 23,500 francs. Forval was shocked and amazed. "He has obtained 40,000 francs from me," she faintly said, "so that altogether he has spent 60,000 francs in 4 months. "I can't imagine what he does with it," said Clameron, "unless he spends it on actresses. Good heavens! What can these creatures do with all the money lavished on them? That is a question I cannot answer." "Madame," he appeared to pity Forval sincerely. He promised that he would at once see Raoul, and reason with him about the shameful life he was leading. Perhaps he could be persuaded to reform. Finally, after many protestations of friendship, he wound up by placing his fortune at her disposal. Although Forval refused his offer, she appreciated the kindness of it, and on returning home said to Madeleine, "Perhaps we have mistaken his character. He may be a good man after all." Madeleine sadly shook her head. She had anticipated just what happened. Clameron's magnanimity and generosity confirmed her presentiments. Raoul came to see his uncle, and found him radiant. "Everything is going on swimmingly, my smart nephew," said Clameron. "Your receipts acted like a charm. Ah, you are a partner worth having. I congratulate you upon your success. 40,000 francs in 4 months." "Yes," said Raoul carelessly. "I got about that much from pawnbrokers, bests." "Then you must have a nice little sum laid by." "That is my business, uncle, and not yours. Remember our agreement. I will tell you this much. Forval and the Magdalene have turned everything they could into money. They have nothing left, and I have had enough of my role. Your role is ended. I forbid you to hereafter ask for a single centime. What are you about to do? What has happened? The mine is loaded, nephew, and I am awaiting an opportunity to set fire to it. Louis de Clermont relied upon making his rival, Prosper Berthelmy, furnish him this ardently desired opportunity. He loved Madeleine too passionately to feel aught save the bitterest hate toward the man whom she had freely chosen, and who still possessed her heart. Clermont knew that he could marry her at once if he chose, but in what way? By holding a sword of terror over her head, and forcing her to be his. He became frenzied at the idea of possessing her person, while her heart and soul would always be with Prosper. Thus he swore that, before marrying, he would so cover Prosper with shame and ignominy that no honest person would speak to him. He had first thought of killing him, but, fearing that Madeleine would enshrine and worship his memory, he determined to disgrace him. He imagined that there would be no difficulty in ruining the unfortunate young man. He soon found himself mistaken. Though Prosper led a life of reckless dissipation, he preserved order in his disorder. If in a state of miserable entanglement, and obliged to resort to all sorts of makeshifts to escape his creditors, his caution prevented the world from knowing it. Vainly did Raoul, with his pockets full of gold, try to tempt him to play high. Every effort to hasten his ruin failed. When he played he did not seem to care whether he lost or won. Nothing aroused him from his cold indifference. His friend Nina Gypsy was extravagant, but her devotion to Prosper restrained her from going beyond certain limits. Raoul's great intimacy with Prosper enabled him to fully understand the state of his mind, that he was trying to drown his disappointment in excitement, but had not given up all hope. You need not hope to beguile Prosper into committing any piece of folly, said Raoul to his uncle. His head is as cool as a usurer's. He never goes beyond a certain degree of dissipation. What object he has in view I know not. Perhaps, when he has spent his last Napoleon, he will blow his brains out. He certainly never will descend to any dishonorable act. As to tampering with the money safe entrusted to his keeping, we must force him on, replied Clermont, lead him into extravagances, make Gypsy call on him for costly finery, lend him plenty of money. Raoul shook his head, as if convinced that his efforts would be vain. You don't know Prosper, uncle, we can't galvanize a dead man. Madeleine killed him the day she discarded him. He takes no interest in anything on the face of the earth. We can wait and see. They did wait, and, to the great surprise of Forval, Raoul once more became an affectionate and dutiful son, as he had been during Clermont's absence. From reckless extravagance he changed to great economy. Under pretext of saving money, he remained at Vézinette, although it was very uncomfortable and disagreeable there in the winter. He said he wished to expiate his sins in solitude. The truth was, that, by remaining in the country, he ensured his liberty, and escaped his mother's visits. It was about this time that Forval, charmed with the improvement in Raoul, asked her husband to give him some employment. Forval was delighted to please his wife, and at once offered Raoul the place of corresponding clerk with a salary of 500 francs a month. The appointment pleased Raoul, but, in obedience to Clermont's command, he refused it, saying his vocation was not banking. This refusal so provoked the banker, that he told Raoul, if he was so idle and lazy, not to call on him for money again, or expect him to do anything to assist him. Raoul seized this pretext for ostensibly ceasing his visits. When he wanted to see his mother, he would come in the afternoon, when he knew that Forval would be from home, and he only came often enough to keep informed of what was going on in the household. This sudden lull after so many storms appeared ominous to Madeleine. She was more certain than ever that the plot was now ripe, and would suddenly burst upon them, without warning. She did not impart her presentiment to her aunt, but prepared herself for the worst. What can they be doing? Forval would say, can they have ceased to persecute us? Yes, what can they be doing? Madeleine would murmur. Louis and Raoul gave no signs of life, because, like expert hunters, they were silently hiding, and watching for a favorable opportunity of pouncing upon their victims, never losing sight of Prosper for a day. Raoul had exhausted every effort of his fertile mind to compromise his honor, to ensnare him into some inextricable entanglement. But, as he had foreseen, the cashier's indifference offered little hope of success. Clameron began to grow impatient at this delay, and had fully determined to bring matters to a crisis himself, when one morning, about 3 o'clock, he was aroused by Raoul. He knew that some event of great importance must have happened, to make his nephew come to his house at this hour of the morning. "What is the matter?" he anxiously inquired. "Perhaps nothing, perhaps everything. I have just left Prosper. Well, I had him, Gypsy, and 3 other friends to dine with me. After dinner, I made up a game of baccarat, but Prosper took no interest in it, although he was quite tipsy. You must be drunk yourself to come here waking me up in the middle of the night, to hear this idle gabble," said Louis angrily. "What the devil do you mean by it? Now, don't be in a hurry, wait until you hear the rest, Morbley." "Speak, then." "After the game was over, we went to supper. Prosper became intoxicated, and betrayed the secret name with which he closes the money safe." At these words Clameron uttered a cry of triumph. What was the word? The name of his friend, Gypsy. Yes, that would be 5 letters. Louis was so excited that he jumped out of bed, slipped on his dressing gown, and began to stride up and down the chamber. "Now we have got him," he said with vindictive satisfaction. "There's no chance of escape for him now. Ah, the virtuous cashier won't touch the money confided to him, so we must touch it for him. The disgrace will be just as great, no matter who opens the safe. We have the word. You know where the key is kept?" "Yes, when M. Forville goes out he always leaves the key in the drawer of his secretary, in his chamber." "Very good. Go and get this key from Forville. If she does not give it up willingly, use force, so that you get it, that is the point. Then open the safe, and take out every franc it contains. Ah, Master Bertamy, you shall pay dear for being loved by the woman whom I love." For 5 minutes Clameron indulged in such a tirade of abuse against Prosper, mingled with rhapsodies of love for Madeleine, that Raoul thought him almost out of his mind. Before crying victory, he said, "You had better consider the drawbacks and difficulties. Prosper might change the word tomorrow." "Yes, he might, but it is not probable he will. He will forget what he said while drunk. Besides, we can hasten matters. That is not all. M. Forville has given orders that no large sum shall be kept in the safe overnight. Before closing the bank everything is sent to the Bank of France. A large sum will be kept for the night I choose." "You think so?" "I think this. I have 100,000 crowns deposited with M. Forville, and if I desire the money to be paid over to me early some morning, directly the bank is opened, of course the money will be kept in the safe the previous night." "A splendid idea!" cried Raoul admiringly. It was a good idea, and the plotters spent several hours in studying its strong and weak points. Raoul feared that he would never be able to overcome Forville's resistance. And, even if she yielded the key, would she not go directly and confess everything to her husband? She was fond of Prosper, and would hesitate a long time before sacrificing him. But Louis felt no uneasiness on this score. "One sacrifice necessitates another," he said. "She has made too many to draw back at the last one. She sacrificed her adopted daughter, therefore she will sacrifice a young man, who is, after all, a comparative stranger to her. But Madame will never believe any harm of Prosper. She will always have faith in his honor. Therefore, you talk like an idiot, my verdant nephew." Before the conversation had ended, the plan seemed feasible. The scoundrels made all their arrangements, and fixed the day for committing the crime. They selected the evening of the 7th of February, because Raoul knew that M. Forville would be at a bank director's dinner, and Madeleine was invited to a party on that evening. Unless something unforeseen should occur, Raoul knew that he would find Forville alone at 8:30. "I will ask M. Forville this very day," said Clameron, "to have my money on hand for Tuesday." "That is a very short notice, uncle," objected Raoul. "You know there are certain forms to be gone through, and he can claim a longer time wherein to pay it over." "That is true, but our banker is proud of always being prepared to pay any amount of money, no matter how large, and if I say I am pressed, and would like to be accommodated on Tuesday, he will make a point of having it ready for me. Now, You must ask Prosper, as a personal favor to you, to have the money on hand at the opening of the bank." Raoul once more examined the situation, to discover if possible a grain of sand which might be converted into a mountain at the last moment. "Prosper and Gypsy are to be at Vezinet this evening," he said, "but I cannot ask them anything until I know the banker's answer. As soon as you arrange matters with him, send me word by Manuel." "I can't send Manuel, for an excellent reason. He has left me. But I can send another messenger." Louis spoke the truth. Manuel was gone. He had insisted on keeping Gaston's old servant in his service, because he thought it imprudent to leave him at Oloron, where his gossiping might cause trouble. He soon became annoyed by Manuel's loyalty, who had shared the perils and good fortunes of an excellent master for many years, and determined to rid himself of this last link which constantly reminded him of Gaston. The evening before, he had persuaded Manuel to return to Arenas-de-Mer, a little port of Catalonia, his native place, and Louis was looking for another servant. After breakfasting together, they separated. Clameron was so elated by the prospect of success, that he lost sight of the great crime intervening. Raoul was calm, but resolute. The shameful deed he was about to commit would give him riches, and release him from a hateful servitude. His one thought was liberty. As Louise was Madeleine, everything seemed to progress finely. The banker did not ask for the notice of time, but promised to pay the money at the specified hour. Prosper said he would have it ready early in the morning. The certainty of success made Louis almost wild with joy. He counted the hours, and the minutes, which passed but too slowly. "When this affair is ended," he said to Raoul, "I will reform and be a model of virtue. No one will dare hint that I have ever indulged in any sins, great or small." But Raoul became more and more sad as the time approached. Reflection gradually betrayed the blackness of the contemplated crime. Raoul was bold and determined in the pursuit of his own gratifications and wickedness. He could smile in the face of his best friend, while cheating him of his last Napoleon at cards, and he could sleep well after stabbing his enemy in the heart. But he was young. He was young in sin. Vice had not yet penetrated to his marrow bones, corruption had not yet crowded into his soul enough to uproot and destroy every generous sentiment. It had not been so very long since he had cherished a few holy beliefs. The good intentions of his boyhood were not quite obliterated from his sometimes reproachful memory. Possessing the daring courage natural to youth, he despised the cowardly part forced upon him. This dark plot, laid for the destruction of two helpless women, filled him with horror and disgust. His heart revolted at the idea of acting the part of Judas toward his mother to betray her between two kisses. Disgusted by the cool villainy of Louis, he longed for some unexpected danger to spring up, some great peril to be braved, so as to excuse himself in his own eyes, to give him the spirit to carry through the scheme, for he would like to reap the benefits without doing the revolting work. But no, he well knew that he ran no risk, not even that of being arrested and sent to the galleys. For he was certain that, if M. Forval discovered everything, he would do his best to hush it up, to conceal every fact connected with the disgraceful story which would implicate his wife. Although he was careful not to breathe it to Clameron, he felt a sincere affection for Forval, and was touched by the indulgent fondness which she so unchangingly lavished upon him. He had been happy at Vezinet, while his accomplice, or rather his master, was at Oloron. He would have been glad to lead an honest life, and could not see the sense of committing a crime when there was no necessity for it. He hated Clameron for not consenting to let the matter drop, now that he was rich enough to live in affluence the rest of his life, and who, for the sake of gratifying a selfish passion, was abusing his power, and endangering the safety and happiness of so many people. He longed for an opportunity of thwarting his plots, if it could be done without also ruining himself. His resolution, which had been so firm in the beginning, was growing weaker and weaker as the hours rolled on. As the crisis approached, his horror of the deed increased. Seeing this uncertain state of Raoul's mind, Louis never left him, but continued to paint for him a dazzling future, position, wealth, and freedom. Possessing a large fortune, he would be his own master, gratify his every wish, and make amends to his mother for his present undutiful conduct. He urged him to take pride in acting his part in this little comedy, which would soon be over without doing harm to anyone. He prepared, and forced his accomplice to rehearse the scene which was to be enacted at Fourville's, with as much coolness and precision as if it were to be performed at a public theatre. Louis said that no piece could be well acted unless the actor was interested and imbued with the spirit of his role. But the more urgently Louis pressed upon him the advantages to be derived from success, the oftener he sounded in his ears the magic words, 500,000 francs, the more loudly did Raoul's conscience cry out against the sinful deed. On Monday evening, about 6 o'clock, Raoul felt so depressed and miserable, that he had almost made up his mind to refuse to move another step, and to tell Louis that he must find another tool to carry out his abominable plot. "Are you afraid?" asked Clameron, who had anxiously watched these inward struggles. "Yes, I am afraid. I am not cursed with your ferocious nature and iron will. I am the most miserable dog living. Come, cheer up, my boy. You are not yourself today. Don't fail me at the last minute, when everything depends upon you. Just think that we have almost finished, one more stroke of our oars, and we are in port. You are only nervous. Come to dinner, and a bottle of Burgundy will soon set you right." They were walking along the boulevard. Clameron insisted upon their entering a restaurant, and having dinner in a private room. Vainly did he strive, however, to chase the gloom from Raoul's pale face. He sat listening, with a sullen frown, to his friend's jests about swallowing the bitter pill gracefully. Urged by Louis, he drank 2 bottles of wine, in hopes that intoxication would inspire him with courage to do the deed, which Clameron impressed upon his mind must and should be done before many more hours had passed over his head. But the drunkenness he sought came not. The wine proved false. At the bottom of the last bottle he found disgust and rage. The clock struck 8. "The time has come," said Louis firmly. Raoul turned livid, his teeth chattered, and his limbs trembled so that he was unable to stand on his feet. "Oh, I cannot do it!" he cried in an agony of terror and rage. Clameron's eyes flashed with angry excitement at the prospect of all his plans being ruined at the last moment. But he dared not give way to his anger, for fear of exasperating Raoul, whom he knew to be anxious for an excuse to quarrel, so he quietly pulled the bell rope. A boy appeared. "A bottle of port," he said, "and a bottle of rum." When the boy returned with the bottles, Louis filled a goblet with the 2 liquors mixed, and handed it to Raoul. "Drink this," he said in a tone of command. Raoul emptied the glass at one draught, and a faint color returned to his ashy cheeks. He arose, and snatching up his hat, cried fiercely, "Come along." But before he had walked half a square, the factitious energy inspired by drink deserted him. He clung to Clameron's arm, and was almost dragged along in the direction of the banker's house, trembling like a criminal on his way to the scaffold. "If I can once get him in the house," thought Louis, "and make him begin, the excitement of his mother's opposition will make him carry it through successfully. The cowardly baby. I would like to wring his neck." Although his breast was filled with these thoughts and fears, he was careful to conceal them from Raoul, and said soothingly, "Now, don't forget our arrangement, and be careful how you enter the house. Everything depends upon your being unconcerned and cool, to avoid arousing suspicion in the eyes of anyone you may meet. Have you a pistol in your pocket?" "Yes, yes." "Let me alone." It was well that Clameron had accompanied Raoul, for, when he got in sight of the door, his courage gave way, and he longed to retreat. "A poor, helpless woman," he groaned, "and an honest man who pressed my hand in friendship yesterday, to be cowardly ruined, betrayed by me. Ah, it is too base. I cannot." "Come, don't be a coward. I thought you had more nerve. Why, you might as well have remained virtuous and honest. You will never earn your salt in this sort of business." Raoul overcame his weakness, and, silencing the clamors of his conscience, rushed up the steps, and pulled the bell furiously. "Isn't Fourville at home?" he inquired of the servant who opened the door. "Madame is alone in the sitting-room adjoining her chamber," was the reply. Raoul went upstairs. Chapter 20. Clameron's last injunction to Raoul was, "Be very cautious when you enter the room. Your appearance must tell everything, so you can avoid preliminary explanations." The recommendation was useless. The instant that Raoul went into the little salon, the sight of his pale, haggard face and wild eyes caused Fourville to spring up with clasped hands, and cry out, "Raoul! What has happened? Speak, my son. The sound of her tender, affectionate voice acted like an electric shock upon the young bandit. He shook like a leaf. But at the same time his mind seemed to change. Louis was not mistaken in his estimate of his companion's character. Raoul was on the stage, his part was to be played. His assurance returned to him. His cheating, lying nature assumed the ascendant, and stifled any better feeling in his heart. This misfortune is the last I shall ever suffer, mother. Forval rushed toward him, and, seizing his hand, gazed searchingly into his eyes, as if to read his very soul. What is the matter? Raoul, my dear son, do tell me what troubles you. He gently pushed her from him. The matter is, my mother, he said in a voice of heartbroken despair, that I am an unworthy, degenerate son. Unworthy of you, unworthy of my noble father. She tried to comfort him by saying that his errors were all her fault, and that he was, in spite of all, the pride of her heart. Alas! He said, I know and judge myself. No one can reproach me for my infamous conduct more bitterly than does my own conscience. I am not naturally wicked, but only a miserable fool. At times I am like an insane man, and am not responsible for my actions. Ah, my dear mother, I would not be what I am, if you had watched over my childhood. But brought up among strangers, with no guide but my own evil passions, nothing to restrain me, no one to advise me, no one to love me, owning nothing, not even my stolen name, I am cursed with vanity and unbounded ambition. Poor, with no one to assist me but you, I have the tastes and vices of a millionaire's son. Alas for me! When I found you, the evil was done. Your affection, your maternal love, the only true happiness of my life, could not save me. I, who had suffered so much, endured so many privations, even the pangs of hunger, became spoiled by this new life of luxury and pleasure which you opened before me. I rushed headlong into extravagance, as a drunkard long deprived of liquor seizes and drains to the dregs the first bottle in his reach. Forval listened, silent and terrified, to these words of despair and remorse, which Raoul uttered with vehemence. She dared not interrupt him, but felt certain some dreadful piece of news was coming. Raoul continued in a sad, hopeless tone. Yes, I have been a weak fool. Happiness was within my reach, and I had not the sense to stretch forth my hand and grab it. I rejected a heavenly reality to eagerly pursue a vain phantom. I, who ought to have spent my life at your feet, and daily striven to express my gratitude for your lavish kindness, have made you unhappy, destroyed your peace of mind, and, instead of being a blessing, I have been a curse ever since the first fatal day you welcomed me to your kind heart. Ah, unfeeling brute that I was, to squander upon creatures whom I despised, a fortune, of which each gold piece must have cost you a tear. Too late, too late. With you I might have been a good and happy man. He stopped, as if overcome by the conviction of his evil deeds, and seemed about to burst into tears. It is never too late to repent, my son, murmured Forval in comforting tones. Ah, if I only could! Cried Raoul, but no, it is too late. Besides, can I tell how long my good resolutions will last? This is not the first time that I have condemned myself pitilessly. Stinging remorse for each new fault made me swear to lead a better life, to sin no more. What was the result of these periodical repentances? At the first temptation I forgot my remorse and good resolutions. I am weak and mean-spirited, and you are not firm enough to govern my vacillating nature. While my intentions are good, my actions are villainous. The disproportion between my extravagant desires, and the means of gratifying them, is too great for me to endure any longer. Who knows to what fearful lengths my unfortunate disposition may lead me? However, I will take my fate in my own hands. He finally said with a reckless laugh. Oh, Raoul, my dear son, cried Forval in an agony of terror, explain these dreadful words. Am I not your mother? Tell me what distresses you, I am ready to hear the worst. He appeared to hesitate, as if afraid to crush his mother's heart by the terrible blow he was about to inflict. Then in a voice of gloomy despair he replied, I am ruined. Ruined? Yes, ruined, and I have nothing more to expect or hope for. I am dishonored, and all through my own fault. No one is to be blamed but myself. Raoul, It is the sad truth, my poor mother, but fear nothing, I shall not trail in the dust the name which you bestowed upon me. I will at least have the courage not to survive my dishonor. Come, mother, don't pity me, or distress yourself. I'm one of those miserable beings fated to find no peace save in the arms of death. I came into the world with misfortune stamped upon my brow. Was not my birth a shame and disgrace to you? Did not the memory of my existence haunt you day and night, filling your soul with remorse? And now, when I am restored to you after many years' separation, do I not prove to be a bitter curse instead of a blessing? Ungrateful boy! Have I ever reproached you? Never. Your poor Raoul will die with your beloved name on his lips. His last words a prayer to heaven to heap blessings upon your head, and reward your long-suffering devotion. Die? You die, my son, it must be, my dear mother, honor compels it. I am condemned by judges from whose decision no appeal can be taken. My conscience and my will. An hour ago, Forville would have sworn that Raoul had made her suffer all the torments that a woman could endure, but now she felt that all her former troubles were nothing compared with her present agony. My God! Raoul, what have you been doing? Money was entrusted to me, I gambled and lost it. Was it a large sum? No, but more than I can replace. My poor mother, have I not taken everything from you? Did you not give me your last jewel? But de Clameron is rich. He placed his fortune at my disposal. I will order the carriage, and go to him. But de Clameron is absent, and will not return to Paris until next week, and if I do not have the money this evening, I am lost. Alas! I have thought deeply, and, although it is hard to die so young, still fate wills it so. He pulled a pistol from his pocket, and, with a forced smile, said, "This will settle everything." Forville was too excited and frightened to reflect upon the horror of Raoul's behavior, and that these wild threats were a last resort for obtaining money. Forgetful of the past, careless of the future, her every thought concentrated upon the present, she comprehended but one fact, that her son was about to commit suicide, and that she was powerless to prevent the fearful deed. "Oh, wait a little while, my son," she cried. "André will soon return home, and I will ask him to give me. How much did you lose? 30,000 francs. You shall have them tomorrow. But I must have the money tonight." Forville wrung her hands in despair. "Oh, why did you not come to me sooner, my son? Why did you not have confidence enough in me to come at once for help? This evening. There is no one in the house to open the money safe. If it were not for that, if you had only come before André went out." "The safe!" cried Raoul, with sudden joy, as if this magic word had thrown a ray of light upon his dark despair. "Do you know where the key is kept?" "Yes, it is in the next room." "Well," he exclaimed, with a bold look that caused Forville to lower her eyes, and keep silent. "Give me the key, mother," he said in a tone of entreaty. "Oh, Raoul, Raoul, it is my life I am asking of you." These words decided her. She snatched up a candle, rushed into her chamber, opened the secretary, and took out Forville's key. But, when about to hand it to Raoul, she seemed to suddenly see the enormity of what she was doing. "Oh, Raoul, my son," she murmured, "I cannot. Do not ask me to commit such a dreadful deed." He said nothing, but sadly turned to leave the room, then coming back to his mother said, "Ah, well, it makes but little difference in the end. At least, you will give me one last kiss, before we part forever, my darling mother." "What could you do with the key, Raoul?" interrupted Forville. "You do not know the secret word of the buttons." "No, but I can try to open it without moving the buttons. You know that money is never kept in the safe overnight. Nevertheless, I can make the attempt. If I open the safe, and find money in it, it will be a miracle, showing that heaven has pitied my misfortune, and provided relief. And if you are not successful, will you promise me to wait until tomorrow, to do nothing rash tonight?" "I swear it, by my father's memory." "Then take the key and follow me." Pale and trembling, Raoul and Forville passed through the banker's study, and down the narrow staircase leading to the offices and cash room below. Raoul walked in front, holding the light, and the key of the safe. Forville was convinced that it would be utterly impossible to open the safe, as the key was useless without the secret word, And of course Raoul had no way of discovering what that was. Even granting that some chance had revealed the secret to him, he would find but little in the safe, since everything was deposited in the Bank of France. Everyone knew that no large sum was ever kept in the safe after banking hours. The only anxiety she felt was how Raoul would bear the disappointment, and how she could calm his despair. She thought that she would gain time by letting Raoul try the key, and then, when he could not open the safe, he would keep his promise, and wait until the next day. There was surely no harm in letting him try the lock, when he could not touch the money. When he sees there is no chance of success, she thought, he will listen to my entreaties, and tomorrow, what she could do tomorrow she knew not, she did not even ask herself. But in extreme situations the least delay inspires hope, as if a short respite meant sure salvation. The condemned man, at the last moment, begs for a reprieve of a day, an hour, a few seconds. Raoul was about to kill himself. His mother prayed to God to grant her one day, not even a day, one night, as if in this space of time some unexpected relief would come to end her misery. They reached Prosper's office, and Raoul placed the light on a high stool so that it lighted the whole room. He then summoned up all his coolness, or rather that mechanical precision of movement, almost independent of will, of which men accustomed to peril avail themselves in time of need. Rapidly, with the dexterity of experience, he slipped the buttons on the 5 letters composing the name of G.Y.P.S.Y. His features, during this short operation, expressed the most intense anxiety. He was fearful that his nervous energy might give out, of not being able to open the safe, of not finding the money there when he opened it, of Prosper having changed the word, or perhaps having neglected to leave the money in the safe. Forval saw these visible apprehensions with alarm. She read in his eyes that wild hope of a man who, passionately desiring an object, ends by persuading himself that his own will suffices to overcome all obstacles. Having often been present when Prosper was preparing to leave his office, Raoul had 50 times seen him move the buttons, and lock the safe, just before leaving the bank. Indeed, having a practical turn of mind, and an eye to the future, he had even tried to lock the safe himself on several occasions, while waiting for Prosper. He inserted the key softly, turned it around, pushed it farther in, and turned it a second time, then thrust it in suddenly, and turned it again. His heart beat so loudly that Forval could hear its throbs. The word had not been changed. The safe opened. Raoul and his mother simultaneously uttered a cry, she of terror, he of triumph. "Shut it again!" cried Forval, frightened at the incomprehensible result of Raoul's attempt. "Come away. Don't touch anything, for heaven's sake." Raoul, and, half-frenzied, she clung to Raoul's arm, and pulled him away so abruptly, that the key was dragged from the lock, and, slipping along the glossy varnish of the safe door, made a deep scratch some inches long. But at a glance Raoul discovered, on the upper shelf of the safe, 3 bundles of bank notes. He snatched them up with his left hand, and slipped them inside his vest, exhausted by the effort she had just made. Forval dropped Raoul's arm, and, almost fainting with emotion, clung to the back of a chair. "Have mercy, Raoul," she moaned. "I implore you to put back that money, and I solemnly swear that I will give you twice as much tomorrow. Oh, my son, have pity upon your unhappy mother." He paid no attention to these words of entreaty, but carefully examined the scratch on the safe. He was alarmed at this trace of the robbery, which it was impossible for him to cover up. "At least you will not take all," said Forval, "just keep enough to save yourself, and put back the rest. What good would that do? The discovery will be made that the safe has been opened, so I might as well take all as a part." "Oh, no. Not at all. I can account on André. I will tell him I had a pressing need for a certain sum, and opened the safe to get it." In the meantime Raoul had carefully closed the safe. "Come, mother, let us go back to the sitting room. A servant might go there to look for you, and be astonished at our absence." Raoul's cruel indifference and cold calculations at such a moment filled Forval with indignation. She saw that she had no influence over her son, that her prayers and tears had no effect upon his hard heart. "Let them be astonished," she cried, "let them come here and find us. I will be relieved to put an end to this tissue of crime." Then Andre will know all, and drive me from his house. Let come what will, I shall not sacrifice another victim. Prosper will be accused of this theft tomorrow. Claimran defrauded him of the woman he loved, and now you would deprive him of his honor. I will have nothing to do with so base a crime. She spoke so loud and angrily that Raoul was alarmed. He knew that the errand boy slept in a room close by, and might be in bed listening to her, although it was early in the evening. Come upstairs, he said, seizing Fauvel's arm, but she clung to a table and refused to move a step. I have been cowardly enough to sacrifice Madeleine, she said, but I will not ruin Prosper. Raoul had an argument in reserve which he knew would make Fauvel submit to his will. Now, really, he said with a cynical laugh, do you pretend that you do not know Prosper and I arranged this little affair together, and that he is to have half the booty? Impossible. I never will believe such a thing of Prosper. Why, how do you suppose I discovered the secret word? Who do you suppose disobeyed orders, and left the money in the safe? Prosper is honest, of course he is, and so am I too. The only thing is, that we both need money. You are telling a falsehood, Raoul, upon my soul, I am not. Madeleine rejected Prosper, and the poor fellow has to console himself for her cruelty, and these sorts of consolations are expensive, my good mother. He took up the candle, and gently but firmly led Fauvel toward the staircase. She mechanically suffered herself to be led along, more bewildered by what she had just heard than she was at the opening of the safe door. What? She gasped. Can Prosper be a thief? She began to think herself the victim of a terrible nightmare, and that, when she waked, her mind would be relieved of this intolerable torture. She helplessly clung to Raoul's arm as he helped her up the narrow little staircase. You must put the key back in the secretary, said Raoul, as soon as they were in the chamber again, but she did not seem to hear him, so he went and replaced the safe key in the place from which he had seen her take it. He then led, or rather carried, Fauvel into the little sitting room, and placed her in an easy chair. The set, expressionless look of the wretched woman's eyes, and her dazed manner, frightened Raoul, who thought that she had lost her mind, that her reason had finally given way beneath this last terrible shock. Come, cheer up, my dear mother, he said in coaxing tones as he rubbed her icy hands. You have saved my life, and rendered an immense service to Prosper. Don't be alarmed, everything will come out right in the end. Prosper will be accused, perhaps arrested, he expects that, and is prepared for it. He will deny his culpability, and, as there is no proof against him, he will be set at liberty immediately. But these falsehoods were wasted on Fauvel, who was incapable of understanding anything said to her. Raoul, she moaned in a broken-hearted tone, Raoul, my son, you have killed me. Her gentle voice, kind even in its despairing accents, touched the very bottom of Raoul's perverted heart, and once more his soul was wrung by remorse, so that he felt inclined to put back the stolen money, and comfort the despairing woman whose life and reason he was destroying. The thought of Claimran restrained him, finding his efforts to restore Fauvel fruitless, that, in spite of all his affectionate regrets and promises, she still sat silent, motionless, and deathlike, and fearing that Fauvel or Madeleine might enter at any moment, and demand an explanation. He hastily pressed a kiss upon his mother's brow, and hurried from the house. At the restaurant, in the room where they had dined, Claimran, tortured by anxiety, awaited his accomplice. He wondered if at the last moment, when he was not near to sustain him, Raoul would prove a coward, and retreat, if any unforeseen trifle had prevented his finding the key, if any visitors were there, and, if so, would they depart before Fauvel's return from the dinner party. He had worked himself into such a state of excitement, that, when Raoul returned, he flew to him with ashy face and trembling all over, and could scarcely gasp out, Well? The deed is done, uncle, thanks to you, and I am now the most miserable, abject villain on the face of the earth. He unbuttoned his vest, and, pulling out the 4 bundles of bank notes, angrily dashed them upon the table, saying, in a tone of scorn and disgust, Now I hope you are satisfied. This is the price of the happiness, honor, and perhaps the life of 3 people. Claimran paid no attention to these angry words. With feverish eagerness he seized the notes, and rattled them in his hand as if to convince himself of the reality of success. "Now Madeleine is mine!" he cried excitedly. Raoul looked at Clameron in silent disgust. This exhibition of joy was a shocking contrast to the scene in which he had just been an actor. He was humiliated at being the tool of such a heartless scoundrel as he now knew Clameron to be. Louis misinterpreted this silence, and said gaily, "Did you have much difficulty? I forbid you ever to allude to this evening's work," cried Raoul fiercely. "Do you hear me? I wish to forget it." Clameron shrugged his shoulders at this outburst of anger, and said in a bantering tone, "Just as you please, my handsome nephew. I rather think you will want to remember it though, when I offer you these 350,000 francs. You will not, I am sure, refuse to accept them as a slight souvenir. Take them, they are yours." This generosity seemed neither to surprise nor satisfy Raoul. "According to our agreement," he said sullenly, "I was to have more than this." "Of course, this is only part of your share, and when am I to have the rest?" "If you please, the day I marry Madeleine, and not before, my boy. You are too valuable an assistant to lose at present, and you know that, though I don't mistrust you, I am not altogether sure of your sincere affection for me." Raoul reflected that to commit a crime, and not profit by it, would be the height of absurdity. He had come with the intention of breaking off all connection with Clameron, but he now determined that he would not abandon his accomplice until he had been well paid for his services. "Very well," he said, "I accept this on account, but remember, I will never do another piece of work like this tonight." "You can do what you please, I shall flatly refuse." Clameron burst into a loud laugh, and said, "That is sensible. Now that you are rich, you can afford to be honest. Set your conscience at rest, for I promise you I will require nothing more of you save a few trifling services. You can retire behind the scenes now, while I appear upon the stage. My role begins." Chapter 21. For more than an hour after Raoul's departure, Fourville remained in a state of stupor bordering upon unconsciousness. Gradually, however, she recovered her senses sufficiently to comprehend the horrors of her present situation, and, with the faculty of thought, that of suffering returned. The dreadful scene in which she had taken part was still before her affrighted vision. All the attending circumstances, unnoticed at the time, now struck her forcibly. She saw that she had been the dupe of a shameful conspiracy, that Raoul had tortured her with cold-blooded cruelty, had taken advantage of her tenderness, and had speculated upon her fright. But had Prosper anything to do with the robbery? This Fourville had no way of finding out. Raoul knew how the blow would strike when he accused Prosper. He knew that Fourville would end by believing in the cashier's complicity. The unhappy woman sat and thought over every possible way in which Raoul could find out the secret word without Prosper's knowledge. She rejected with horror the idea that the cashier was the instigator of the crime, but, in spite of herself, it constantly recurred. And finally she felt convinced that what Raoul said must be true, for who but Prosper could have betrayed the word? And who but Prosper could have left so large an amount of money in the safe, which, by order of the banker, was to be always left empty at night? Knowing that Prosper was leading a life of extravagance and dissipation, she thought it very likely that he had, from sheer desperation, resorted to this bold step to pay his debts. Her blind affection, moreover, made her anxious to attribute the crime to anyone, rather than to her darling son. She had heard that Prosper was supporting one of those worthless creatures whose extravagance impoverishes men, and whose evil influence perverts their natures. When a young man is thus degraded, will he stop at any sin or crime? Alas! Fourville knew, from her own sad experience, to what depths even one fault can lead. Although she believed Prosper guilty, she did not blame him, but considered herself responsible for his sins. Had she not herself banished the poor young man from the fireside which he had begun to regard as his own? Had she not destroyed his hopes of happiness, by crushing his pure love for a noble girl, whom he looked upon as his future wife, and thus driven him into a life of dissipation and sin? She was undecided whether to confide in Madeleine, or bury the secret in her own breast. Fatally inspired, she decided to keep silent. When Madeleine returned home at 11 o'clock, Fourville not only was silent as to what had occurred, but even succeeded in so concealing all traces of her agitation, that she escaped any questions from her niece. Her calmness never left her when M. Forval and Lucien returned, although she was in terror lest her husband should go down to the cash room to see that everything was safely locked up. It was not his habit to open the money safe at night, but he sometimes did. As fate would have it, the banker, as soon as he entered the room, began to speak of Prosper, saying how distressing it was that so interesting a young man should be thus throwing himself away, and wondering what could have happened to make him suddenly cease his visits at the house, and resort to bad company. If M. Forval had looked at the faces of his wife and niece while he harshly blamed the cashier, he would have been puzzled at their strange expressions. All night long, Forval suffered the most intolerable agony. She counted each stroke of the town clock, as the hours dragged on. In 6 hours, she said to herself, in 5 hours, in 4 hours, in 3 hours, in 1 hour all will be discovered, and then what will happen? Heaven help me. At sunrise she heard the servants moving about the house. Then the office shutters opened, then, later, she heard the clerks going into the bank. She attempted to get up, but felt so ill and weak that she sank back on her pillow, and lying there, trembling like a leaf, bathed in cold perspiration, she awaited the discovery of the robbery. She was leaning over the side of the bed, straining her ear to catch a sound from the cash room, when Madeleine, who had just left her, rushed into the room. The white face and wild eyes of the poor girl told Forval that the crime was discovered. "Do you know what has happened, aunt?" cried Madeleine, in a shrill, horrified tone. "Prosper is accused of robbery, and the police have come to take him to prison." A groan was Forval's only answer. "Raoul or the Marquis is at the bottom of this," continued Madeleine excitedly. "How can they be concerned in it, my child? I can't tell yet, but I only know that Prosper is innocent. I have just seen him, spoken to him. He would never have looked me in the face had he been guilty." Forval opened her lips to confess all. Fear kept her silent. "What can these wretches want?" said Madeleine. "What new sacrifice do they demand? Dishonor Prosper? Good heavens! Why did they not kill him at once? He would rather be dead than disgraced." Here the entrance of M. Forval interrupted Madeleine. The banker was so angry that he could scarcely speak. "The worthless scoundrel!" he cried, "to think of his daring to accuse me! To insinuate that I robbed my own safe! And that Marquis de Claymeron must needs doubt my good faith in keeping my engagement to pay his money." Then, without noticing the effect of his story upon the two women, he proceeded to relate all that had occurred downstairs. "I was afraid this extravagance would lead to something terrible," he said in conclusion. "You know I told you last night that Prosper was growing worse in his conduct, and that he would get into trouble." Throughout the day Madeleine's devotion to her aunt was severely tried. The generous girl saw disgrace heaped upon the man she loved. She had perfect faith in his innocence. She felt sure she knew who had laid the trap to ruin him, and yet she could not say a word in his defense, fearing that Madeleine would suspect her of complicity in the theft, if she remained in bed and betrayed so much agitation. Forval arose and dressed for breakfast. It was a dreary meal. No one tasted a morsel. The servants moved about on their tiptoes, as silently as if a death had occurred in the family. About 2 o'clock, a servant came to M. Forval's study, and said that the Marquis de Claymeron desired to see him. "What?" cried the banker. "Does he dare?" Then, after a moment's reflection, he added, "Ask him to walk up." The very name of Claymeron had sufficed to arouse all the slumbering wrath of M. Forval. The victim of a robbery, finding his safe empty at the moment that he was called upon to make a heavy payment. He had been constrained to conceal his anger and resentment, but now he determined to have his revenge upon his insolent visitor. But the Marquis declined to come upstairs. The messenger returned with the answer that the gentleman had a particular reason for seeing M. Forval in the office below, where the clerks were. "What does this fresh impertinence mean?" cried the banker, as he angrily jumped up and hastened downstairs. M. de Claymeron was standing in the middle of the room adjoining the cash room. M. Forval walked up to him, and said bluntly, "What do you want now, monsieur? You have been paid your money, and I have your receipt." To the surprise of all the clerks, and the banker himself, The Marquis seemed not in the least offended at this rude greeting, but answered in a deferential but not at all humble manner. "You are hard upon me, monsieur, but I deserve it, and that is why I am here. A gentleman always acknowledges when he is in the wrong. In this instance I am the offender, and I flatter myself that my past will permit me to say so without being accused of cowardice or lack of self-respect. I insisted upon seeing you here instead of in your study, because, having been rude to you in the presence of your clerks, I wished them to hear me apologize for my behavior of this morning." Claymoran's speech was so different from his usual overbearing, haughty conduct, that surprise almost stupefied the banker, and he could only answer, "I must say that I was hurt by your doubts, insinuations, suspicions of my honor. This morning," continued the Marquis, "I was irritated, and thoughtlessly gave way to my temper. Although I am gray-headed, my disposition is as excitable as that of a fiery young man of 20 years, and I hope you will forget words uttered in a moment of excitement, and now deeply regretted." M. Forville, being a kind-hearted though quick-tempered man, could appreciate Claymoran's feelings, and, knowing that his own high reputation for scrupulous honesty could not be affected by any hasty or abusive language uttered by a creditor, at once calmed down before so frank an apology, and, holding out his hand to Claymoran, said, "Let us forget what happened, monsieur." They conversed in a friendly manner for some minutes, and, after Claymoran had explained why he had such pressing need of the money at that particular hour of the morning, turned to leave, saying that he would do himself the honor of calling upon Forville during the day. "That is, if a visit from me would not be considered intrusive," he said with a shade of hesitation. "Perhaps, after the trouble of this morning, she does not wish to be disturbed." "Oh, no," said the banker. "Come, by all means. I think a visit from you would cheer her mind. I shall be from home all day, trying to trace this unfortunate affair." Forville was in the same room where Raoul had threatened to kill himself the night previous. She looked very pale and ill as she lay on a sofa. Madeleine was bathing her forehead, when M. de Claymoran was announced. They both started up as if a phantom had appeared before them. Although Louis had been gay and smiling when he parted from M. Forville downstairs, he now wore a melancholy aspect, as he gravely bowed, and refused to seat himself in the chair which Forville motioned him to take. "You will excuse me, ladies, for intruding at this time of your affliction, but I have a duty to fulfill." The two women were silent. They seemed to be waiting for him to explain. He added in an undertone, "I know all," by an imploring gesture. Forville tried to stop him. She saw that he was about to reveal her secret to Madeleine. But Louis would not see this gesture. He turned his whole attention to Madeleine, who haughtily said, "Explain yourself, monsieur." "Only 1 hour ago," he replied, "I discovered that Raoul last night forced from his mother the key of the money safe, and stole 350,000 francs. Madeleine crimsoned with shame and indignation. She leaned over the sofa, and seizing her aunt's wrist shook it violently, and in a hollow voice cried, "It is false, is it not, aunt? Speak." "Alas! Alas!" groaned Forville. "What have I done?" "You have allowed Prosper to be accused," cried Madeleine. "You have suffered him to be arrested, and disgraced for life." "Forgive me," sighed Forville. "He was about to kill himself. I was so frightened." "Then you know Prosper was to share the money. He gave Raoul the secret word." "Good heavens! Aunt, how could you believe such a falsehood as that?" Claymoran interrupted them. "Unfortunately, what your aunt says of M. Bertamy is the truth," he said in a sad tone. "Your proofs, monsieur, where are your proofs?" "Raoul's confession." "Raoul is false." "That is only too true, but how did he find out the word, if M. Bertamy did not reveal it? And who left the money in the safe but M. Bertamy?" These arguments had no effect upon Madeleine. "And now tell me," she said scornfully, "what became of the money?" There was no mistaking the significance of these words. They meant, "You are the instigator of the robbery, and of course you have taken possession of the money." This harsh accusation from this girl whom he so passionately loved, when, grasping bandit as he was, he gave up for her sake all the money gained by his crime, so cruelly hurt Claymoran that he turned livid. But his mortification and anger did not prevent him from pursuing the part he had prepared and studied. "A day will come, mademoiselle," he said, when you will deeply regret having treated me so cruelly. I understand your insinuation, you need not attempt to deny it. I have no idea of denying anything, monsieur, Madeleine remonstrated Forval, who trembled at the rising anger of the man who held her fate in his hands. Madeleine, be careful. Mademoiselle is pitiless, said Clameron sadly. She cruelly punishes an honorable man whose only fault is having obeyed his brother's dying injunctions. And I am here now, because I believe in the joint responsibility of all the members of a family. Here he slowly drew from his pocket several bundles of bank notes, and laid them on the mantelpiece. Raoul stole 350,000 francs, he said. I return the same amount. It is more than half my fortune. Willingly would I give the rest to ensure this being the last crime committed by him. Too inexperienced to penetrate this bold, and yet simple plan of Clameron's, Madeleine was dumb with astonishment. All her calculations were upset. Forval, on the contrary, accepted this restitution as salvation sent from heaven. Oh, thanks, monsieur, thanks, she cried, gratefully clasping Clameron's hand in hers. You are goodness itself. Louise I lit up with pleasure. But he rejoiced too soon. A minute's reflection brought back all of Madeleine's distrust. She thought this magnanimity and generosity unnatural in a man whom she considered incapable of a noble sentiment, and at once concluded that it must conceal some snare beneath. What are we to do with the money? She demanded. Restore it to M. Forval, mademoiselle, we restore it, monsieur, and how? Restoring the money is denouncing Raoul, and ruining my aunt. Take back your money, monsieur. We will not touch it. Clameron was too shrewd to insist. He took up the money, and prepared to leave. I comprehend your refusal, mademoiselle, and must find another way of accomplishing my wish. But, before retiring, let me say that your injustice pains me deeply. After the promise you made to me, I had reason to hope for a kinder welcome. I will keep my promise, monsieur, but not until you have furnished security. Security? And for what? Pray, explain yourself. Something to protect my aunt against the molestations of Raoul after my marriage. What is to prevent his coming to extort money from his mother after he has squandered my dowry? A man who spends 100,000 francs in 4 months will soon run through my little fortune. We are making a bargain. I give you my hand in exchange for the honor and life of my aunt, and of course you must give me some guarantee to secure performance of your promise. Oh, I will give you ample securities, cried Clameron, such as will quiet all your suspicious doubts of my good faith. Alas! You will not believe in my devotion. What shall I do to convince you of its sincerity? Shall I try to save M. Berthemy? Thanks for the offer, monsieur, replied Madeleine disdainfully. If Prosper is guilty, let him be punished by the law. If he is innocent, God will protect him. Here Madeleine stood up, to signify that the interview was over. Clameron bowed, and left the room. What pride! What determination! The idea of her demanding securities of me, he said to himself as he slowly walked away. But the proud girl shall be humbled yet. She is so beautiful. And, if I did not so madly love her, I would kill her on the spot. Never had Clameron been so irritated. Madeleine's quiet determination and forethought had unexpectedly thrown him off his well-laid track. Not anticipating any such self-assertion on her part, he was disconcerted, and at a loss how to proceed. He knew that it would be useless to attempt deceiving a girl of Madeleine's character a second time. He saw that she had penetrated his motives sufficiently to put her on the defensive, and prepare her for any new surprise. Moreover, she would prevent Forval from being frightened and forced into submission any longer. With mortification and rage, Louis saw that after all his plotting, when success was in his reach, when his hopes were almost crowned, he had been foiled and scornfully set at defiance by a girl. The whole thing would have to be gone over again. Although Madeleine had resigned herself to sacrifice, it was still evident that she had no idea of doing so blindly, and would not hazard her aunt's and her own happiness upon the uncertainty of a verbal promise. Clameron racked his brain to furnish guarantees. How could he convince her that Raoul had no desire of annoying Forval in the future? He could not tell Madeleine that her dowry was to be the bribe received by Raoul for his future good behavior and past crimes. The knowledge of all the circumstances of this shameful criminal intrigue would have reassured her upon her aunt's peace of mind, but then it would never do to inform her of these details, certainly not before the marriage. What securities could he give? Not one could he think of. But Clameron was not one of those slow-minded men who take weeks to consider a difficulty. When he could not untie a knot, he would cut it. Raoul was a stumbling block to his wishes, and he swore to rid himself of his troublesome accomplice as soon as possible. Although it was not an easy matter to dispose of so cunning a knave, Clameron felt no hesitation in undertaking to accomplish his purpose. He was incited by one of those passions which age renders terrible. The more certain he was of Madeleine's contempt and dislike, the more determined he was to marry her. His love seemed to be a sort of insane desire to possess and call his own the one being whom he recognized as his superior in every way, but he had sense enough to see that he might ruin his prospects by undue haste, and that the safest course would be to await the result of the robbery and its effect upon Prosper. He waited in anxious expectation of a summons from Fourville. At last he concluded that Madeleine was waiting for him to make the next move in the direction of yielding. He was right. Madeleine knew that after the last bold step the accomplices would remain quiet for a while. She knew resistance could have no worse results than would cowardly submission, and therefore assumed the entire responsibility of managing the affair so as to keep at bay both Raoul and Clameron. She knew that Fourville would be anxious to accept any terms of peace, but she determined to use all her influence to prevent her doing this, and to force upon her the necessity of preserving a dignified silence. This accounted for the silence of the two women, who were quietly waiting for their adversaries to renew hostilities. They even succeeded in concealing their anxiety beneath assumed indifference, never asking any questions about the robbery, or those in any way connected with it. Fourville brought them an account of Prosper's examination, the many charges brought against him, his obstinate denial of having stolen the money, and finally how, after great perplexity and close study of the case by the judge of instruction, the cashier had been discharged for want of sufficient proof against him, since Clameron's offer to restore the notes. Fourville had not doubted Prosper's guilt. She said nothing, but inwardly accused him of having seduced her son from the path of virtue, and enticed him into crime, her son whom she would never cease to love, no matter how great his faults. Madeleine had perfect faith in Prosper's innocence. She was so confident of his being restored to liberty that she ventured to ask her uncle, under pretext of some charitable object, to give her 10,000 francs, which she sent to the unfortunate victim of circumstantial evidence, who, from what she had heard of his poverty, must be in need of assistance. In the letter cut from her prayer book to avoid detection by writing accompanying the money, she advised Prosper to leave France, because she knew that it would be impossible for a man of his proud nature to remain on the scene of his disgrace. The greater his innocence, the more intolerable his suffering. Besides, Madeleine, at that time feeling that she would be obliged to marry Clameron, was anxious to have the man she loved far, far away from her. On the day that this anonymous present was sent, in opposition to the wishes of Fourville, the two poor women were entangled fearfully in pecuniary difficulties. The tradesman whose money had been squandered by Raoul refused to give credit any longer, and insisted upon their bills being paid at once, saying they could not understand how a man of Fourville's wealth and position could keep them waiting for such insignificant sums. The butcher, grocer, and wine merchant had bills of 1, 2, and 500 francs only, but, not having even that small amount, Fourville had difficulty in prevailing upon them to receive a part on account, and wait a little longer for the residue. Some of the storekeepers threatened to ask the banker for their money, if everything was not settled before the end of the week. Alas! Fourville's indebtedness amounted to 15,000 francs. Madeleine and her aunt had declined all invitations during the winter, to avoid purchasing evening dresses, having always been remarkable for their superb toilets, seldom appearing in the same ball dress twice. They dared not give rise to comment by wearing their old dresses, and knowing that Fourville would be the first to ask the cause of this sudden change, as he liked to see them always the best dressed women in the room. But at last they were obliged to appear in public. Fourville's most intimate friends, the Messrs. Jandidier, were about to give a splendid ball, and, as fate would have it, a fancy ball, which would require the purchasing of costumes. Where would the money come from? They had been owing a large bill to their dressmaker for over a year. Would she consent to furnish them dresses on credit? They were ashamed to ask her. Madeleine's new maid, Parmire Chukel, extricated them from this difficulty. This girl, who seemed to have suffered all the minor ills of life which, after all, are the hardest to bear, seemed to have divined her mistress's anxiety. At any rate, she voluntarily informed Madeleine that a friend of hers, a first-class dressmaker, had just set up for herself, and would be glad to furnish materials and make the dresses on credit, for the sake of obtaining the patronage of Fauville and her niece, which would at once bring her plenty of fashionable customers. But, after this dilemma was settled, a still greater one presented itself. Fauville and her niece could not appear at a ball without jewelry, and every jewel they owned had been taken by Raoul, and pawned. After thinking the matter over, Madeleine decided to ask Raoul to take some of the stolen money, and redeem the last set of jewels he had forced from his mother. She informed her aunt of her intention, and said, in a tone that admitted of no contradiction, "Appoint an interview with Raoul, he will not dare to refuse you, and I will go in your stead." The next day, the courageous girl took a cab, and, regardless of the inclement weather, went to Vézinette. She would have been filled with consternation had she known that M. Verduret and Prosper were following close behind, and witnessed her interview from the top of a ladder. Her bold step was fruitless. Raoul swore that he had divided with Prosper, that his own half of the money was spent, and that he had not Napoleon wherewith to redeem anything. He even refused to give up the pledges, and Madeleine had to resort to threats of exposure, before she could induce him to surrender the tickets of 4 or 5 trifling articles that were indispensable to their toilet. Clameron had ordered him to refuse positively to give up a single ticket, because he hoped that in their distress they would call upon him for relief. The violent altercation witnessed by Clameron's new valet, Joseph Dubois, had been caused by the exaction of this promise. The accomplices were at that time on very bad terms. Clameron was seeking a safe means of getting rid of Raoul, and the young scamp, having a presentiment of his uncle's intentions, was determined to outwit him. Nothing but the certainty of impending danger could reconcile them. The danger was revealed to them both at the Jean Didier ball. Who was the mysterious mountebank that indulged in such transparent illusionsdom? Fauville's private troubles, and then said, with threatening significance to Louis, "I was the best friend of your brother Gaston." Who he was, where he came from, they could not imagine, but they clearly saw that he was a dangerous enemy, and forthwith attempted to assassinate him upon his leaving the ball. Having been followed and watched by their would-be victim, they became alarmed, especially when he suddenly disappeared, and wisely decided that the safest thing they then could do was to return quietly to their hotel. "We cannot be too guarded in our conduct," whispered Clameron. "We must discover who he is before taking any further steps in this matter." Once more, Raoul tried to induce him to give up his project of marrying Madeleine. "Never!" he exclaimed fiercely, "I will marry her or perish in the attempt." He thought that, now they were warned, the danger of being caught was lessened. When on his guard, few people could entrap so experienced and skillful a rogue. Little did Clameron know that a man who was 100-fold more skillful than he was closely pursuing him. Chapter 22 The Catastrophe. Such are the facts that, with an almost incredible talent for investigation, had been collected and prepared by the stout man with the jovial face who had taken Prosper under his protection, M. Verduret, reaching Paris at 9 o'clock in the evening, not by the Lyon road as he had said, but by the Orleans train. M. Verduret hurried up to the Archangel, where he found the cashier impatiently expecting him. "You are about to hear some rich developments," he said to Prosper, "and see how far back into the past one has to seek for the primary cause of a crime. All things are linked together and dependent upon each other in this world of ours. If Gaston de Clameron had not entered a little café at Tarascon to play a game of billiards 20 years ago, your money safe would not have been robbed 3 weeks ago. Valentine de Lavabrie is punished in 1866 for the murder committed for her sake in 1840. Nothing is neglected or forgotten, when stern retribution asserts her sway. Listen," and he forthwith related all that he had discovered, referring, as he went along, to a voluminous manuscript which he had prepared, with many notes and authenticated proofs attached. During the last week M. Verduret had not had 24 hours rest, but he bore no traces of fatigue. His iron muscles braved any amount of labor, and his elastic nature was too well-tempered to give way beneath such pressure. While any other man would have sunk exhausted in a chair, he stood up and described, with the enthusiasm and captivating animation peculiar to him, the minutest details and intricacies of the plot that he had devoted his whole energy to unraveling, personating every character he brought upon the scene to take part in the strange drama, so that his listener was bewildered and dazzled by his brilliant acting. As Prosper listened to this narrative of events happening 20 years back, the secret conversations as minutely related as if overheard the moment they took place, it sounded more like a romance than a statement of plain facts. All these ingenious explanations might be logical, but what foundation did they possess? Might they not be the dreams of an excited imagination? Verduret did not finish his report until 4 o'clock in the morning, then he cried, with an accent of triumph, "And now they are on their guard, and sharp, wary rascals too, but they won't escape me, I have cornered them beautifully. Before a week is over, Prosper, you will be publicly exonerated, and will come out of this scrape with flying colors. I have promised your father you shall." "Impossible," said Prosper in a dazed way, "it cannot be." "What? All this you have just told me?" Verduret opened wide his eyes, as if he could not understand anyone having the audacity to doubt the accuracy of his report. "Impossible, indeed," he cried. "What? Have you not sense enough to see the plain truth written all over every fact, and attested by the best authority? Your thick-headedness exasperates me to the last degree. But how can such rascalities take place in Paris, in our very midst, without—" "Parbleu," interrupted the fat man, "you are young, my friend. Are you innocent enough to suppose that crimes, 40 times worse than this, don't occur every day? You think the horrors of the police court are the only ones? Pooh! You only read in the Gazette des Tribunaux of the cruel melodramas of life, where the actors are as cowardly as the knife, and as treacherous as the poison they use. It is at the family fireside, often under shelter of the law itself, that the real tragedies of life are acted. In modern crimes the traitors wear gloves, and cloak themselves with public position. The victims die, smiling to the last, without revealing the torture they have endured to the end. Why, what I have just related to you is an everyday occurrence, and you profess astonishment. I can't help wondering how you discovered all this tissue of crime." "Ah, that is the point," said the fat man with a self-satisfied smile. "When I undertake a task, I devote my whole attention to it. Now, make a note of this, when a man of ordinary intelligence concentrates his thoughts and energies upon the attainment of an object, he is certain to obtain ultimate success. Besides that, I have my own method of working up a case. Still I don't see what grounds you had to go upon. To be sure, one needs some light to guide one in a dark affair like this." But the fire in Claymoran's eye at the mention of Gaston's name ignited my lantern. From that moment I walked straight to the solution of the mystery, as I would walk to a beacon light on a dark night. The eager, questioning look of Prosper showed that he would like to know the secret of his protector's wonderful penetration, and at the same time be more thoroughly convinced that what he had heard was all true, that his innocence would be more clearly proved. "Now confess," cried Verduret, "you would give anything in the world to find out how I discovered the truth?" "I certainly would, for it is the darkest of mysteries." "Marvelous." Verduret enjoyed Prosper's bewilderment. To be sure, he was neither a good judge nor a distinguished amateur, but he was an astonished admirer, and sincere admiration is always flattering, no matter whence it comes. "Well," he replied, "I will explain my system. There is nothing marvelous about it, as you will soon see. We worked together to find the solution of the problem, so you know my reasons for suspecting Claymoran as the prime mover in the robbery. As soon as I had acquired this certainty, my task was easy. You want to know what I did? I placed trustworthy people to watch the parties in whom I was most interested. Joseph Dubois took charge of Claymoran, and Nina Gypsy never lost sight of him. Fourville and her niece, I cannot comprehend how Nina ever consented to this service. That is my secret," replied Verduret. Having the assistance of good eyes and quick ears on the spot, I went to care to inquire into the past, so as to link it with what I knew of the present. The next day I was at Claymoran, and the first step I took was to find the son of Street Jean, the old valet. An honest man he was, too, open and simple as nature herself, and he made a good bargain in selling me his madder. Madder? Said Prosper with a puzzled look. What did you? Of course I wanted to buy his madder. Of course I did not appear to him as I do to you now. I was a countryman wanting to buy madder. He had madder for sale, so we began to bargain about the price. The debate lasted almost all day, during which time we drank a dozen bottles of wine. About supper time, Street Jean was as drunk as a bunghole, and I had purchased 900 francs worth of madder which your father will sell tomorrow. Prosper's astonished countenance made M. Verduret laugh heartily. I risked 900 francs, he continued, but thread by thread I gathered the whole history of the Claymorans, Gaston's love affair, his flight, and the stumbling of the horse ridden by Louis. I found also that about a year ago Louis returned, sold the chateau to a man named Fougeroux, whose wife, Mahon, had a secret interview with Louis the day of the purchase. I went to see Mahon. Poor woman. Her rascally husband has pounded all the sense out of her, she is almost idiotic. I told her I came from the Claymoran family, and she at once related to me everything she knew. The apparent simplicity of this mode of investigation confounded Prosper. He wondered it had not occurred to him before. From that time, continued M. Verduret, the skein began to disentangle. I held the principal thread. I now set about finding out what had become of Gaston. Lafayette, who was a friend of your father, informed me that he had bought a foundry, and settled in Oloron, where he soon after suddenly died. 36 hours later I was at Oloron. You are certainly indefatigable, said Prosper. No, but I always strike while the iron is hot. At Oloron I met Manuel, who had gone there to make a little visit before returning to Spain. From him I obtained a complete history of Gaston's life, and all the particulars of his death. Manuel also told me of Louis's visit, and the innkeeper described a young workman who was there at the same time, whom I at once recognized as Raoul. But how did you know of all the conversations between the villains? Said Prosper. You seem to be aware of their secret thoughts. You evidently think I have been drawing upon my imagination. You will soon see to the contrary, said Verduret good-humoredly. While I was at work down there, my aides did not sit with their hands tied together. Mutually distrustful, Claymoran and Raoul preserved all the letters received from each other. Joseph Dubois copied them, or the important portions of them, and forwarded them to me. Nina spent her time listening at all doors under her supervision, and sent me a faithful report. Finally, I have at the Fauvilles another means of investigation which I will reveal to you later. I understand it all now, murmured Prosper. And what have you been doing during my absence, my young friend? Asked M. Verduret. Have you heard any news? At this question Prosper turned crimson. But he knew that it would never do to keep silent about his imprudent step. Alas! He stammered. I read in a newspaper that Claymoran was about to marry Madeleine, and I acted like a fool. What did you do? Inquired Verduret anxiously. I wrote an anonymous letter to M. Fauville, informing him that his wife was in love with Raoul. M. Verduret here brought his clenched fist down upon the little table nearby, with such violence that the thin plank was shivered. His cheerful face in an instant clouded over. What folly! He exclaimed, how could you go and ruin everything? He arose from his seat, and strode up and down the room, oblivious of the lodgers below, whose windows shook with every angry stamp of his foot. What made you act so like a child, an idiot, a fool? He said indignantly to Prosper. Monsieur, here you are, drowning, an honest man springs into the water to save you, and just as he approaches the shore you entangle his feet to prevent him from swimming. What was my last order to you when I left here? To keep quiet, and not go out of the hotel. Well, the consciousness of having done a foolish thing made Prosper appear like a frightened schoolboy, accused by his teacher of playing truant. It was night, monsieur, he hesitatingly said, and, having a violent headache, I took a walk along the quay thinking there was no risk in my entering a cafe. There I picked up a paper, and read the dreadful announcement. Did you not promise to trust everything to me? You were absent, monsieur, and you yourself might have been surprised by an unexpected Only fools are ever surprised into committing a piece of folly, cried M. Verduret impatiently. To write an anonymous letter. Do you know to what you expose me? Breaking a sacred promise made to one of the few persons whom I highly esteem among my fellow beings. I shall be looked upon as a liar, a cheat. He abruptly stopped, as if afraid to trust himself to speak further. After calming down a little, he turned to Prosper, and said, the best thing we can do is to try and repair the harm you have done. When and where did you post this idiotic letter? Yesterday evening, at the Rue du Cardinal Lemoyne. It hardly reached the bottom of the box before I regretted having written it. You had better have regretted it before dropping it in. What time was it? About 10 o'clock. Then your sweet little letter must have reached M. Forval with his early mail. Probably he was alone in his study when he read it. I know he was. He never goes down to the bank until he has opened his letters. Can you recall the exact terms of your letter? Stop and think, for it is very important that I should know. Oh, it is unnecessary for me to reflect. I remember the letter as if I had just written it, and almost verbatim he repeated what he had written. After attentively listening, M. Verduret sat with a perplexed frown upon his face, as if trying to discover some means of repairing the harm done. That is an awkward letter, he finally said, to come from a person who does not deal in such things. It leaves everything to be understood without specifying anything. It is vague, jeering, insidious. Repeat it to me, Prosper obeyed, and his second version did not vary from the first in a single word. Nothing could be more alarming than that allusion to the cashier, said the fat man, repeating the words after Prosper. The question, was it also he who stole Forval's diamonds? Is simply fearful. What could be more exasperating than the sarcastic advice, in your place, I would not have any public scandal, but would watch my wife. The effect of your letter must have been terrible, he added thoughtfully as he stood with folded arms looking at poor Prosper. M. Forval is quick-tempered, is he not? He has a violent temper, when aroused. Then the mischief is not irreparable. What? Do you suppose? I think that an impulsive man is afraid of himself, and seldom carries out his first angry intentions. That is our chance of salvation. If, upon the receipt of your bombshell, M. Forval, unable to restrain himself, rushed into his wife's room, and cried, where are your diamonds? Forval will confess all, and then goodbye to our hopes. Why would this be disastrous? Because, the moment Forval opens her lips to her husband, our birds will take flight. Prosper had never thought of this eventuality. Then, again, continued M. Verduret, it would deeply distress another person. Anyone whom I know? Yes, my friend, and very well too. I should certainly be chagrined to the last degree, if these two rascals escape, without having obtained complete satisfaction from them. It seems to me that you know how to take care of yourself, and can do anything you please. M. Verduret shrugged his shoulders, and said, did you not perceive the gaps in my narrative? I did not. That is because you don't know how to listen. In the first place, did Louis de Clermont poison his brother, or not? Yes, I am sure of it, from what you tell me. You are much more certain, young man, than I am. Your opinion is mine, but what proof have we? None. I skillfully questioned Dr. C. He has not the shadow of suspicion, and Dr. C is no quack. He is a cultivated, observing man of high standing. What poisons produce the effects described? I know of none, and yet I have studied up on poisons from Pomerania digitalis to Sauvrassi aconite. The death took place so opportunely, that anybody would be convinced of foul play. That is true, but chance is sometimes a wonderful accomplice in crime. In the second place, I know nothing of Raoul's antecedents. Is information on that point necessary? Indispensable, my friend, but we will soon know something. I have sent off one of my men, excuse me, I mean one of my friends who is very expert and adroit, M. Palot, and he writes that he is on the track. I am interested in the history of this sentimental, skeptical young rascal. I have an idea that he must have been a brave, honest sort of youth before Clermont ruined him. Prosper was no longer listening. M. Verduret's words had inspired him with confidence. Already he saw the guilty men arraigned before the bar of justice, and enjoyed, in anticipation, This assize court drama, where he would be publicly exonerated and restored to position. Then he would seek Madeline, for now he understood her strange conduct at the dressmaker's, and knew that she had never ceased to love him. This certainty of future happiness restored all the self-possession that had deserted him the day he found the safe robbed. For the first time he was astonished at the peculiarity of his situation. Prosper had at first only been surprised at the protection of M. Verduret and the extent of his investigations. Now he asked himself, what could have been his motives for acting thus? What price did he expect for this sacrifice of time and labor? His anxiety made him say nervously, "It is unjust to us both, monsieur, for you to preserve your incognito any longer. When you have saved the honor and life of a man, you should at least let him know whom he is to thank for it." "Oh," said M. Verduret smilingly, "you are not out of the woods yet. You are not married either, so you must wait a little longer, patience and faith." The clock struck 6, "Good heavens!" exclaimed M. Verduret. "Can it be 6 o'clock? I did hope to have a good night's rest, but I must keep on moving. This is no time to be asleep." He went into the passage, and, leaning over the balusters, called, "Alexander. I say, Alexander." The hostess of the Archangel, the portly wife of Fanfalot the squirrel, evidently had not been to bed. This fact struck Prosper. She appeared, obsequious, smiling, and eager to please. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" she inquired. "You can send your Joseph Dubois and Palmer to me as soon as possible. Let me know when they arrive. I will rest a few minutes, and you can awake me when they come." As soon as Alexander left the room, the fat man unceremoniously threw himself on the bed. "You have no objections, I suppose?" he said to Prosper. In 5 minutes he was fast asleep, and Prosper sat by the bed watching him with a perplexed gaze, wondering who this strange man could be. About 9 o'clock someone tapped timidly at the door. Slight as the noise was, it aroused M. Verduret, who sprang up, and called out, "Who is it?" Prosper arose and opened the door. Joseph Dubois, the valet of the Marquis of Claymaran, entered. This important assistant of M. Verduret was breathless from fast running, and his little rat eyes were more restless than ever. "Well, patron, I am glad to see you once more," he cried. "Now you can tell me what to do. I have been perfectly lost during your absence, and have felt like a jumping monkey with a broken string." "What? Did you get frightened too? Bless me. I think I had cause for alarm when I could not find you anywhere. Yesterday afternoon I sent you 3 dispatches, to the addresses you gave me, Lyon, Beaucaire, and Oloron, but received no answer. I was almost crazy with anxiety when your message reached me just now. Things are getting hot, then, hot. They are burning. The place is too warm to hold me any longer. Upon my soul, I can't stand it." M. Verduret occupied himself in repairing his toilet, become disarranged by lying down. When he had finished, he threw himself in an easy chair, and said to Joseph Dubois, who remained respectfully standing, cap in hand, like a soldier awaiting orders, "Explain yourself, my boy, and quickly, if you please. No circumlocution. It is just this, patron. I don't know what your plans are, or what line you are taking now, but I can just tell you this, that you will have to wind up the affair pretty quickly." "That is your opinion, Master Joseph?" "Yes, patron, because if you wait any longer, goodbye to Arcavy, you will certainly find an empty cage, and the birds flown." "You smile?" "Yes, I know you are clever, and can accomplish anything, but they are cunning blades, and as slippery as eels. They know that they are watched, too." "The devil they do!" cried M. Verduret, who has been committing blunders. "Oh, nobody has done anything wrong," replied Joseph. "You know, patron, that they suspected something long ago. They gave you a proof of it. The night of the fancy ball, that ugly cut on your arm was the beginning. Ever since, they have had one eye open all the time. They had begun to feel easier, when all of a sudden, yesterday, ma foi, they began to smell a rat. Was that the cause of your telegrams?" "Of course. Now listen. Yesterday morning when my master got up, about 10 o'clock, he took it into his head to arrange the papers in his desk, which, by the way, has a disgusting lock which has given me a deal of trouble. Meanwhile, I pretended to be fixing the fire, so as to remain in the room to watch him. Patron, the man has an eye like a Yankee. At the first glance he saw, or rather divined, that his papers had been meddled with. He turned livid, and swore an oath. Lord, what an oath! Never mind the oath, go on. Well, how he discovered the little attentions I had devoted to his letters, I can't imagine. You know how careful I am. I had put everything in perfect order, just as I found things I left them, when, lo and behold, my noble Marquis picks up each paper, one at a time, turns it over, and smells it. I was just thinking I would offer him a magnifying glass, when all of a sudden he sprang up, and with one kick sent his chair across the room, and flew at me with his eyes flashing like two pistols. Somebody has been at my papers, he shrieked. This letter has been photographed. Brrr. I am not a coward, but I can tell you that my heart stood perfectly still. I saw myself as dead as Caesar, cut into mincemeat, and says I to myself, fanfare excuse me Du Bois, my friend, you are lost, dead, and I thought of Alexander. M. Verduret was buried in thought, and paid no attention to the worthy Joseph's analysis of his personal sensations. What happened next? Said Verduret after a few minutes. Why, he was just as frightened as I was, Patron. The rascal did not even dare to touch me. To be sure, I had taken the precaution to get out of his reach. We talked with a large table between us. While wondering what could have enabled him to discover the secret, I defended myself with virtuous indignation. I said, "It cannot be, M. La Marquis is mistaken. Who would dare touch his papers?" Bast. Instead of listening to me, he flourished an open letter, and said, "This letter has been photographed. Here is proof of it." And he pointed to a little yellow spot on the paper, shrieking out, "Look! Smell! Smell it, you devil!" It is I forget the name he called it, but some acid used by photographers. I know, said M. Verduret. Go on, what next? Then, Patron, we had a scene. What a scene! He ended by seizing me by the throat, and shaking me like a plum tree, saying he would shake me until I told him who I was, what I knew, and where I came from. As if I knew, myself. I was obliged to account for every minute of my time since I had been in his service. The devil was worse than a judge of instruction, in his questions. Then he sent for the hotel porter, who had charge of the front door, and questioned him closely, but in English, so that I could not understand. After a while, he cooled down, and when the boy was gone, presented me with 20 francs, saying, "I am sorry I was so sharp with you, you are too stupid to have been guilty of the offense." He said that. Did he? He used those very words to my face, Patron, and you think he meant what he said? Certainly I do. The fat man smiled, and whistled a little tune expressive of contempt. If you think that, he said, Clayman was right in his estimate of your brilliancy. It was easy to see that Joseph Du Bois was anxious to hear his patron's grounds for considering him stupid, but dared not ask. I suppose I am stupid, if you think so, said poor Fanfalot humbly. Well, after he had done blustering about the letters, M. Le Marquis dressed, and went out. He did not want his carriage, but I saw him hire a cab at the hotel door. I thought he had perhaps disappeared forever, but I was mistaken. About 5 o'clock he returned as gay as a bullfinch. During his absence, I had telegraphed to you. What? Did you not follow him? I stayed on the spot in case of his return, but one of our friends kept watch on him, and this friend gave me a report of my dandy's movements. First he went to a broker's, then to the bank and discount office, so he must be collecting his money to take a little trip. Is that all he did? That is all, Patron. But I must tell you how the rascals tried to shut up, administratively, you understand, Palmer. Fortunately you had anticipated something of the kind, and given orders to watch over her safety. But for you, she would now be in prison. Joseph looked up to the ceiling by way of trying to remember something more. Finding nothing there, he said, "That is all. I rather think M. Patrigent will rub his hands with delight when I carry him my report." He did not expect to see me any more, and has no idea of the facts I have collected to swell the size of his file 113. There was a long silence. Joseph was right in supposing that the crisis had come. M. Verduret was arranging his plan of battle while waiting for the report of Menonau Palmyre, upon which depended his point of attack. But Joseph Dubois began to grow restless and uneasy. "What must I do now, patron?" he asked. "Return to the hotel. Probably your master had noticed your absence, but he will say nothing about it, so continue." Here M. Verduret was interrupted by an exclamation from Prosper, who was standing near a window. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "There is Claymoran," cried Prosper, "over there." M. Verduret and Joseph ran to the window. "Where is he?" said Joseph. "I don't see him." "There, at the corner of the bridge, behind that orange woman's stall." Prosper was right. It was the noble Marquis of Claymoran, who, hid behind the stall, was watching for his servant to come out of the Archangel. At first the quick-sighted Verduret had some doubts whether it was the Marquis, who, being skilled in these hazardous expeditions, managed to conceal himself behind a pillar so as to elude detection. But a moment came, when, elbowed by the pressing crowd, he was obliged to come out on the pavement in full view of the window. "Now don't you see I was right?" cried the cashier. "Well," said the amazed Joseph, "I am amazed." M. Verduret seemed not in the least surprised, but quietly said, "The game needs hunting." "Well, Joseph, my boy, do you still think that your noble master was duped by your acting injured innocence? You assured me to the contrary." "Patron," said Joseph in an humble tone, "and your opinion is more convincing than all the proofs in the world. This pretended outburst of rage was premeditated on the part of your noble master. Knowing that he is being tracked, he naturally wishes to discover who his adversaries are. You can imagine how uncomfortable he must be at this uncertainty. Perhaps he thinks his pursuers are some of his old accomplices, who, being starved, want a piece of his cake. He will remain there until you come out, then he will come in to find out who you are. But, patron, I can go home without his seeing me." "Yes, I know. You will climb the little wall separating the Archangel from the wine merchant's yard, and keep along the stationer's area, until you reach the Rue de la Huchette." Poor Joseph looked as if he had just received a bucket of ice water upon his head. "Exactly the way I was going, patron," he gasped out. "I heard that you knew every plank and door of all the houses in Paris, and it certainly must be so." The fat man made no reply to Joseph's admiring remarks. He was thinking how he could catch Claymoran. As to the cashier, he listened wonderingly, watching these strangers, who seemed determined to reinstate him in public opinion, and punish his enemies, while he himself stood by powerless and bewildered. What their motives for befriending him could be, he vainly tried to discover. "I will tell you what I can do," said Joseph after deep thought. "What is it?" "I can innocently walk out of the front door, and loaf along the street until I reach the Hotel du Louvre, and then, Dame Claymoran will come in and question Alexander, whom you can instruct beforehand, and she is smart enough to put any sharper off the track." "Bad plan," pronounced M. Verduret decidedly. "A scamp so compromised as Claymoran is not easily put off the track. Now his eyes are opened, he will be pretty hard to catch." Suddenly, in a brief tone of authority which admitted of no contradiction, the fat man said, "I have a way." "Has Claymoran, since he found that his papers had been searched, seen Lagos?" "No, patron." "Perhaps he has written to him?" "I'll bet you my head he has not. Having your orders to watch his correspondence, I invented a little system which informs me every time he touches a pen. During the last 24 hours the pens have not been touched. Claymoran went out yesterday. But the man who followed him says he wrote nothing on the way." "Then we have time yet," cried Verduret. "Hurry! Hurry! I give you 15 minutes to make yourself ahead. You know the sort. I will watch the rascal until you come up." The delighted Joseph disappeared in a twinkling, while Prosper and M. Verduret remained at the window observing Claymoran, who, according to the movements of the crowd, was sometimes lost to sight, and sometimes just in front of the window, but was evidently determined not to quit his post until he had obtained the information he sought. "Why do you devote yourself exclusively to the Marquis?" asked Prosper. "Because, my friend," replied M. Verdured, because that is my business, and not yours. Joseph Dubois had been granted a quarter of an hour in which to metamorphose himself. Before 10 minutes had elapsed he reappeared. The dandified coachman with Burgundy whiskers, red vest, and foppish manners, was replaced by a sinister-looking individual, whose very appearance was enough to scare any rogue. His black cravat twisted around a paper collar, and ornamented by an imitation diamond pin. His long-tailed black boots and heavy cane revealed the employee of the Rue de Jerusalem, as plainly as the shoulder straps mark a soldier. Joseph Dubois had vanished forever, and from his livery, phoenix-like and triumphant, arose the radiant Fanfalot, surnamed the Squirrel. When Fanfalot entered the room, Prosper uttered a cry of surprise and almost fright. He recognized the man who had assisted the commissary of police to examine the bank on the day of the robbery. M. Verduret examined his aide with a satisfied look, and said, "Not bad. There is enough of the police court air about you to alarm even an honest man." "You understood me perfectly this time." Fanfalot was transported with delight at this compliment. "What must I do now, patron?" he inquired. "Nothing difficult for an adroit man, but remember, upon the precision of our movements depends the success of my plan. Before arresting Lagers, I wish to dispose of Claimeron. Now that the rascals are separated, the first thing to do is to prevent their coming together." "I understand," said Fanfalot, snapping his little rat-like eyes. "I am to create a diversion." "Exactly. Go out by the Rue de la Huchette, and hasten to Street Michel's bridge, loaf along the bank, and finally sit on the steps of the quay, so that Claimeron may know he is being watched. If he doesn't see you, do something to attract his attention. Parbleu! I will throw a stone into the water," said Fanfalot, rubbing his hands with delight at his own brilliant idea. "As soon as Claimeron has seen you," continued M. Verduret, "he will be alarmed, and instantly decamp. Knowing there are reasons why the police should be after him, he will hasten to escape you. Then comes the time for you to keep wide awake. He is a slippery eel, and cunning as a rat. I know all that. I was not born yesterday, so much the better. You can convince him of that. Well, knowing you are at his heels, he will not dare to return to the Hotel du Louvre, for fear of being called on by troublesome visitors. Now, it is very important that he should not return to the hotel." "But suppose he does?" said Fanfalot. M. Verduret thought for a minute, and then said, "It is not probable that he will do so, but if he should, you must wait until he comes out again, and continue to follow him. But he won't enter the hotel. Very likely he will take the cars, but in that event don't lose sight of him, no matter if you have to follow him to Siberia. Have you money with you? I will get some from Alexander." "Very good. Ah, one more word. If the rascal takes the cars, send me word. If he beats about the bush until night, be on your guard, especially in lonely places. The desperado is capable of any enormity, if necessary. Must I fire? Don't be rash, but, if he attacks you, of course defend yourself. Come, 'tis time you were gone." Dubois Fanfalot went out. Verduret and Prosper resumed their post of observation. "Why all this secrecy?" inquired Prosper. "Claimeron is charged with 10 times worse crimes than I was ever accused of, and yet my disgrace was made as public as possible. Don't you understand," replied the fat man, "that I wish to separate the cause of Raoul from that of the Marquis? But, sh. Look." Claimeron had left his place near the Orange Woman's stand, and approached the bridge, where he seemed to be trying to make out some unexpected object. "Ah," said M. Verduret, "he has just discovered our man." Claimeron's uneasiness was quite apparent. He walked forward a few steps, as if intending to cross the bridge, then, suddenly turning around, rapidly walked in the direction of the Rue Street. "Jacques, he is caught!" cried M. Verduret with delight. At that moment the door opened, and Nina Gypsy, alias Palmire Chukel, entered. Poor Nina. Each day spent in the service of Madeleine seemed to have aged her a year. Tears had dimmed the brilliancy of her beautiful black eyes, her rosy cheeks were pale and hollow, and her merry smile was quite gone. Poor Gypsy, once so gay and spirited, now crushed beneath the burden of her sorrows, was the picture of misery. Prosper thought that, wild with joy at seeing him, and proud of having so nobly devoted herself to his interest, Nina would throw her arms around his neck, and say how much she loved him. To his surprise, Nina scarcely spoke to him. Although his every thought had been devoted to Madeleine since he discovered the reasons for her cruelty, he was hurt by Nina's cold manner. The girl stood looking at M. Verduret with a mixture of fear and devotion, like a poor dog that has been cruelly treated by its master. He, however, was kind and gentle in his manner toward her. "Well, my dear," he said encouragingly, "what news do you bring me? Something is going on at the house, monsieur, and I have been trying to get here to tell you, at last." Madeleine made an excuse for sending me out. "You must thank Madeleine for her confidence in me. I suppose she carried out the plan we decided upon?" "Yes, monsieur, she receives the Marquis of Claymeron's visits. Since the marriage has been decided upon, he comes every day, and Mademoiselle receives him with kindness. He seems to be delighted." These answers filled Prosper with anger and alarm. The poor young man, not comprehending the intricate moves of M. Verduret, felt as if he were being tossed about from pillar to post, and made the tool and laughingstock of everybody. "What?" he cried. "This worthless Marquis of Claymeron, an assassin and a thief, allowed to visit at M. Forval's, and pay his addresses to Madeleine? Where are the promises, monsieur, which you have made? Have you merely been amusing yourself by raising my hopes, to dash them?" "Enough," interrupted M. Verduret harshly, "you are too green to understand anything, my friend. If you are incapable of helping yourself, at least have sense enough to refrain from importuning those who are working for you. Do you not think you have already done sufficient mischief?" Having administered this rebuke, he turned to Gypsy, and said in softer tones, "Go on, my child, what have you discovered?" "Nothing positive, monsieur, but enough to make me nervous, and fearful of impending danger. I am not certain, but suspect from appearances, that some dreadful catastrophe is about to happen. It may only be a presentiment. I cannot get any information from Forval. She refuses to answer any hints, and moves about like a ghost, never opening her lips. She seems to be afraid of her niece, and to be trying to conceal something from her." "What about M. Forval?" "I was just about to tell you, monsieur. Some fearful misfortune has happened to him, you may depend upon it. He wanders about as if he had lost his mind. Something certainly occurred yesterday, his voice even is changed. He is so harsh and irritable that Mademoiselle and M. Lucien were wondering what could be the matter with him. He seems to be on the eve of giving way to a burst of anger, and there is a wild, strange look about his eyes, especially when he looks at Madame. Yesterday evening, when M. de Claymeron was announced, he jumped up, and hurried out of the room, saying that he had some work to do in his study." A triumphant exclamation from M. Verduret interrupted Gypsy. "He was radiant, Hein," he said to Prosper, forgetting his bad humor of a few minutes before. "Hein. What did I tell you? He has evidently been afraid to give way to his first impulse. Of course he has. He is now seeking for proofs of your assertions. He must have them by this time." "Did the ladies go out yesterday?" "Yes, a part of the day." "What became of M. Forval?" "The ladies took me with them. We left M. Forval at home." "Not a doubt of it," cried the fat man. "He looked for proofs, and found them, too. Your letter told him exactly where to go." "Ah, Prosper, that unfortunate letter gives more trouble than everything else together." These words seemed to throw a sudden light on Gypsy's mind. "I understand it now," she exclaimed. "M. Forval knows everything. That is, he thinks he knows everything, and what he has been led to fear, and thinks he has discovered, is worse than the true state of affairs. That accounts for the order which M. Cavallon overheard him give to his servant man, Évariste." "What order?" "He told Évariste to bring every letter that came to the house, no matter to whom addressed, into his study, and hand them to him, saying that, if this order was disobeyed, he should be instantly discharged." "At what time was this order given?" asked M. Verduret. "Yesterday afternoon." "That is what I was afraid of," cried M. Verduret. "He has clearly made up his mind what course to pursue, and is keeping quiet so as to make his vengeance more sure. The question is, Have we still time to counteract his projects? Have we time to convince him that the anonymous letter was incorrect in some of its assertions? He tried to hit upon some plan for repairing the damage done by Prosper's foolish letter. "Thank you for your information, my dear child," he said after a long silence. "I will decide at once what steps to take, for it will never do to sit quietly and let things go on in this way. Return home without delay, and be careful of everything you say and do, for M. Forval suspects you of being in the plot. Send me word of anything that happens, no matter how insignificant it may be." Nina, thus dismissed, did not move, but said timidly, "What about Calder's, monsieur?" This was the third time during the last fortnight that Prosper had heard this name, Calder's. The first time it had been whispered in his ear by a respectable-looking, middle-aged man, who offered his protection one day, when passing through the police office passage. The second time, the judge of instruction had mentioned it in connection with Gypsy's history. Prosper thought over all the men he had ever been connected with, but could recall none named Calder's. The impassible M. Verduret started and trembled at the mention of this name, but, quickly recovering himself, said, "I promised to find him for you, and I will keep my promise. Now you must go. Good morning." It was 12 o'clock, and M. Verduret suddenly remembered that he was hungry. He called Alexander, and the beaming hostess of the Archangel soon placed a tempting breakfast before Prosper and his friend, but the savory broiled oysters and flaky biscuit failed to smooth the perplexed brow of M. Verduret. To the eager questions and complimentary remarks of Alexander, he answered, "Chut, chut. Let me alone, keep quiet." For the first time since he had known the fat man, Prosper saw him betray anxiety and hesitation. He remained silent as long as he could, and then uneasily said, "I am afraid I have embarrassed you very much, monsieur." "Yes, you have dreadfully embarrassed me," replied M. Verduret. "What on earth to do now, I don't know. Shall I hasten matters, or keep quiet and wait for the next move? And I am bound by a sacred promise. Come, we had better go and advise with the judge of instruction. He can assist me. Come with me, let us hurry." Chapter 23. As M. Verduret had anticipated, Prosper's letter had a terrible effect upon M. Forval. It was toward 9 o'clock in the morning, and M. Forval had just entered his study when his mail was brought in. After opening a dozen business letters, his eyes fell on the fatal missive sent by Prosper. Something about the writing struck him as peculiar. It was evidently a disguised hand, and although, owing to the fact of his being a millionaire, he was in the habit of receiving anonymous communications, sometimes abusive, but generally begging him for money, this particular letter filled him with an indefinite presentiment of evil. A cold chill ran through his heart, and he dreaded to open it. With absolute certainty that he was about to learn of a new calamity, he broke the seal, and opening the coarse café paper, was shocked by the following words. "Dear sir, you have handed your cashier over to the law, and you acted properly, convinced as you were of his dishonesty, but if it was he who took 350,000 francs from your safe, was it he also who took M. Forval's diamonds?" This was a terrible blow to a man whose life hitherto had been an unbroken chain of prosperity, who could recall the past without one bitter regret, without remembering any sorrow deep enough to bring forth a tear. What? His wife deceive him? And among all men, to choose one vile enough to rob her of her jewels, and force her to be his accomplice in the ruin of an innocent young man. For did not the letter before him assert this to be a fact, and tell him how to convince himself of its truth? M. Forval was as bewildered as if he had been knocked on the head with a club. It was impossible for his scattered ideas to take in the enormity of what these dreadful words intimated. He seemed to be mentally and physically paralyzed, as he sat there staring blankly at the letter, but this stupefaction suddenly changed to indignant rage. "What a fool I am!" he cried, "to listen to such base lies, such malicious charges against the purest woman whom God ever sent to bless a man," and he angrily crumpled up the letter, and threw it into the empty fireplace, saying, "I will forget having read it. I will not soil my mind by letting it dwell upon such turpitude." He said this, and he thought it, but, for all that, he could not open the rest of his letters. The anonymous missive stood before his eyes in letters of fire, and drove every other thought from his mind. That penetrating, clinging, all-corroding worm, suspicion, had taken possession of his soul, and as he leaned over his desk, with his face buried in his hands, thinking over many things which had lately occurred, insignificant at the time, but fearfully ominous now, this unwillingly admitted germ of suspicion grew and expanded until it became certainty. But, resolved that he would not think of his wife in connection with so vile a deed, he imagined 1,000 wild excuses for the mischief maker who took this mode of annoying him. Of course there was no truth in his assertions, but from curiosity he would like to know who had written it. And yet suppose, merciful God, can it be true? He wildly cried, as the idea of his wife's guilt would obstinately return to his troubled mind. Thinking that the writing might throw some light on the mystery, he started up and tremblingly picked the fatal letter out of the ashes. Carefully smoothing it out, he laid it on his desk, and studied the heavy strokes, light strokes, and capitals of every word. It must be from some of my clerks, he finally said, someone who is angry with me for refusing to raise his salary, or perhaps it is the one that I dismissed the other day. Clinging to this idea, he thought over all the young men in his bank, but not one could he believe capable of resorting to so base a vengeance. Then he wondered where the letter had been posted, thinking this might throw some light upon the mystery. He looked at the envelope, and read the postmark. Rue du Cardinal Lemoyne. This fact told him nothing. Once more he read the letter, spelling over each word, and trying to put a different construction on the horrible phrases that stared him in the face. It is generally agreed that an anonymous letter should be treated with silent contempt, and cast aside as the malicious lies of a coward who dares not say to a man's face what he secretly commits to paper, and forces upon him. This is all very well in theory, but is difficult to practice when the anonymous letter comes. You throw it in the fire, it burns, but, although the paper is destroyed by the flames, doubt remains. Suspicion arises from its ashes, like a subtle poison penetrates the inmost recesses of the mind, weakens its holiest beliefs, and destroys its faith. The trail of the serpent is left. The wife suspected, no matter how unjustly, is no longer the wife in whom her husband trusted as he would trust himself. The pure being who was above suspicion no longer exists. Suspicion, no matter whence the source, has irrevocably tarnished the brightness of his idol. Unable to struggle any longer against these conflicting doubts, M. Forval determined to resolve them by showing the letter to his wife, but a torturing thought, more terrible than any he had yet suffered, made him sink back in his chair in despair. Suppose it be true. He muttered to himself, suppose I have been miserably duped. By confiding in my wife, I shall put her on her guard, and lose all chance of discovering the truth. Thus were realized all Verdurt's presumptions. He had said, if M. Forval does not yield to his first impulse, if he stops to reflect, we have time to repair the harm done. After long and painful meditation, the banker finally decided to wait, and watch his wife. It was a hard struggle for a man of his frank, upright nature, to play the part of a domestic spy, and jealous husband, accustomed to give way to sudden bursts of anger, but quickly mastering them. He would find it difficult to be compelled to preserve his self-restraint, no matter how dreadful the discoveries might be. When he collected the proofs of guilt one by one, he must impose silence upon his resentment, until fully assured of possessing certain evidence. There was one simple means of ascertaining whether the diamonds had been pawned. If the letter lied in this instance, he would treat it with the scorn it deserved. If, on the other hand, it should prove to be true, at this moment, the servant announced breakfast, and M. Forval looked in the glass before leaving his study, to see if his face betrayed the emotion he felt. He was shocked at the haggard features which it reflected. Have I no nerve? He said to himself, oh, I must and shall control my feelings until I find out the truth. At table he talked incessantly, so as to escape any questions from his wife, who, he saw, was uneasy at the sight of his pale face. But, all the time he was talking, he was casting over in his mind expedients of getting his wife out of the house long enough for him to search her bureau. At last he asked Forval if she were going out before dinner. Yes, said she, the weather is dreadful, but Madeline and I must do some shopping. At what time shall you go? Immediately after breakfast. He drew a long breath, as if relieved of a great weight. In a short time he would know the truth. His uncertainty was so torturing to the unhappy man that he preferred the most dreadful reality to his present agony. Breakfast over, he lighted a cigar, but did not remain in the dining room to smoke it, as was his habit. He went into his study to try and compose his nerves. He took the precaution to send Lucien on a message so as to be alone in the house. After the lapse of half an hour, he heard the carriage roll away with his wife and niece, hurrying into Fauvel's room. He opened the drawer of the chiffonier, where she kept her jewels. The last dozen or more leather and velvet boxes, containing superb sets of jewelry which he had presented to her, were gone. 12 boxes remained. He nervously opened them. They were all empty. The anonymous letter had told the truth. "Oh, it cannot be!" he gasped in broken tones. "Oh, no, no!" He wildly pulled open every drawer in the vain hope of finding them packed away. Perhaps she kept them elsewhere. He tried to hope that she had sent them to be reset, but no. They were all superbly set in the latest fashion, and, moreover, she never would have sent them all at once. He looked again. Nothing. Not one jewel could he find. He remembered that he had asked his wife at the Jandidia ball why she did not wear her diamonds, and she had replied with a smile, "Oh, what is the use? Everybody knows them so well, and, besides, they don't suit my costume." Yes, she had made the answer without blushing, without showing the slightest sign of agitation or shame. What hardened impudence! What base hypocrisy concealed beneath an innocent, confiding manner, and she had been thus deceiving him for 20 years. But suddenly a gleam of hope penetrated his confused mind. Slight, barely possible, still a straw to cling to. Perhaps Valentine has put her diamonds in Madeleine's room. Without stopping to consider the indelicacy of what he was about to do, he hurried into the young girl's room, and pulled open one drawer after another. What did he find? Not Fauvel's diamonds, but Madeleine's 7 or 8 boxes also empty. Great heavens! Was this gentle girl, whom he had treated as a daughter, an accomplice in this deed of shame? Had she contributed her jewelry to add to the disgrace of the roof that sheltered her? This last blow was almost too much for the miserable man. He sank almost lifeless into a chair, and wringing his hands, groaned over the wreck of his happiness. Was this the happy future to which he had looked forward? Was the fabric of his honor, well-being, and domestic bliss, to be dashed to the earth and forever lost in a day? Were his 20 years' labor and high standing to end thus in shame and sorrow? Apparently nothing was changed in his existence. He was not materially injured, he could not reach forth his hand, and heal or avenge the smarting wound. The objects around him were unchanged. Everything went on in the outside world just as it had gone on during the last 20 years, and yet what a horrible change had taken place in his own heart. While the world envied his prosperity and happiness, here he sat, more heartsore and wearied of life than the worst criminal that ever stood before the Inquisition. What? Valentine, the pure young girl whom he had loved and married in spite of her poverty, in spite of her cold offering of calm affection in return for his passionate devotion, Valentine, the tender, loving wife, who, before a year of married life had rolled by, so often assured him that her affection had grown into a deep, confiding love, that her devotion had grown stronger every day, and that her only prayer was that God would take them both together, since life would be a burden without her noble husband to shield and cherish her. Could she have been acting a lie for 20 years, she, the darling wife, the mother of his sons? His sons? Good God! Were they his sons? If she could deceive him now when she was silver-haired, had she not deceived him when she was young? Not only did he suffer in the present, but the uncertainty of the past tortured his soul. He was like a man who is told that the exquisite wine he has drank contains poison. Confidence is never halfway, it is, or it is not. His confidence was gone. His faith was dead. The wretched banker had rested his every hope and happiness on the love of his wife. Believing that she had proved faithless, that she had played him false, and was unworthy of trust, he admitted no possibility of peaceful joy, and felt tempted to seek consolation from self-destruction. What had he to live for now, save to mourn over the ashes of the past? But this dejection did not last long. Indignant anger, and thirst for vengeance, made him start up and swear that he would lose no time in vain regrets. M. Forval well knew that the fact of the diamonds being stolen was not sufficient ground upon which to bring an accusation against any of the accomplices. He must possess overwhelming proofs before taking any active steps. Success depended upon present secrecy. He began by calling his valet, and ordering him to bring to him every letter that should come to the house. He then wrote to a notary at Street Remy, for minute and authentic information about the Liggers family, and especially about Raoul. Finally, following the advice of the anonymous letter, he went to the prefecture of police, hoping to obtain a biography of Claimeron. But the police, fortunately for many people, are as discreetly silent as the grave. They guard their secrets as a miser his treasure. Nothing but an order from the chief judge could open those formidable green boxes, and reveal their secrets. M. Forval was politely asked what motives urged him to inquire into the past life of a French citizen, and, as he declined to state his reasons, the chief of police told him he had better apply to the procurer for the desired information. This advice he could not follow. He had sworn that the secret of his wrongs should be confined to the 3 persons interested. He chose to avenge his own injuries, to be alone the judge and executioner. He returned home more angry than ever. There he found the dispatch answering the one which he had sent to Street Remy. It was as follows. The Liggers are very poor, and there has never been any member of the family named Raoul. Liggers had no son, only 2 daughters. This information dashed his last hope. The banker thought, when he discovered his wife's infamy, that she had sinned as deeply as a woman could sin, but he now saw that she had practiced a system more shocking than the crime itself. Wretched creature! He cried with anguish. In order to see her lover constantly, she dared introduce him to me under the name of a nephew who never existed. She had the shameless courage to bring him beneath her husband's roof, and seat him at my fireside, between my sons, and I, confiding fool that I was, welcomed the villain, and lent him money. Nothing could equal the pain of wounded pride and mortification which he suffered at the thought that Raoul and Forval had amused themselves with his good-natured credulity and obtuseness. Nothing but death could wipe out an injury of this nature. But the very bitterness of his resentment enabled him to restrain himself until the time for punishment came. With grim satisfaction he promised himself that his acting would be as successful as theirs. That day he succeeded in concealing his agitation, and kept up a flow of talk at dinner, but at about 9 o'clock, when Claimeron called on the ladies, he rushed from the house, for fear that he would be unable to control his indignation at the sight of this destroyer of his happiness, and did not return home until late in the night. The next day he reaped the fruit of his prudence. Among the letters which his valet brought him at noon, was one bearing the postmark of Vézinet. He carefully opened the envelope, and read, "Dear Aunt, it is imperatively necessary for me to see you today, so do not fail to come to Vézinet. I will explain why I give you this trouble, instead of calling at your house. Raoul, I have them now," cried M. Forval, trembling with satisfaction at the near prospect of vengeance. Eager to lose no time, he opened a drawer, took out a revolver, and examined the hammer to see if it worked easily. He imagined himself alone, but a vigilant eye was watching his movements. Gypsy, immediately upon her return from the Archangel, stationed herself at the keyhole of the study door, and saw all that occurred. M. Forval laid the pistol on the mantelpiece, and nervously resealed the letter, which he then took to the box where the letters were usually left, not wishing anyone to know that Raoul's letter had passed through his hands. He was only absent 2 minutes, but, inspired by the imminence of the danger, Gypsy darted into the study, and rapidly extracted the balls from the revolver. "Thank heaven," she murmured, "this peril is averted, and M. Verduret will now perhaps have time to prevent a murder. I must send Cavaillon to tell him." She hurried into the bank, and sent the clerk with a message telling him to leave it with Alexander. If M. Verduret had left the hotel, an hour later, Forval ordered her carriage, and went out. M. Forval jumped into a hackney coach, and followed her. "God grant that M. Verduret may reach there in time," cried Nina to herself, "otherwise Forval and Raoul are lost." Chapter 24. The moment that the Marquis of Claimeron perceived that Raoul de Liggers was the only obstacle between him and Madeleine, he swore that the obstacle should soon be removed. That very day he took steps for the accomplishment of his purpose. As Raoul was walking out to Vezinet about midnight, he was stopped at a lonely spot by 3 men, who asked him what o'clock it was. While looking at his watch, the ruffians fell upon him suddenly, and but for Raoul's wonderful strength and agility, would have left him dead on the spot. As it was, he soon, by his skillfully plied blows, for he had become a proficient in fencing and boxing in England, made his enemies take to their heels. He quietly continued his walk home, fully determined to be hereafter well armed when he went out at night. He never for an instant suspected his accomplice of having instigated the assault. But 2 days afterward, while sitting in a cafe, a burly, vulgar-looking man, a stranger to him, interrupted him several times while talking, and, after making several rough speeches as if trying to provoke a quarrel, finally threw a card in his face, saying its owner was ready to grant him satisfaction when and where he pleased. Raoul rushed toward the man to chastise him on the spot, but his friends held him back, telling him that it would be much more gentlemanly to run a sword through his vulgar hide, than have a scuffle in a public place. "Very well, then, you will hear from me tomorrow," he said scornfully to his assailant. "Wait at your hotel until I send 2 friends to arrange the matter with you." As soon as the stranger had left, Raoul recovered from his excitement, and began to wonder what could have been the motive for this evidently premeditated insult. Picking up the card of the bully, he read, W. H. B. Jacobson, formerly Garibaldian volunteer, ex-officer of the Army of the South. Italy, America, 30, Ruliani. Raoul had seen enough of the world to know that these heroes who cover their visiting cards with titles have very little glory elsewhere than in their own conceit. Still the insult had been offered in the presence of others, and, no matter who the offender was, it must be noticed. Early the next morning Raoul sent 2 of his friends to make arrangements for a duel. He gave them M. Jacobson's address, and told them to report at the Hotel du Louvre, where he would wait for them. Having dismissed his friends, Raoul went to find out something about M. Jacobson, and, being an expert at the business of unraveling plots and snares, he determined to discover who was at the bottom of this duel into which he had been decoyed. The information obtained was not very promising. M. Jacobson, who lived in a very suspicious-looking little hotel whose inmates were chiefly women of light character, was described to him as an eccentric gentleman, whose mode of life was a problem difficult to solve. No one knew his means of support. He reigned despotically in the hotel, went out a great deal, never came in until midnight, and seemed to have no capital to live upon, save his military titles, and a talent for carrying out whatever was undertaken for his own benefit. That being his character, thought Raoul, I cannot see what object he can have in picking a quarrel with me. What good will it do him to run a sword through my body? Not the slightest, and, moreover, his pugnacious conduct is a parchment to draw the attention of the police, who, from what I hear, are the last people this warrior would like to have after him. Therefore he must have some reason for pursuing me, and I must find out what it is. The result of his meditations was, that Raoul, upon his return to the Hotel du Louvre, did not mention a word of his adventure to Clameron, whom he found already up. At 8:30 his seconds arrived. M. Jacobson had selected the sword, and would fight that very hour, in the woods of Vincennes. Well, come along, cried Raoul gaily. I accept the gentleman's conditions. They found the Garibaldian waiting, and after an interchange of a few thrusts Raoul was slightly wounded in the right shoulder. The ex-superior officer of the South wished to continue the combat, but Raoul's seconds brave young man declared that honor was satisfied, and that they had no intention of subjecting their friend's life to unnecessary hazards. The ex-officer was forced to admit that this was but fair, and unwillingly retired from the field. Raoul went home delighted at having escaped with nothing more serious than a little loss of blood, and resolved to keep clear of all so-called Garibaldians in the future. In fact, a night's reflection had convinced him that Clameron was the instigator of the 2 attempts to kill him. Forval having told him what conditions Madeleine placed on her consent to marriage, Raoul instantly saw how necessary his removal would be, now that he was an impediment in the way of Clameron's success. He recalled 1,000 little remarks and events of the last few days, and, on skillfully questioning the Marquis, had his suspicions changed into certainty. This conviction that the man whom he had so materially assisted in his criminal plans was so basely ungrateful as to turn against him, and hire assassins to murder him in cold blood, inspired in Raoul a resolution to take speedy vengeance upon his treacherous accomplice, and at the same time ensure his own safety. This treason seemed monstrous to Raoul. He was as yet not sufficiently experienced in ruffianism to know that one villain always sacrifices another to advance his own projects. He was credulous enough to believe in the adage, "There's honor among thieves." His rage was naturally mingled with fright, well knowing that his life hung by a thread, when it was threatened by a daring scoundrel like Clameron. He had twice miraculously escaped. A third attempt would more than likely prove fatal. Knowing his accomplice's nature, Raoul saw himself surrounded by snares. He saw death before him in every form. He was equally afraid of going out, and of remaining at home. He only ventured with the most suspicious caution into the most public places. He feared poison more than the assassin's knife, and imagined that every dish placed before him tasted of strychnine. As this life of torture was intolerable, he determined to anticipate a struggle which he felt must terminate in the death of either Clameron or himself, and, if he were doomed to die, to be first revenged. If he went down, Clameron should go too. Better kill the devil than be killed by him. In his days of poverty, Raoul had often risked his life to obtain a few guineas, and would not have hesitated to make short work of a person like Clameron. But with money prudence had come. He wished to enjoy his 400,000 francs without being compromised by committing a murder which might be discovered. He therefore began to devise some other means of getting rid of his dreaded accomplice. Meanwhile, he devoted his thoughts to some discreet way of thwarting Clameron's marriage with Madeleine. He was sure that he would thus strike him to the heart, and this was at least a satisfaction. Raoul was persuaded that, by openly siding with Madeleine and her aims, he could save them from Clameron's clutches. Having fully resolved upon this course, he wrote a note to Forval asking for an interview. The poor woman hastened to Vézinette convinced that some new misfortune was in store for her. Her alarm was groundless. She found Raoul more tender and affectionate than he had ever been. He saw the necessity of reassuring her, and winning his old place in her forgiving heart. Before making his disclosures, he succeeded. The poor lady had a smiling and happy air as she sat in an armchair, with Raoul kneeling beside her. "I have distressed you too long, my dear mother," he said in his softest tones, "but I repent sincerely. Now listen to my—" He had not time to say more. The door was violently thrown open, and Raoul, springing to his feet, was confronted by M. Forval. The banker had a revolver in his hand, and was deadly pale. It was evident that he was making superhuman efforts to remain calm, like a judge whose duty it is to justly punish crime. "Ah," he said with a horrible laugh, "you look surprised. You did not expect me? You thought that my imbecile credulity ensured your safety." Raoul had the courage to place himself before Forval, and to stand prepared to receive the expected bullet. "I assure you, uncle," he began. "Enough," interrupted the banker with an angry gesture, "let me hear no more infamous falsehoods. And this acting, of which I am no longer the dupe, I swear to you. Spare yourself the trouble of denying anything. I know all. I know who pawned my wife's diamonds. I know who committed the robbery for which an innocent man was arrested and imprisoned." Forval, white with terror, fell upon her knees. At last it had come. The dreadful day had come. Vainly had she added falsehood to falsehood, vainly had she sacrificed herself and others. All was discovered. She saw that all was lost, and wringing her hands she tearfully moaned, "Pardon, André. I beg you, forgive me." At these heartbroken tones, the banker shook like a leaf. This voice brought before him the 20 years of happiness which he had owed to this woman, who had always been the mistress of his heart, whose slightest wish had been his law, and who, by a smile or a frown, could make him the happiest or the most miserable of men. Alas! Those days were over now. Could this wretched woman crouching at his feet be his beloved Valentine, the pure, innocent girl whom he had found secluded in the chateau of Lavebury, who had never loved any other than himself? Could this be the cherished wife whom he had worshipped for so many years? The memory of his lost happiness was too much for the stricken man. He forgot the present in the past, and was almost melted to forgiveness. "Unhappy woman," he murmured, "unhappy woman. What have I done that you should thus betray me? Ah, my only fault was loving you too deeply, and letting you see it. One wearies of everything in this world, even happiness. Did pure domestic joys pall upon you, and weary you, driving you to seek the excitement of a sinful passion? Were you so tired of the atmosphere of respect and affection which surrounded you, that you must needs risk your honor and mine by braving public opinion? Oh, into what an abyss you have fallen, Valentine! And, oh, my God! If you were wearied by my constant devotion, had the thought of your children no power to restrain your evil passions, could you not remain untarnished for their sake? M. Forval spoke slowly, with painful effort, as if each word choked him. Raoul, who listened with attention, saw that if the banker knew some things, he certainly did not know all. He saw that erroneous information had misled the unhappy man, and that he was still a victim of false appearances. He determined to convince him of the mistake under which he was laboring, and said, "Monsieur, I hope you will listen." But the sound of Raoul's voice was sufficient to break the charm. "Silence!" cried the banker with an angry oath. Silence. For some moments nothing was heard but the sobs of Forval. "I came here," continued the banker, "with the intention of killing you both. But I cannot kill a woman, and I will not kill an unarmed man." Raoul once more tried to speak. "Let me finish," interrupted M. Forval. "Your life is in my hands. The law excuses the vengeance of an injured husband, but I refuse to take advantage of it. I see on your mantle a revolver similar to mine. Take it, and defend yourself." "Never defend yourself," cried the banker, raising his arm. "If you do not," feeling the barrel of M. Forval's revolver touch his breast, Raoul in self-defense seized his own pistol, and prepared to fire. "Stand in that corner of the room, and I will stand in this," continued the banker, "and when the clock strikes, which will be in a few seconds, we will both fire." They took the places designated, and stood perfectly still. But the horror of the scene was too much for Forval to witness any longer without interposing. She understood but one thing. Her son and her husband were about to kill each other before her very eyes. Fright and horror gave her strength to start up and rush between the two men. "For God's sake, have mercy, André!" she cried, wringing her hands with anguish. "Let me tell you everything, don't kill." This burst of maternal love, M. Forval thought the pleadings of a criminal woman defending her lover. He roughly seized his wife by the arm, and thrust her aside, saying with indignant scorn, "Get out of the way." But she would not be repulsed. Rushing up to Raoul, she threw her arms around him, and said to her husband, "Kill me, and me alone, for I am the guilty one." At these words M. Forval glared at the guilty pair, and, deliberately taking aim, fired. Neither Raoul nor Forval moved. The banker fired a second time, then a third. He cocked the pistol for a fourth shot, when a man rushed into the room, snatched the pistol from the banker's hand, and, throwing him on the sofa, ran toward Forval. This man was M. Verduret, who had been warned by Cavaillon, but did not know that Gypsy had extracted the balls from M. Forval's revolver. "Thank heaven!" he cried. "She is unhurt. How dare you interfere?" cried the banker, who by this time had joined the group. "I have the right to avenge my honor when it has been degraded. The villain shall die." M. Verduret seized the banker's wrists in a vice-like grasp, and whispered in his ear, "Thank God you are saved from committing a terrible crime. The anonymous letter deceived you. In violent situations like this, all the untoward, strange attending circumstances appear perfectly natural to the participators, whose passions have already carried them beyond the limits of social propriety." Thus M. Forval never once thought of asking this stranger who he was and where he came from. He heard and understood but one fact: the anonymous letter had lied. "But my wife confesses she is guilty," he stammered. "So she is," replied M. Verduret, "but not of the crime you imagine. Do you know who that man is, that you attempted to kill? Her lover, her son." The words of this stranger, showing his intimate knowledge of the private affairs of all present, seemed to confound and frighten Raoul more than M. Forval's threats had done. Yet he had sufficient presence of mind to say, "It is the truth." The banker looked wildly from Raoul to M. Verduret, then, fastening his haggard eyes on his wife, exclaimed, It is false. You are all conspiring to deceive me. Proofs. You shall have proofs, replied M. Verduret, but first listen. And rapidly, with his wonderful talent for exposition, he related the principal points of the plot he had discovered. The true state of the case was terribly distressing to M. Forval, but nothing compared with what he had suspected. His throbbing, yearning heart told him that he still loved his wife. Why should he punish a fault committed so many years ago, and atoned for by 20 years of devotion and suffering? For some moments after M. Verduret had finished his explanation, M. Forval remained silent. So many strange events had happened, rapidly following each other in succession, and culminating in the shocking scene which had just taken place, that M. Forval seemed to be too bewildered to think clearly. If his heart counseled pardon and forgetfulness, wounded pride and self-respect demanded vengeance. If Raoul, the baleful witness, the living proof of a far-off sin, were not in existence, M. Forval would not have hesitated. Gaston de Claymeron was dead. He would have held out his arms to his wife, and said, "Come to my heart. Your sacrifices for my honor shall be your absolution. Let the sad past be forgotten." But the sight of Raoul froze the words upon his lips. "So this is your son," he said to his wife. "This man, who has plundered you and robbed me." Forval was unable to utter a word in reply to these reproachful words. "Oh," said M. Verduret, "Madame will tell you that this young man is the son of Gaston de Claymeron. She has never doubted it. But the truth is, what? That, in order to swindle her, he has perpetrated a gross imposture." During the last few minutes Raoul had been quietly creeping toward the door, hoping to escape while no one was thinking of him, but M. Verduret, who anticipated his intentions, was watching him out of the corner of one eye, and stopped him just as he was about leaving the room. "Not so fast, my pretty youth," he said, dragging him into the middle of the room. "It is not polite to leave us so unceremoniously. Let us have a little conversation before parting. A little explanation will be edifying." The jeering words and mocking manner of M. Verduret made Raoul turn deadly pale, and start back as if confronted by a phantom. "The clown!" he gasped. "The same, friend," said the fat man. "Ah, now that you recognize me, I confess that the clown and myself are one and the same. Yes, I am the mountebank of the Jean de Diable. Here is proof of it." And turning up his sleeve he showed a deep cut on his arm. "I think that this recent wound will convince you of my identity," he continued. "I imagine you know the villain that gave me this little decoration, that night I was walking along the Rue B'Del. That being the case, you know, I have a slight claim upon you, and shall expect you to relate to us your little story." But Raoul was so terrified that he could not utter a word. "Your modesty keeps you silent," said M. Verduret. "Bravo! Modesty becomes talent. And for one of your age you certainly have displayed the talent for knavery." M. Forval listened without understanding a word of what was said. "Into what dark depths of shame have we fallen?" he groaned. "Reassure yourself, monsieur," replied M. Verduret with great respect. "After what I have been constrained to tell you, what remains to be said is a mere trifle. I will finish the story. On leaving my hon, who had given him a full account of the misfortunes of Valentine de Laverbury, Claymeron hastened to London. He had no difficulty in finding the farmer's wife to whom the old countess had entrusted Gaston's son, but here an unexpected disappointment greeted him. He learned that the child, whose name was registered on the parish books as Raoul Valentin Wilson, had died of the croup when 18 months old. "Did anyone state such a fact as that?" interrupted Raoul. "It is false. It was not only stated, but proved, my pretty youth," replied M. Verduret. "You don't suppose I am a man to trust to verbal testimony, do you?" He drew from his pocket several officially stamped documents, with red seals attached, and laid them on the table. "These are declarations of the nurse, her husband, and 4 witnesses. Here is an extract from the Register of Births. This is a certificate of registry of his death, and all these are authenticated at the French embassy. Now are you satisfied, young man?" "What next?" inquired M. Forval. "The next step was this," replied M. Verduret. "Claymeron, finding that the child was dead, supposed that he could, in spite of this disappointment, obtain money from Forval. He was mistaken. His first attempt failed. Having an inventive turn of mind, he determined that the child should come to life. Among his large circle of rascally acquaintances, he selected a young fellow to impersonate Raoul Valentin Wilson, and the chosen one stands before you. Forval was in a pitiable state. And yet she began to feel a ray of hope. Her acute anxiety had so long tortured her, that the truth was a relief. She would thank heaven if this wicked man was proved to be no son of hers. Can this be possible? She murmured. Can it be? Impossible. Cried the banker. An infamous plot like this could not be executed in our midst. All this is false, said Raoul boldly. It is a lie. M. Verduret turned to Raoul, and, bowing with ironical respect, said, Monsieur desires proofs. Does he? Monsieur shall certainly have convincing ones. I have just left a friend of mine, M. Palot, who brought me valuable information from London. Now, my young gentleman, I will tell you the little story he told me, and then you can give your opinion of it. In 1847 Lord Murray, a wealthy and generous nobleman, had a jockey named Spencer, of whom he was very fond. At the Epsom races, this jockey was thrown from his horse, and killed. Lord Murray grieved over the loss of his favourite, and, having no children of his own, declared his intention of adopting Spencer's son, who was then but 4 years old. Thus James Spencer was brought up in affluence, as heir to the immense wealth of the noble lord. He was a handsome, intelligent boy, and gave satisfaction to his protector until he was 16 years of age, when he became intimate with a worthless set of people, and turned out badly. Lord Murray, who was very indulgent, pardoned many grave faults, but one fine morning he discovered that his adopted son had been imitating his signature upon some cheques. He indignantly dismissed him from the house, and told him never to show his face again. James Spencer had been living in London about 4 years, managing to support himself by gambling and swindling, when he met Clameron, who offered him 25,000 francs to play a part in a little comedy which he had arranged to suit the actors. You are a detective? Interrupted Raoul. The fat man smiled grimly. At present, he replied, I am merely a friend of Prosper Bertamy. It depends entirely upon your behavior which character I appear in while settling up this little affair. What do you expect me to do? Restore the 350,000 francs which you have stolen? The young rascal hesitated a moment, and then said, The money is in this room. Very good. This frankness is creditable, and will benefit you. I know that the money is in this room, and also exactly where it is to be found. Be kind enough to look behind that cupboard, and you will find the 350,000 francs. Raoul saw that his game was lost. He tremblingly went to the cupboard, and pulled out several bundles of bank notes, and an enormous package of pawnbrokers' tickets. Very well done, said M. Verduret, as he carefully examined the money and papers. This is the most sensible step you ever took. Raoul relied on this moment, when everybody's attention would be absorbed by the money, to make his escape. He slid toward the door, gently opened it, slipped out, and locked it on the outside, the key being still in the lock. He has escaped, cried M. Forval. Naturally, replied M. Verduret, without even looking up. I thought he would have sense enough to do that. But is he to go unpunished? My dear sir, would you have this affair become a public scandal? Do you wish your wife's name to be brought into a case of this nature before the police court? Oh, monsieur, then the best thing you can do, is to let the rascal go scot-free. Here are receipts for all the articles which he has pawned, so that we should consider ourselves fortunate. He has kept 50,000 francs, but that is all the better for you. This sum will enable him to leave France, and we shall never see him again, like everyone else. M. Forval yielded to the ascendancy of M. Verduret. Gradually he had awakened to the true state of affairs. Prospective happiness no longer seemed impossible, and he felt that he was indebted to the man before him for more than life. But for M. Verduret, where would have been his honor and domestic peace? With earnest gratitude he seized M. Verduret's hand as if to carry it to his lips, and said, in broken tones, Oh, monsieur, how can I ever find words to express how deeply I appreciate your kindness? How can I ever repay the great service you have rendered me? M. Verduret reflected a moment, and then said, "If you feel under any significant obligations to me, monsieur, you have it in your power to return them. I have a favor to ask of you." "A favor? You ask of me? Speak, monsieur, you have but to name it. My fortune and life are at your disposal. I will not hesitate, then, to explain myself. I am Prosper's friend, and deeply interested in his future. You can exonerate him from this infamous charge of robbery, you can restore him to his honorable position. You can do more than this, monsieur. He loves me. Madeleine shall be his wife." "Monsieur," interrupted the banker, "I give you my word of honor. And I will so publicly exonerate him, that not a shadow of suspicion will rest upon his name. I will place him in a position which will prevent slander from reproaching him with the painful remembrance of my fatal error." The fat man quietly took up his hat and cane, as if he had been paying an ordinary morning call, and turned to leave the room, after saying, "Good morning." But, seeing the weeping woman raise her clasped hands appealingly toward him, he said hesitatingly, "Monsieur, excuse my intruding any advice, but—" "Fauville, André," murmured the wretched wife. "André." The banker hesitated a moment, then, following the impulse of his heart, ran to his wife, and, clasping her in his arms, said tenderly, "No, I will not be foolish enough to struggle against my deep-rooted love. I do not pardon, Valentine, I forget all." M. Verduret had nothing more to do at Vézinette. Without taking leave of the banker, he quietly left the room, and, jumping into his cab, ordered the driver to return to Paris, and drive to the Hôtel du Louvre as rapidly as possible. His mind was filled with anxiety about Claymorin. He knew that Raoul would give him no more trouble. The young rogue was probably taking his passage for some foreign land at that very moment. But Claymorin should not escape unpunished, and how this punishment could be brought about without compromising Fauville, was the problem to be solved. M. Verduret thought over the various cases similar to this, but not one of his former expedients could be applied to the present circumstances. He could not deliver the villain over to justice without involving Fauville. After long thought, he decided that an accusation of poisoning must come from Oloron. He would go there and work upon public opinion, so that, to satisfy the townspeople, the authorities would order a post-mortem examination of Gaston. But this mode of proceeding required time, and Claymorin would certainly escape before another day passed over his head. He was too experienced a knave to remain on slippery ground, now that his eyes were open to the danger which menaced him. It was almost dark when the carriage stopped in front of the Hôtel du Louvre. M. Verduret noticed a crowd of people collected together in groups, eagerly discussing some exciting event which seemed to have just taken place. Although the policeman attempted to disperse the crowd by authoritatively ordering them to move on, they would merely separate in one spot to join a more clamorous group a few yards off. "What has happened?" demanded M. Verduret of a lounge nearby. "The strangest thing you ever heard of," replied the man. "Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. He first appeared at that 7th-story window. He was only half-dressed. Some men tried to seize him, but, with the agility of a squirrel, he jumped out upon the roof, shrieking, 'Murder! Murder!' The recklessness of his conduct led me to suppose." The gossip stopped short in his narrative, very much surprised and vexed. His questioner had vanished. If it should be Claymorin, thought M. Verduret, if terror has deranged that brain, so capable of working out great crimes. Fate must have interposed. While thus talking to himself, he elbowed his way through the crowded courtyard of the hotel. At the foot of the staircase he found M. Fanfalot and three peculiar-looking individuals standing together, as if waiting for someone. "Well," cried M. Verduret, "what is the matter?" With laudable emulation, the four men rushed forward to report to their superior officer. "Patron," they all began at once. "Silence," said the fat man with an oath, "one at a time. Quick! What is the matter?" "The matter is this, patron," said Fanfalot dejectedly. "I am doomed to ill luck. You see how it is. This is the only chance I ever had of working out a beautiful case, and, paf! My criminal must go and fizzle. A regular case of bankruptcy. Then it is Claymorin who, of course it is. When the rascal saw me this morning, he scampered off like a hare. You should have seen him run. I thought he would never stop this side of Ivry, but not at all. On reaching the Boulevard des Écoles, a sudden idea seemed to strike him, and he made a beeline for his hotel, I suppose, to get his pile of money. Directly he gets here, what does he see? These three friends of mine. The sight of these gentlemen had the effect of a sunstroke upon him. He went raving mad on the spot. The idea of serving me such a low trick at the very moment I was sure of success. Where is he now? At the prefecture, I suppose. Some policeman handcuffed him, and drove off with him in a cab. Come with me. M. Verduret and Fanfalot found Claimeron in one of the private cells reserved for dangerous prisoners. He had on a straitjacket, and was struggling violently against three men, who were striving to hold him, while a physician tried to force him to swallow a potion. Help! He shrieked. Help, for God's sake. Do you not see my brother coming after me? Look. He wants to poison me. M. Verduret took the physician aside, and questioned him about the maniac. The wretched man is in a hopeless state, replied the doctor. This species of insanity is incurable. He thinks someone is trying to poison him, and nothing will persuade him to eat or drink anything, and, as it is impossible to force anything down his throat, he will die of starvation, after having suffered all the tortures of poison. M. Verduret, with a shudder, turned to leave the prefecture, saying to Fanfalot, Forval is saved, and by the interposition of God, who has himself punished Claimeron. That don't help me in the least, grumbled Fanfalot. The idea of all my trouble and labor ending in this flat, quiet way. I seem to be born for ill luck. Don't take your blighted hopes of glory so much to heart, replied M. Verduret. It is a melancholy fact for you that file number 113 will never leave the record office, but you must bear your disappointment gracefully and heroically. I will console you by sending you as bearer of dispatches to a friend of mine, and what you have lost in fame will be gained in gold. Chapter 25. 4 days had passed since the events just narrated, when one morning M. Lecoq, the official Lecoq, who resembled the dignified head of a bureau, was walking up and down his private office, at each turn nervously looking at the clock, which slowly ticked on the mantel, as if it had no intention of striking any sooner than usual, to gratify the man so anxiously watching its placid face. At last, however, the clock did strike, and just then the faithful Janil opened the door, and ushered in Nina and Prosper Bertamy. Ah, said M. Lecoq, you are punctual. Lovers are generally so. We are not lovers, monsieur, replied Gypsy. M. Verduret gave us express orders to meet here in your office this morning, and we have obeyed. Very good, said the celebrated detective. Then be kind enough to wait a few minutes. I will tell him you are here. During the quarter of an hour that Nina and Prosper remained alone together, they did not exchange a word. Finally a door opened, and M. Verduret appeared. Nina and Prosper eagerly started toward him, but he checked them by one of those peculiar looks which no one ever dared resist. You have come, he said severely, to hear the secret of my conduct. I have promised, and will keep my word, however painful it may be to my feelings. Listen, then. My best friend is a loyal, honest man, named Calders. 18 months ago this friend was the happiest of men. Infatuated by a woman, he lived for her alone, and, fool that he was, imagined that she felt the same love for him. She did, cried Gypsy. Yes, she always loved him. She showed her love in a peculiar way. She loved him so much, that one fine day she left him, and ran off with another man. In his first moments of despair, Calders wished to kill himself. Then he reflected that it would be wiser to live, and avenge himself, and then, faltered Prosper. Then Calders avenged himself in his own way. He made the woman who deserted him recognize his immense superiority over his rival. Weak, timid, and helpless, the rival was disgraced, and falling over the verge of a precipice, when the powerful hand of Calders reached forth and saved him. You understand all now, do you not? The woman is Nina, the rival is yourself, and Calders is. With a quick, dexterous movement, he threw off his wig and whiskers, and stood before them the real, intelligent, proud Lecoq. Calders, cried Nina. No, not Calders, not Verduret any longer, But Lecoq, the detective, M. Lecoq broke the stupefied silence of his listeners by saying to Prosper, "It is not to me alone that you owe your salvation. A noble girl confided to me the difficult task of clearing your reputation. I promised her that M. Forval should never know the shameful secrets concerning his domestic happiness. Your letter thwarted all my plans, and made it impossible for me to keep my promise. I have nothing more to say." He turned to leave the room, but Nina barred his exit. "Caldas," she murmured, "I implore you to have pity on me. I am so miserable. Ah, if you only knew. Be forgiving to one who has always loved you, Caldas. Listen." Prosper departed from M. Lecoq's office alone. On the 15th of last month, was celebrated, at the Church of Notre Dame de Lorette, the marriage of M. Prosper Bertamy and Madeleine Forval. The banking house is still on the Rue de Provence, but as M. Forval has decided to retire from business, and live in the country, the name of the firm has been changed, and is now Prosper Bertamy & Co.